Hoy en esta cantina me tomaré licor para el dolor y las heridas. Hoy en esta cantina me quedaré escuchando JJ y a Sabina.
Taking shots of tequila at the Cobra Cantina. Quench your thirst for adventure at the Cobra's Cantina. Sipping with Satan at the Cobra's Cantina. The tastiest drink combos you've ever seen. Sipping at the Cobra's Cantina. At the Cobra's Cantina. Looking for a woman to touch your wiener, and she's looking for a man too. Toss up tequila at the Cobra's Cantina. Tastiest drink combos you ever seen. At the Cobra's Cantina. Thirstiest people you've ever seen. Enjoy your liquor and booze and cut loose at the Cobra's Cantina. Thirsty quenching the best drink combos you've ever seen. At the Cobra's Cantina. Drink some beer and cut loose of your fear at the Cobra's Cantina and relax with the Cobra's Cantina. Caressing your glass, looking for a piece of ass at the Cobra's Cantina. Forget about your troubles at the Cobra's Cantina. At the Cobra's Cantina. Prettiest cocktail waitresses you've ever seen. At the Cobra's Cantina. Forget about your troubles at the Cobra's Cantina. Taking shots of tequila at the Cobra's Cantina. The tastiest drinks you've ever seen at the Cobra's Cantina. For drinking at the Cobra's Cantina. Leaning on a wall at the Cobra's Cantina. Drinking shots of whiskey and tequila at the Cobra's Cantina. Tastiest drink combos you ever seen at the Cobra's Cantina. Quench your thirst for adventure. Cutest cocktail waitresses you ever seen at the Cobra's Cantina. Fuck the bullshit of the day, and you know what I mean when I say let's have a drink at the Cobra's Cantina. Tastiest drinks you ever seen where the prices are fair and the weather's just fine at the Cobra's Cantina. Have a drink and hang out with your friends, cause they seen ya at the Cobra's Cantina. We're drinking at the Cobra's Cantina. Sexiest cocktail waitresses you've ever seen. Treat them nicely, don't be a mean asshole at the Cobra's Cantina. Try your luck at the Cobra's Cantina. Quench your thirst with the tastiest drinks you've ever seen.
Y después, cuando esté borracho, te diré mil cosas que te van a doler.
Hey everybody. Alright guys, I gotta see if I can get this shit working. Oh, look at that. Way off. This is the only one I can't fix because I can't see it if I'm not live. So where are you? Where's the Chatamabob? Where is you, man? There it is. Look at that. Perfect. Awesome, dude. There you go. I like it. Let me lock that so I don't accidentally move it and fuck everything all up. Guys, well, the color's off. You can't read it. Let's see if we can get a different color. Something that doesn't clash with the background. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's the same fucking color. Damn it. Oh, your pizza. Just in time. Let's try another color. They should let you pick your color, but they don't. Assholes. There we go. Finally. Guys, we got some more sightings. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Probably a bad thing. But let's do it.
On this edition of Sightings, the military is flying a new secret weapon.
I can't say for sure what we saw was of this Earth.
Were these designs stolen from an extraterrestrial craft?
No. Oh, shit. Tim White.
Glad you're streaming the best TV show on Fox. I was afraid I was gonna have to give you a CIA neck crunch if you didn't.
We're here. We're watching more crap. Thank you.
Case of the UFO model. We've made every effort to make it accurate.
Then, this woman has a mysterious power to communicate with animals.
Wait, we've seen this one.
Because I've never seen him do this.
A psychic has a horrifying vision of murder.
I touch something off the body, then I can become them.
And later, alien abductees are given a terrifying message.
We are being given a choice to change our ways.
Oh, wait. Maybe I was watching the preview earlier today. I think that's what it is. We're going to get spooked, guys. It's time. If there was ever a time to get spooked, it's now. Is there anyone right now enjoying the sassy vision? That's all I want to know. Is there anyone enjoying the sassy vision? The Animal Lady is a recurring psychic. Oh, she's on there every 3 episodes. Tell me someone is enjoying the sassy vision.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. The wide open spaces of Nevada are the perfect testing ground for the U.S. military's top secret weapon systems and aircraft. So it's not unexpected that people who live there often report seeing unidentified flying objects. But the UFOs that have been sighted most recently are unique.
This is a pain in the ass.
You can see that it was definitely a spheroid-shaped object, and that it was surrounded by this very energetic field that would lag behind.
Are you related to Jumpin' Jet? That's what I want to know.
We stopped on this ridge, and my partner looked at me. His eyes were as big as fish bowls.
Yep.
And he motioned for me to look back over our shoulders to the east.
The stunning, beautiful 1440p as we're watching an episode from 1993.
For sure, what we saw was of this Earth.
Area 51, Dreamland, Groom Lake. This UFO-rich area has many names.
UFO-rich, guys.
Unless you talk to the military. Despite high-level leaks about top-secret aircraft testing here, with codenames like Aurora and Black Manta, the Pentagon continues to issue their standard denials, even to Congress.
Every time that there's a story about Aurora...
Now that's a face you could trust.
...or the TR-3A Black Manta in Popular Science or the New York Times or something else, Congress calls the Pentagon on the carpet and says, what's the deal? They want to know if these planes exist. And every
How about the
time
Kumsock? Does the Kumsock on the TV look good?
Asked about those planes, they've been told there is no such thing.
The military's established a pattern of denial.
Did we see this one?
Concerning these highly capricious wild aircraft beginning in the late 50s and continuing to this day.
The pattern of denial started with the U-2. In the 50s, sightings of strange cigar-shaped craft were followed by leaks about a new spy plane, codenamed U-2. The military denied the existence of any such plane, until Francis Gary Powers was shot down over Russia.
Wow. It makes you feel better. I'm also upscaling the YouTube video. It helps a little bit. A bit.
U-2. The pattern continued in the 1960s with the SR-71 Blackbird.
Denied, idiot!
In the 70s and 80s with the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber. And now, in the 90s, it's happening again. There are new sightings of disc-shaped craft. New leaks suggesting the discovery of an anti-gravity device. And the same old denials.
There's a certain conceit, I think, among journalists that, well, if it's real, if it's true, we can get it, because Washington, the government, the Pentagon, they all leak like a sieve. Well, that may be the attitude in journalism.
Don't you ever wonder what happened to these people?
If you ask military folks, they will tell you secrets can be kept. Secrets are kept.
Guy probably got arrested with a 6-year-old in a shed somewhere.
Believe the secrets are kept here at this supposedly non-existent Nevada military base. Rumors suggest that anti-gravity technology being used here was actually recovered from an alien spacecraft.
Why can't it just be military test shit? Why does it have to be UFOs? What is the fascination with just saying anything like futuristic is a UFO?
I think there's a strong possibility that we have recovered some sort of alien technology and are trying to incorporate that into military programs.
In an attempt to penetrate the security net around Area 51, investigators Michael DiGregorio and Roger Johnson pedaled a backcountry route. Suddenly, a series of red-orange objects flared out across the sky.
They started at great height, seemed to descend, and then flared out. It was startling. Then a series of silver pewter flashes went directly across the horizon at terrific speed. One of these silver flashes went directly up into the air. The bottom one seemed nearly to hug the ground.
Did DiGregorio
where can I buy your book?
Witness the super-secret testing of a new kind of aircraft? In fact, someone did think they saw too much. As they returned to base camp, they were detained by a security patrol that seemed to be protecting more than just a stretch of arid landscape.
Boom. But they have security guys all over that place, though. That's not even a secret.
Headlights come on. There was an M16 pointed at us.
Shit.
Because it was aliens. 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 Aliens.
It was aliens. Thank you, U.S. government.
And here we were faced with a life and death situation.
Now I know it was alien.
But we also knew that we had crossed the line back into public domain, and therefore we were safe.
3 months later.
But I mean, they got guards all over that place. Everyone knows that.
In the same area.
It's not because of what you see.
Investigator Mark
what the hell are you two little fruits doing? Your bicycle shorts. Get the hell away from here. Go fudge yourself somewhere else.
Saw the same orange.
Do not do desert anal here, please. Do desert anal somewhere else.
Red UFOs. He had a camera and captured these images on film. As an aviation expert, Farmer was stunned.
Exactly.
I saw the object exhibit entirely unconventional flight characteristics.
Wait, can we see that?
As an aviation expert, Farmer was stunned.
That was the load shot from his pecker right before it landed on his boyfriend's ass crack. He shot his load in midair. He took a picture of his load in midair, guys.
I saw the object exhibit entirely unconventional flight characteristics. At times, it would wobble around in the sky and appear very unstable. At other times, it would be in a rock-hard hover. It was an oblated sphere, multicolored, crimson on bottom, blue-green on top, much brighter than anything else in the sky.
Is this photographic evidence of the
there it is, right before it landed on his boyfriend's forehead?
Military's latest experimental aircraft? The answer isn't likely to come from the Pentagon.
I'm gotta get used to this, man. I'm looking different ways now. I used to be looking to the left. Now I'm looking to the right, and it's fucking me all up.
I don't think the military has any credibility with the public in terms of its denials of this program or that program. They've denied the U-2 existed. They denied the SR-71 existed. They denied working on stealth. All of those programs suddenly were unveiled.
The only information at this point comes from leaks within the government structure. Bob Lazar, an aerospace engineer formerly assigned to
Come on. Enough with the Bob Lazar, please.
Area 51.
Like I mentioned, every time they bring up Bob Lazar, I feel bad for him because they dug him back out after he disappeared and finally was over all this crap. Tell us more about the UFOs. He's pulling at his collar going, oh man, they found me again. That was all bullshit.
Claims the government possesses at least 9 disc-shaped alien craft currently warehoused in Nevada.
I was part of a back engineering group.
No, you weren't.
And our job was basically to look at these recovered discs, and I say recovered because I don't know really where they came from, whether they were given to us.
Isn't that Orville Redenbacher's grandson?
Found them, shot them down, who knows what. But our group basically was to back engineer them, which means to start with a finished product and go backward and see how it was fabricated. and try and duplicate some of that technology with earthly materials.
To me, Bob Lazar is credible. Over the past couple of years, I've spoken to literally dozens of people who have worked at that facility.
Your dad worked
out
at
there in
Area
Nevada.
51? That's cool.
I think the technology at Area 51 originally came from somewhere else.
I worked at Area 53. What now? What about now? Oh, you never heard of Area 53? That's right, you haven't.
They were looking at something that, as far as Bob is concerned, didn't come from this planet, and they were trying to figure out how it worked.
John Andrews is also considered a reliable source for information about government projects. He has an amazing track
That's just
record
promo pictures for Star Fox.
for revealing
That's just
aircraft
from the game
projects
Star
before
Fox.
their official unveiling. He's not a military officer, nor an aerospace engineer. He's a product designer
Area
for a toy
69?
company called
Whoa.
Testor, and he can't keep a secret.
Secrecy is used oftentimes to hide the details of the funding and the size of the program. More often than not, it doesn't hide a real, true technological secret.
The Pentagon was not amused
Yeah, well, I
when
worked at
Testor
Wendy's.
released a replica of the F-117A stealth fighter before it was officially known to the public. The recent release of their Project Aurora model is also making waves.
But everyone knew that thing existed way before way before it came out.
Why is a toy company the public's best source for information about military projects?
They have sources throughout the military. They have sources in companies like Lockheed.
No. Full of shit, dude. Wait. Well, I'm trying this the first time I'm trying this in Sassy Boy Vision. It's a lot harder in Sassy Boy Vision. There it is. It's aliens, everybody. I believe that, dude.
Lockheed and Northrop, and they get bits and pieces of information from here and put it all together.
With such a remarkable track record, what's next on the Testor drawing board? John Andrews says it will be this. A UFO replica called the Sport Model.
In the case of the UFO model, we've made every effort to make it correct and to make it accurate. We've made every effort.
So, accurate to what? Show me the source material. Well, there's this Polaroid. We made it off this Polaroid, and it's 100% accurate to the Polaroid.
To find out the best information.
You got it from one of those UFOs that were stuck. That's always stuck to the trees.
The subject. We went to people who said that they have worked on the craft.
Could the Sport Model really be the next step forward in military aircraft design?
absolutely
Testor
not.
says yes, and the experts are listening.
The Testor Corporation has been very lucky in terms of building models that suddenly become real planes, but it's not luck. Now they're telling us that they believe that flying saucers at Area 51 are a real possibility.
This model may be the very, very first authentic plastic scale model
There's so many people watching that fucking place. There's no fucking UFOs there, dude.
Of something that was designed and built and flown
That place is a
from
rube
another
trap.
planetary system. I cannot say that that is absolutely certain, but there is that possibility.
He knew about the
on
aliens.
Sightings, a woman's uncanny ability to communicate with animals produces astonishing results.
This is amazing. She must be
Watch
doing
what I can
something.
do with peanut butter.
There is an unspoken language between people and their pets, especially if they've been together for a long time. The same intuitive sense that you may have with one pet, some people claim to have with all animals. These aren't
So
just
true.
fanciful
So true,
modern-day
Tim White.
Dr. Doolittles. Professional pet interpreters like Samantha Curry get astonishing results.
Pet interpreter?
I'm usually the last hope.
Is that right? She's the last hope, guys. She's all we got left.
The average person comes to see me because they don't know where to turn. This
Pretty
is
sure
their
we've
last
seen
hope.
She's
An asshole. And she overcharges. And she clogs my toilet.
like a translator, is how I would describe it.
People seek out Samantha Curry when the special bond
It
between
would be cool to invite someone over this to talk to your animal just so you could violently throw her off your property. If I see you again, I'll shoot you.
and owner seems to be breaking down. She's
Well, of
part
course
pet
that's
psychologist,
don't
part
do that.
sounding board, and claims that her psychic connection with animals is so strong that she can often communicate with a pet even when the owner cannot. It was her work with the elephants at the San Diego Wild Animal Park that first brought Samantha's talents into the national
amazing, guys.
spotlight.
That's right. Get out of here.
Well, the elephant keeper thought that his animals, the 7 or 8 elephants that he had, were acting a little strange.
She just wastes everyone's time.
The elephant keeper's wife, who knew of Samantha Curry, had mentioned this to him, and
what?
I guess he figured, why not give it a try?
When I realized that I was in the presence of a very intelligent being, it was overwhelming for me.
And I immediately grabbed my ankles.
Zookeepers were astonished that Samantha knew things about the elephants which were not public knowledge, including the recent death of one of the herd.
When it died, they took the body and they moved the body away. The elephants didn't even get a chance to touch that body or that form.
The elephants at the animal park
They were very sad, guys.
never participated in this type of mourning ritual. And Samantha told their zookeeper that this was...
Those elephants are like, man, today's a good day to stomp a bunch of Indians. Every time you see an elephant video, it's always stomping a bunch of Indian dudes. Man, I can sure go for some Indian stomping today. That's rude. Elephants don't do that.
The source of the problem. They wanted to grieve for their friend in their own way.
He just said, well, I kept the skull for some reason. I don't know why. Would that help if I put the skull
servicing
in
the
the
horses,
compound? So he had done that, and then they let all of the elephants out the next day. And he said that he had heard enormous cries,
Well,
and then
Liberace's
they
a pet
worked all
interpreter.
day to take and separate the tusk from the skull. And once that was done,
The elephant says you should pay me double.
it was as if something was listed
they
throughout
said
the
all
whole
that.
herd.
It's theorized in the wild that elephants will go through kind of a grief period, and they'll even pick up bones of elephants that have died and carry them with them.
How many times do you think she had to say, don't fuck the animals? She has to say it every other week. No, I don't do that. Stop.
Just a chance to kind of recognize that they're not here anymore, pay their respects, I guess is how we put it in human terms.
How did the elephants communicate with Samantha? She believes that animals transmit thought with pictures instead of words, and that she is sensitive to receiving those pictures.
It's almost like going back to being in kindergarten. You see the flashcards and the picture of the boat and then the word the boat. By the time you get into 1st or 2nd grade, that word represents the visual impression.
That's a dumb way to read.
Samantha uses the same kind of word pictures to talk back to her clients, like these thoroughbred show horses in Del Mar, California.
Whoa!
These horses are working professionals, and their owners have a big stake in their success.
She was immediately killed by a horse after this episode. She was stomped to death. We needed dental records. We needed dental records that identify the body.
She turned around and started telling me things about the horse that only I, as the rider, would know about.
Toby's a jumper. Great horse.
Man, in the 90s, you could get away with being a fucking bullshit artist. No one thought to check anybody back then. It was easy.
First met Toby because he was having some problems with jumping.
He was doing very well in the warm-up ring, and he'd go in the show ring and like pull 4 rails, and it just felt to me that
This Pimple says he wants to eat my spine and my baby's spine.
Patient wasn't there.
Toby gave me visual impressions originally on how he was jumping, and that he didn't understand that this is really serious business. He was much more playful. As I talked about going over the jumps, that what he needed to do was just lift his legs up just a little bit higher, tuck them up close to his body, and then that his
I gotta think of a new way to
relationship
do this.
with
It's hard
Mark
to read the chat now. Now it sucks to read the
was
chat.
a business.
I gotta think of something better.
When Samantha was communicating with Toby and how he should be jumping over the fences, she would go ahead and grunt. Well, Toby now grunts over certain fences. He doesn't grunt over every single fence, but every time he goes over a fence really well and he grunts,
he's so much better
doing it
thanks to her.
in fairly good form. So I have to associate that with something that Samantha did. I think it would probably take me a year to what Samantha's been able to accomplish through the 2-month period of just communicating with him once.
Just being a bullshit artist.
Toby is just one of many success stories Samantha has had working with horses at this facility. But not everyone is convinced.
To be fair, she probably has like a normal job. She just does this on the weekends to be cool. Yeah, I'm an animal psychic.
Well, I'm
but she gets like maybe a job a year.
I'm not very familiar with this stuff, but I guess I got to be open-minded.
It's a badass fucking shirt, dude. Where do I get that shirt? I need that. Remember the black hat rule?
Only natural that many animal owners are skeptical before their first session.
Oh, look at that guy!
Diamond
He's going crazy.
has recently become unruly, refusing to trot properly. After his owners went through the usual course of behavioral
That's
specialists,
the original sassy boy, guys. There he
they
is.
decided to try something different.
You didn't like that shirt?
She must be doing something because I've never seen him do
Man,
this.
Goodwill has cool shirts like that. We gotta go.
I've never seen him gait naturally like he's done.
Look at
here.
him!
I've never
Look at him,
seen do
sassy
that.
run.
And that was one of his.
Black hat rule is that no one cool ever wore a black cowboy hat after like 1975. That was the cutoff date.
Efficiencies is he doesn't foxtrot like he's supposed to.
Although Samantha consults with many professional animals and their trainers, the bulk of her work is with family pets. After 30 years of practice,
Come on,
Samantha
patients.
has successfully brought thousands of pets and their owners closer together. But for client Julie Ritter, better communication with her dogs brought some surprising revelations.
I was kind of wondering if something ever happened to the marriage, I wasn't expecting it, and I had to split up the 10 dogs, who would go with who?
Oh, yeah, that should be your top priority. Not trying to figure the marriage out, but who gets the fucking poppums?
Julie brought her dogs to Samantha
Stupid
and
retard.
asked her to interpret
That lady is in fact a stupid retard.
their preferences. One dog gave an answer that just didn't make sense at first.
So we come to Scruffy.
You gotta
I
throw
said, well,
away.
who would you go with? She said, I'd go with the little boy.
Unless you put a sassy boy
I don't
sticker
have
on
any kids. So I said, what little boy? And she said, well, the little boy that lives next door. Well, where am I? And, well, you're at church. And she said, well, the lady and my husband go down the hall. And I thought, oh my God, the only thing down the hall is bedrooms. And I went, oh my gosh, you're having an affair while I'm at church. And I started to laugh. I mean, the whole thing was hysterical. I'm talking to this lady with her eyes closed and dog.
Hey, let me take care of the poppums for you, my future ex-wife. That wasn't nice at all.
Was running
That
around,
was
and
rude.
the irony is we continued to work on the marriage, but ultimately it did die, and he married her, and the dogs slept on the little boy's bed.
Samantha believes everyone has the ability to communicate with animals using word pictures. It takes time and practice, but the rewards can be great.
All the visual pictures are on in the brain, and then as you magnify and align your emotion with that visual, then the animal can understand you.
Anita, you're just jealous that you don't have this lady's thick, full, bouncing
The
head of hair.
rewards can be great.
All the visual pictures are on in the brain,
Her
and then as
beautiful-
you
her beautiful,
magnify
crispy-
and align
crispy,
your
bouncy,
emotion
full body hair.
with that visual, then
Look at
the
that. Looking good and feeling good.
animal can understand you.
If this is the key that will unlock the mystery of human-animal communication, Samantha Curry says we will
She
all
really was
benefit from a
happy she
more
had the husband
humane
affair.
world.
You know why the husband was having an affair? That bitch was too wrapped up with those damn dogs.
Samantha Curry believes most people have the ability to receive visual messages that have been psychically transmitted by their pets. She suggests that the 3 essential elements to improving human-animal communication are concentration, patience, and love.
When Sightings returns, mysterious formations in
She looked
ice
great.
are baffling scientists.
And
This is quite possible a winter equivalent of crop circles.
more crop circles.
Crop circles are part of a larger paranormal
And
phenomenon
low.
called UGMs, unusual ground markings. A recent study found that
I can imagine Tim White getting mad that he's got to read it. Do I have to say and love? All right.
percent of all
Sound like a
UGMs
dork.
are made in wheat.
At least I ain't wearing that fucking brown suit.
But there are also
Oh, ice
enigmatic
circles.
markings in oats, corn.
Look at that tie, Tim. Looking good. Tim, what about some new hair, huh? I like it, Timford. He looks good. What about some new peepers? Should we do the peepers? It's a new Timford. It is definitely a new Timford.
Corn and ice. Ice circles are extremely rare, so sightings in the northeastern U.S. are drawing a lot of attention.
I like it. I like it. It's a cool type. Oh, shit.
Perfect circles of ice, created by a cosmic compass.
gotta
Swirling
be
patterns
aliens.
that seem to demand a supernatural explanation. Ice circles mimic the geometric patterns of crop circles, with one important difference. The patterns are appearing in ice that is too thin to support a person, virtually eliminating the possibility of human intervention. The national coordinator of the Center for Crop Circle
Tim's calling out
Studies
to you.
is applying the same equipment and techniques used to
That
document
is a trustworthy dude right there.
crop
Is
circles
that a dude?
to the newly
Or
discovered
is that a
ice
crazy
circles.
lady?
Her preliminary findings
That's a crazy lady.
are very promising.
A lot of this ice in which the circles are supposed to be happening is very thin. Too thin to walk out on and to measure.
Yeah, the black lady that popped her eyeballs out. She went everywhere doing that. Hey, everybody, I can pop my eyeballs out.
And yet how is somebody going to go out there and put these at least dozens and perhaps hundreds of swirls, and they're not even really cut. These weren't
You
actually
think this girl likes smoking that goo shit, man?
cut and beautifully, separated rings. These were just swirls within the ice.
Enigmatic patterns are also appearing in snow. The absence of footprints to and from the site casts an eerie pall over the markings. If this is not a natural phenomenon, who possesses the ability to hover over a snowy site
You know
and
she's smoking
create
some peace
mysterious
pipe.
messages? Mainstream scientists dismiss this theory of extraterrestrial intervention, but they can't agree on an earthly answer either.
Never good idea.
Some hydrologists think water currents are responsible, but circles have formed where there was no perceptible
So it's aliens, right? No explanation. So it's alien. It's Martians. Martians came over here and put circles in the ice.
current.
So dumb.
Meteorologists who have looked into the phenomenon blame weather, but don't know why or what kind. For geologists, it's an Earth mystery with no explanation. One scientist who does
Do not
have
smoke his peace pipe. It's dangerous. This guy might though.
a possible explanation is John Burke. He has studied crop circles for the last 10 years, and
People love a good eyeball popping. People love that shit.
his theories about grain markings may apply to ice and snow markings as well. Burke believes an atmospheric anomaly called plasma is the key to the circle mysteries.
We believe that plasma forces are involved in creating crop circles.
Now can I have my double cheeseburger? I was promised double cheeseburgers, and I've been here all day, and I'm very hungry.
Because plasma is nothing more than electrified air particles.
You
But
promised
you
me
excite the temperature of that plasma a
delicious
little higher and it will begin to
cheeseburger.
glow. If you have it heated enough to glow, then it makes sense that it might be heated enough to melt snow and leave a record in the snow. Because certainly it would be nice to have a winter tapestry to record these events on, because there's no reason to believe they're seasonal.
You know, that peace pipe shit is full of shit. Everyone was peaceful before they smoked the damn pipe. Think about that. Where's my bell?
They quite likely occur year-round. Here we've got some snow circles on a frozen lake that if you look closely at the structure of them is not unlike what you see in a lot of crop circles. In this case, you could imagine that as a ring with standing crop in the center, and that's quite a common formation. Now, the same plasma mechanisms that form crop circles could be expected to be making these kinds of marks in snow if the plasma was heated sufficiently to melt the snow. So this is quite possible a winter equivalent of crop circles.
I'll answer a lot of questions.
Paranormal investigators believe natural phenomena can't adequately explain the seemingly intelligent ice, snow, and crop designs. Given the random power
This is the first time, and probably the last time I've ever heard of ice circles. Have any of you guys ever heard of this shit before? Never heard of no fucking ice circles. Get out of here.
Events like tornadoes and hurricanes, the orderly circles and intersecting lines here seem to demand a more supernatural explanation.
Next on Sightings, a psychic detective is haunted by visions of murder.
I'm not me anymore, I'm them. And sometimes I hurt very much when I'm being killed.
And later, alien abductees are given warnings of a cosmic apocalypse.
Poor little guy always getting killed?
In case after case, police officers have reportedly solved puzzling crimes by operating on hunches and intuition. It's called blue sense. But when hunches and intuition don't pan out, more and more law enforcement agencies are turning to psychic detectives as a last resort.
Noreen Renair sees things no one should
ever. None of you guys are white circles. The fuck?
Have
they were trying. They were just throwing everything at the wall, seeing what stuck. With the bored soccer mom.
She feels things no one should.
But I mean, like, we've all heard of crop circles. Like, even, like, I always thought this shit was dumb, but I've heard of crop circles a million times. I've never heard of stupid ice circles.
Ever have to feel. Noreen Renair is a psychic detective who believes she has the ability to put herself into the role of killer, accomplice.
Hold on, this is killing me. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to grab the chat and bring it on this other window so I can fucking read it without doing the Don Knotts double take every 10 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. No, not that. Which one is it? I am so confused. All right. Let me just go to my channel and pull the chat. I can't see anything. I'll get it eventually. It's not right now. I don't feel like getting it right now. There we go. Now I got you guys on a different monitor. That's easier for me to see. All right, get that out of here. Bring you back up. We're back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
It was like stepping on the moon once I entered into this. And it was just, I could touch a ring or rock.
I remember seeing an obviously fake crop circle off the trail, too. Someone went nuts over there.
And I could see pictures in my head.
But they looked really stupid and lame.
Noreen became aware of her psychic gift by accident. At the age of 30, Noreen was working in public relations when she was asked to represent a female psychic.
And to lose the stupid haircut.
Reluctant at first, Noreen became fascinated with her new client.
She just
My head looks like a penis.
did something on me and told me about some body
like
scars and some things about me that there was just no way somebody could have told her. So then my mind started thinking, well, if she can do this, how can she do this?
Noreen spent several years developing her psychic ability.
Those are all her exes. That guy did it. That guy did it.
Before she
Hey,
began
that's just your
offering
ex.
her unique services to law enforcement. Over the past 15 years, she claims to have had many successes, including one unsolved case in which her psychic vision led to the arrest and conviction of 3 murderers. The double murder occurred on May 15th, 1986, in this quiet neighborhood just outside of Albany, New York. One moment, Jake and Dora Cohn were settling in for the night. The next moment, they were dead.
Oh, no!
They were 72 years old.
72 years young. Get it right, idiot.
Retired couple living in a...
Her name is Claire Demare. That's how you get a face like that, having a name that rhymes. My name rhymed. I never had a chance.
middle class, maybe blue collar neighborhood. And one night they were shot dead in the head.
We had no physical evidence whatsoever, no weapon. We had 2 bullets laying at the scene, empty shell casings, and that was it.
After 4 years of investigation, the police were no closer to solving the brutal murders of Dora and Jake Cohn. They'd exhausted every lead, and more recent crimes forced the unsolved Cohn case onto the back burner. But the Cohn's 2 children weren't ready to give up. They sought a different...
Look at them, guys. Young love. I fucking hate young couples. I'm sick of them. Fuck young couples. You idiots don't know what it's like to be a true cell? I'm talking to the people in the picture, not you guys. You guys are fellow true cells.
Kind of help.
You don't know what it's like?
They came to us and recommended that we use a psychic in this case.
The family wanted Noreen Renair. They'd read about her impressive track record and hoped Noreen's psychic ability would help crack their case.
I don't really need to meet everybody.
People just hate me just hearing my voice on the telephone. They can't stand me.
I just need to touch something that was on the victim. I touched something
Preferably
off the
their
body.
genitals.
Sometimes it was worn with them when they were killed. I touch it and I can become them.
The technique is called psychometry. By handling personal items
Don't touch that guy. That guy looks scary.
Found on the victims, Noreen believes she can psychically step into the crime scene and see what
Sure
actually
did.
took place.
They
A
sent
whole
me
bunch.
some
In the backyard where everyone could see, too.
shoe and a bloody pair of glasses. One was from Dora and one was from Jake.
Psychic
And then they called me and I tuned in and described what both people look like alive.
Oh, shit. She's showing up.
Surprise Richie stream. I'm a flipping happy camper.
Just don't rewind a couple minutes, okay? Claire de Mer. Please. It's not Claire de Mer. It's Claire de Mere. Shut up, Claire de Mer. Get fudged.
Up on my arms, and I'm thinking, how in the
Thank
world
you.
does she ever know this? For example, one of her opening statements was that
she was drunk and she needed something to piss in. You got something I can piss in.
the victim, Dora, was on a phone with a female at the time she was killed. Now, how she ever knows that, I have no idea.
They had all kinds of
Detectives traveled to Noreen's Florida home for a more in-depth session. They watched in amazement
what
as
happened to
Noreen
Michael
entered
Bear?
a trance state
I
and seemed
missed
to
the food
become
case.
Dora Cohn right before she was murdered.
I felt like I was sitting down and I felt like there was a phone in my hand and I was talking to somebody I liked and I felt it was a female. All of a sudden,
It was actually the Nintendo Fun Club.
I remember hearing some noise behind me.
When it came to a point, I had pulled Noreen's phone tolls through a court subpoena to make sure she didn't call Albany, New York to find that information. I mean, there was a tremendous amount of information that she was totally 100% accurate in. She had...
Hey, can we just get a lot of B-roll of you just with your eyes closed, moving your head back and forth, please? Can you imagine that? Hey, just sit there and like move your head back and forth and we'll zoom in and out and shit. It'll look cool, trust me.
that a member of
Whoa!
the family
Psychic
had brought
powers!
the killer to the house on numerous occasions, and that the killer had eaten dinner there.
In her trance, Noreen felt a connection between Dora's grandson and the killer.
And I was very surprised and shocked that this person was here. He shot me, and I don't know if I get up when he shoots me again, but I know I'm on the floor, and my back seems to be hurting me a great deal. And I'm on the floor, and I die.
Just zoom in and out of the butthole.
Noreen's revelation about the grandson's involvement shocked Lieutenant Krolak. He'd harbored similar suspicions since he first began investigating the
Hey,
case.
dude, can we wrap up with a psychic thing? I gotta go film Babysitter Gaggers in about 15 minutes, please. Can we wrap this up?
After 20 years on the force, Lieutenant Krolak feels he's developed his own brand of psychic ability. He calls it
Yeah,
intuition.
what happened to Hogan? We
But a
should send
cop's
her to Hogan's
intuition
house. Get to
isn't
the bottom
always
of this.
enough. That's where Noreen comes in.
People think that I can do this forever and ever. I work very few police cases because it exhausts me so terribly that day, that whatever day.
No one ever said she could do this forever and ever. They only say that when they want her to go home. Hey, are you going to do this forever? Why don't you go home?
worked, and the next day I'll be drained.
Butthole circles.
Long days of reliving brutal crimes, tracking missing children, finding bodies. Sometimes, Noreen says, the horrific visual images stay with her for days. That was certainly the case with Noreen's work on the Cone murders. Even though she never visited the crime scene, Noreen was haunted by one particular...
He was putting cucumbers in his ass.
...face. Her psychic visions were overwhelming.
We brought down 10 photographs. She looked through the 10 photographs, put
I didn't even think she could do it once.
a few aside, went back and looked at them again, and then picked up the 3 that she put aside. Put one aside and said, this is the shooter.
This guy has won worst cop in the whole United States 3 times in a row.
This is the killer. Took another one, put it aside, said and she believes this is his associate. Picks the 3rd one, who turns out to be the grandson, and said he was part of this. She was accurate on all 3.
In a sad twist of fate, Noreen had pointed to the son of the woman who had originally hired Noreen
It's that
to
guy.
work on the case.
I know.
Hey, I did it. You got me this time, you penis head bitch.
That she
But I'll
put
be
us in a
back.
direction that we've overlooked. The alibi, the grandson looking into him deeper, certain other bits and pieces that she gave us that opened our eyes to something else.
Lieutenant Krolak admits that without Noreen's help, the Cone case may never have been solved.
It's not
She
my
did it,
work.
guys.
It's my life. Anything they want me
I'm
to
not a hero. I'm just doing my best to help people.
do, I'll try. I feel like I'm just sort of a tool. They use other
You got that right. Number 1 tool, guys.
tools. I'm just one of the tools they use to get more information to find the bad guys.
The shooters, Keith Snare and Robert Charles Skinner, were both sentenced to 60 years in prison without the possibility of parole. James
I mean, come on, guys. They were in their 70s. Does it need to be life?
Mariani, who was the Cone's grandson, was sentenced to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
And no Nintendo.
Noreen Rainier continues to work as a psychic detective.
Annoying everybody.
Next on Sightings, alien abductees receive a terrifying message from their captors.
We are apparently a malignancy at a cosmic
This guy, remember
level
this guy got ran over in like this dude got ran over in like England
Perhaps the
or
most
something. Someone ran
controversial-
him over all drunk. Probably Kay's relative.
The subject we investigate on Sightings is alien abduction. More and more seemingly credible people are coming forward, claiming that they've been abducted, probed, and manipulated by aliens. And now there's a new pattern developing. Supposed abductees are returning from their experiences with a cautionary message for us all.
There's a new frightening chapter in the
He said to the psychic he's going to shock the puh.
abduction story. Many abductees are claiming that their
That's an awesome alien suit.
alien captors send them home with apocalyptic predictions about life on Earth. It's a terrifying conclusion to an already horrible ordeal.
I'm on my back on the bed, and she's at the foot of my bed, and she's doing something to me.
Lesbos.
We had this flashback of being on this table, being surrounded by these beings.
I don't know what she was doing. She had some sort of an instrument in her hand.
Little gray guys with big dark eyes, and one of them's putting a needle in my neck.
Until recently, the story would end there. But now abductees are returning with more than horror stories. They feel they are intergalactic messengers who must deliver dire predictions. This new mission intrigues Harvard professor
This douchebag, he got splattered in Europe somewhere in Europe. Someone ran him over.
John Mack. This Pulitzer Prize-winning psychiatrist.
You guys remember this guy? Remember the Tard bunker where the guy's like, I won't bore you with a really long speech right after the guy just gave a really long speech. And the guy's like, hi.
At Cambridge Hospital is now treating people he calls
That asshole.
experiencers. In his new book, Abduction, Mack presents 13 case histories.
I thought this is crazy. I mean, I thought this is not possible. I'd seen many, many cases and worked for 2 years before I said, look, there's a mystery here. I can't explain this. There's something like what they're saying seems to be happening to them. You actually...
He's got places to be first place. Oh, shit.
They always put stuff in people's bungalows. Maybe they should call them an aliens. EEE.
That's like the one spot you don't want to put anything, you know? Like, why do they always put stuff there? Like, you have to... if it's something you need back, you don't want that back. Doesn't make any sense to me, Shaneford.
Seen them in your room at
Gives
in bright sun daylight. What did you see?
Currently working with over 100 patients, Dr. Mack's clinical approach gives abductees a chance to talk openly about their experiences.
I would have experiences that were so real, that were so lucid, they were every bit as real as me talking to you now, and yet I would dismiss them because they were so out of context.
That was right after he drank a Mountain Dew from 1968.
Joe is a successful businessman from Massachusetts who's had abduction memories since early childhood. He kept these experiences to himself until hearing about Dr. Mack's study. His abduction history is outlined in Mack's book. It's a detailed chronicle of otherworldly control and painful medical experimentation.
Stop staring at my wiener!
They put something up my nose.
You just stole that from Total Recall, dude. Get out of here. You ain't fooling me.
And it was very disarming. And yet there's that sense of almost a split self, because there's a part of me that's terrified and doesn't understand, and yet there's this other part of me that they've already explained the procedure to and why.
Over time, Joe's abduction experiences have changed. In an extraterrestrial version of the Stockholm Syndrome, he has less fear and has begun identifying with his...
Would be afraid of that thing. Just punch it in the mouth. You see that stupid fuck? You just pound him right in the fucking eyeball.
Captors.
Once they begin to come to terms with their terror of the trauma,
how come no one tries kicking their ass?
Tends to transform. They feel there's
just karate chop that thing in the side of the throat, dude. You take its whole head off.
Somehow connected with these beings, and they experience the beings themselves as closer to the source, which is a term they use very often, or home.
It was the most profound experience of my life.
Where can I get your book, dude?
But that kind of profound transformation does not happen in every case.
The first being that I ever
Three
saw
Stooges style.
consciously in my entire life.
Oh, they use
sitting
alien
right
magic.
Here.
That ain't alien magic. You could work on me.
Diane, a software test engineer, is also a patient of Dr.
I'm gonna
Mack's.
Hagar that motherfucker right through a trash can.
She's documenting her encounters with these watercolor pictures.
This picture was in the fall of '92. It took place here in the house, and I woke up, started to pivot around, found I couldn't move, and something released, and I said I could move. I scanned the room, just about to give up, and I see a small gray female being.
But he's happy. Look at her. It's a girl. Oh, she's happy.
Sitting there just waiting for me to spot her. And then she, I don't know whether she flew or what, but she sure came across the bed fast, right up to my face. And steered right like this.
Although the experiences don't fit our notions of reality, there's no reason to believe that they're not telling the truth, or that something occurred to them that is real and they're telling it truthfully.
To corroborate these personal beliefs, Dr. Mack
I
searches
did like
for
the
parallels among abduction stories. The most common thread, and ironically the most extraordinary, involves reproductive experiments.
Sperm
And the dress had hearts in it. On it.
It's taken from the men by a cup put over the penis, some kind of vibratory.
Stay away from my penis.
Energy that causes an ejaculation. Eggs taken from the women. Something is done between the egg.
At least the guys get something out of this. Hey, why you at down there, alien? I want you to finish me you.
The sperm, which may be reimplanted in the woman in the subsequent production, then that will be taken, the fetus will be taken from them at a later time. That's their experience.
I flew out the window like a sucking, vacuumed out feeling with all the air pushed out of me. I ended up on a craft.
Hey, this alien just showed up and sucked my and jerked my pecker.
Laying down on a table. And next thing I know, I see a child. One of those ugly...
I love you, Mumsy!
Great things is holding a child up. And I said, no, that didn't come out of me. At the end of that experience, I blacked out and came to standing on this platform. And I was not home anymore. I was somewhere else. I don't know where this was. I felt like I was on a ship.
Hey, this big-eyed motherfucker sucked my cake to completion, bro. Then the glasses clink.
The emotion is so appropriate to a real experience. Dreams don't operate like that. Fantasies,
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna waste a dude's time, at least give him something.
I'm bussing.
You're bussing butt loving him.
The sassy boys are here.
Aliens used to put stuff in my bungalow. My Uncle Skip used to help me investigate. But then the police took Uncle Skip away and the aliens stopped.
I think your uncle's the key to all this. Maybe he was giving off a signal that attracted the alien. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm going to call that psychic lady. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Source isn't like that. It isn't just a traumatic story. It's a complicated, consistent narrative that operates clinically altogether like a real experience.
The complicated, consistent narrative Dr. Mack's patients describe always has a beginning, middle, and most recently, the same exact ending. Before they are returned home, the abductees are warned about an impending apocalypse, unless all people on Earth drastically change their ways.
Oh, here we go. Here's the new world order speech. Our aliens agree 100% with all our shitty fucking scumbag politicians. Here we go. The new world order, one world government speech.
Thinking.
We are told that
that we all must worship Israel. The aliens all tell us that Israel is the greatest country ever and they should rule the whole world.
Experience, the human race, as we have known it, is becoming or soon to be non-viable.
White people are bait.
It can't survive. My own sense of it, and this is like purely speculative, is that we are also being given a choice to change our ways. In other words, we were here to shepherd or steward the earth, or be responsible for a higher consciousness, and what we've become so far from the Creator. So
hey, that's what everybody in power says.
From the source, that we have treated the earth like it was our property. And
who has? I haven't, you motherfucker. You assholes have. Not me. I haven't even done anything.
We are apparently a malignancy at a cosmic level now.
The message is, wake up.
Be excellent to each other and party on, dudes.
Grow up.
Better open those doors, exactly.
The sandbox that you're littering is not your own. That you are not alone. That you don't need to feel the sense of isolation and separation that you have felt.
At least they give you a hand job, you know what I mean?
That you're part of a bigger community.
According to a recent Roper poll, 1 in 50 American adults exhibits
Roper?
at least 4
Mr. Roper or Mrs. Roper?
of the 5 most common symptoms reported by alien abductees. That's a staggering
right? When did we destroy the Earth? We didn't do anything.
Statistic, because it seems to indicate that 2% of our adult population is experiencing something for which no one has a conclusive explanation.
Yeah, drugs. Drugs.
Next, is NASA hiding a startling discovery?
NASA knows more about...
No, because that would actually make NASA interesting. And NASA has never, ever been interesting.
anomalous structures on Mars, possible extraterrestrials that they're not telling us about.
I think people just say NASA is hiding stuff to make NASA interesting.
In 1976, the Viking mission to Mars sent back the first high-resolution photographs ever taken of the Martian surface. And since then, 2 additional missions have attempted to get even closer, but both have failed. In 1990, a Russian Mars probe named Phobos disappeared. And in 1993,
that's basically it, cock launch.
A U.S. probe, the Mars Observer, met a similar fate.
The unmanned Mars Observer carried some of the most sophisticated equipment ever sent into space. The Observer's mission was to conduct a comprehensive photographic
Let's just wrap it in furl.
survey of Earth's nearest planetary neighbor, Mars. But while on approach to the Martian surface, the Observer failed. Curiously, one area the probe was supposed to be photographing at the
7 astronauts. I never heard that one before.
time was a controversial region called
Yeah, those
Sidonia.
fake NASA videos.
Pictures taken.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all just fucking NASA is just a money sink for other projects, you know, because NASA never has to show proof for anything.
In 1976,
I'm not saying everything they do is fake, but they do some fake fucking shit.
To show artificial structures in this area.
Just to
when
siphon
the
some more
observers
money.
seemed to be moving in for a closer look, NASA said technical malfunction. No more pictures.
It's quite possible that NASA knows more about anomalous structures on Mars, possible extraterrestrials, even structures on our moon that they're not telling us about.
There is sufficient evidence to indicate that some of the objects on Mars may possibly be artificial.
NASA's position is that nothing has been constructed on the surface of Mars. The
Look,
face
it's
and
Mars,
pyramids
guys. That's the video they sent.
Here
from
in the
Mars.
1976 pictures are just tricks of light and shadow. But these computer-enhanced 3D images seem to disprove NASA's claims. They show that the face on Mars is clearly visible, no matter where it is in relation to the sun.
Yeah, or like where they like show like all these galaxies that are different colors. It's like that's not how it comes off the camera. They add the colors. They add the fucking colors with Photoshop. Well, if we didn't do that, the picture would be black and white. Yeah, but at least it'd be honest, you fuck.
I was quite interested with the first photos and release of the face on Mars.
People that'll for shit that'll never benefit normal people.
But particularly, I thought it was interesting the pyramidal structures. So some of these.
So I was like, what was that conspiracy guy? I think it was Jordan Maxwell. I mean, that guy was mostly full of shit, but he said something funny like, everyone's celebrating NASA going here, going there, and blah blah blah. And he's like, why do you care? You're not going anywhere. You think if they're ever going anywhere, they're taking you? Well, yeah, but what are you celebrating for, idiot? You're not going anywhere.
Pyramids appear to have even a central stairway running up and down them. The more we look at these structures, the more we can see that there's something amazing here.
Some researchers believe that NASA is withholding
Guys, gotta get more careful. Be right
photos and
back.
data taken in the Cydonia region. They suggest NASA created the observer malfunction story to hide what could be the greatest archaeological discovery of all time.
If some people want to go far beyond the edge of what's accepted in terms of imagery, see patterns on the rocks of Mars or on the moon or in the rings of Saturn, my view to that is mazel tov. Go ahead, do it. Try it out. Make your proposals.
Stan McDaniel is a retired professor who has conducted an in-depth study of the Mars structures. He is intrigued by the seemingly deliberate placement of the face in relation to the pyramids.
These objects, if you measure carefully from the tops of the 5 that surround this city square point, you find an almost perfectly symmetrical pentagon.
If NASA does have new information about these reportedly artificial structures on Mars, why are they hiding it from the public? An advisory report from the Brookings Institution, a Washington, D.C. based think tank, may hold the answer.
There is a section on what might occur if
I'm
evidence
an
of
asshole without
extraterrestrial
my
existence
streaming
was found
curfew.
on other planets.
Do I have to go back? All right, how far back am I going? Where am I going to?
Artificial structures on Mars. Why have new...
You find an almost perfectly symmetrical pentagon.
If NASA does have new information about these reportedly artificial structures on Mars, why are they hiding it from the public? An advisory report from the Brookings Institution,
That's a pretty cool CRT, though.
A Washington, D.C. based think tank, may hold the answer.
There is a section on what might occur if evidence of extraterrestrial existence was found on other planets. They said that NASA or the government might want to consider keeping the information from the public. The reason being that it could cause widespread social unrest and possible deterioration of government control.
The official NASA position is that there is no cover-up. They insist Mars observers
I had to
suffered
take a look at Sassy Boy Vision on another TV for a second, and I gotta say, I like the Sassy Boy Vision. It looks good.
Catastrophic electrical failure, rendering it inoperable.
Oh, shit.
It did not lose transmission. They turned it off.
That's actually Hitler.
And they turned it off after the instructions for going into orbit had been uploaded to the
Well, you need a
spacecraft.
Hitler stash.
It was possible then that the spacecraft would go ahead, follow out those instructions, and go into orbit.
Before we start saying how these rocket scientists messed up, and they did mess up, we have to keep realizing just how tough these projects are. That We're doing things out there in space every time we do it that no one even thought was possible a few years or decades ago. These are really incredibly tough missions to accomplish.
The debate may end in 1996, when NASA plans on launching a new Mars probe. This may be the second chance
NASA's one of those
ufologists are
places
hoping
that
will
never has to
prove the
show
existence
anything.
of an ancient civilization on Mars.
Like how long are we going to do this space station nonsense, right? Like, we got it, space stations.
Mars.
Boom.
One researcher
Sassy boys are here.
Strange structures.
This new sassy boy vision is Stefan Urkel's move.
That's right. We are, in fact, Stefan Urkel's move.
On the surface of the moon. This photograph of the lunar surface shows two geometric shapes. The circle could be
Sorry,
a
you guys are too cool for 1080. I can't come in here doing 1080.
But the triangle seems unlike any
Can't
other
do it.
naturally occurring formations that we know on the moon.
Oh, shit.
If you've had a paranormal experience, call the Sightings hotline
65 cents per minute.
at 1-900-933-SIGHT.
They keep you on hold for 20 minutes.
That's 1-900-933-7444. Each call 65 cents a minute. Average call lasts 3 minutes. Sightings is also online. Our email address is sightings@aol.com.
Sure, dude, help yourself. There's some beer over
On
there,
the
too.
next edition of Sightings, scientists close in on...
But be careful, one of them is full of pills. There's a couple that are full of beer, and a couple that are full of pills.
It's a very tough task to find one of these things. I think we're the people who are going to find one.
Which one is it?
A paralyzed boy prays for death.
He's definitely
surprised.
That guy was possessed.
And is saved by the light.
I came back and I was a different man.
Then, alien abduction. Could you be next?
I know something has happened to me, but I was in extreme denial.
Until next time, remember,
Oh, no, more
no
alien
mystery
crap.
is closed to an open mind.
Give me some ghosts, dude. Let's mix
For
it up.
Sightings, I'm Tim White.
Yeah, right? It's a lot of money. Henry Winkler does it again, guys.
Next on Sci-Fi, The Sentinel.
I go out and kick the crap out of bad guys, killers, freaks, and
You're getting
and I never see it coming.
Our racket is handling cases other agencies can't. Or won't. Or don't.
But you cut the 3 days of the Condor crap.
The government's ultimate concealed weapon, the Invisible Man.
And when I woke up, I wore a relax on my. I was wearing a relax on my YouTuber T-shirt.
Series tonight at 8 Eastern and
Oh, I
Pacific
gotta
on
see that.
Sci-Fi.
Yeah, the ads are actually more interesting than this show. I ain't going to Mars. I mean, if it works to get them out of here, it's good. But I ain't going. What's the next one? The next awesome episode.
On this edition of Sightings, is Barry Pomeroy Castle the most haunted place in England?
You could see directly through her. It sounded like this.
An exclusive sighting.
See directly through her. It sounded like this.
Hey, hey there, you fella. I dropped my pencil. You mind picking that up?
An exclusive sightings investigation. Then, can the moon drive us mad?
O.J. Simpson happened 3 days after the new moon. The Bobbitt incident happened 3 days after the new moon. Both at night, both using a knife.
Also, practitioners give us a rare look inside the world of Santeria and Palo.
Finally, some ghosts.
With this elemental force is very dangerous.
Plus, is this the true face of aliens or a vision shaped by
Oh
Hollywood?
man, they remind me. There's so many sound clips I gotta get from last stream. I totally forgot
It's
about.
very possible that these beings are able to control how we perceive them.
Later, these people have a special psychic connection that leads them to water.
I don't know of many well drillers nowadays that don't use a witcher.
And what would you do if you encountered a ghost?
Be ready to get
Shit my
evidence.
pants.
You know, get tangible evidence of your haunting.
I like the ghost stuff better. I gotta admit, I like the ghost stuff better than the alien stuff. That's you. Whoa!
Welcome to
What are we wearing
Sightings.
this
I'm
week,
Tim
Tim?
White. With Halloween Fest approaching, there
Look
are
at that tie, man. Where does he get these cool ties?
ghosts and goblins in the air. Well, at least the papier-mâché variety. But in England, there's one ancient site where spirits and apparitions from the past seem to hang around all year long. It's Barry Pomeroy Castle, and it's earned the title of Great Britain's most haunted landmark.
The whole thing really about this place is amazing. The ghosts that occur here.
We had a strange feeling there was something wrong. It just started getting pretty weird.
It's always been very still, as though you're waiting for something to happen.
You learn to control your imagination.
Oh, would you just go to places waiting for stuff to happen?
Because at Barry Pomeroy, if you let your imagination run away with you, you could be a raving lunatic.
In its heyday,
you'll be fine. Don't listen to these idiots. Go visit the castle. You'll be fine. These people are drunkards.
Barry Pomeroy Castle hosted princes, kings, and crusaders. And since 1688,
oh, you live there?
No one has wanted to live within these walls. Visitors say there's something evil inside.
It sounded like this.
I didn't see a Super Nintendo in there.
It sounded like this.
I don't know what to do. Someone set me up. Wait. I don't know. I already did one. I can't do that. I can't do it again. I can't make the same joke twice.
Ghostly shrieks are heard. Ghoulish apparitions are
heartburn?
seen. And photographs have captured
I
the
got
dark
heartburn right now and I'm drinking coffee.
Side of the castle. The crumbling walls of this once great fortress are perched above the desolate moors that blanket southern England. It is a land of ancient superstitions, defiled tombs, and long abandoned graveyards.
I mean, it's clearly not abandoned. It's a castle. It's a tourist attraction.
Brooding and evil. The evil is there in the atmosphere.
It's just a castle.
But is it only atmosphere? Sightings has teamed up with Tony Cornell, Great Britain's premier paranormal investigator, for the first in-depth study ever conducted at Barry Pomeroy Castle.
In my view, it's one of the most interesting cases I think I've come across. Basically because so many people have seen things and felt things. You don't get that in all hauntings. You can waste a lot of time, but there's enough evidence that I've heard that we've got...
This is just like the tour. Man, that dude is a cool suit. Man, so many well-dressed people on this show.
Waste a lot of time, but there's enough evidence that I've heard that we've...
That cool dude. That dude's awesome.
Got to examine this.
Cornell's first step
That's a
was
sassy
to
boy
gather
if I've ever seen
historical
one.
and anecdotal data. He sought out historian Derek Seymour, who has studied the ghostly presences here for more than 70 years.
Every day I thought of this castle. If it was a lovely sunny day, I used to think, I wonder what it's looking like at the castle today. If there was a thunderstorm and the wind was howling, I used to think, oh, I wouldn't like to be at the castle today.
Brundlefly.
Oh, no. The best-known ghost here is the White Lady. And the White Lady is, of course, the unfortunate Lady Margaret, who is seen to walk at the top of the stairs in that tower.
Come on, you're like 90 years old. How long are you going to peddle this horse shit? You know what? Do you want a whole life just ruined with years and years of horse shit?
In the dungeon, she is really quite frequently seen.
Folklore tells of two sisters in love with the same man. Lady Margaret, the younger and more beautiful of the two, was imprisoned in the castle's dungeon by her
fighting over RT.
Sister. There, she starved to death. Modern-day visitor Anne Benny recalls her encounter with the White Lady.
When we first went down the stairs into the chamber, it was dark. It was damp.
Why you going ahead?
It wasn't a nice place to be. But then...
That's because demons don't have souls.
Evil
No,
presence.
Reginald,
You could
that's not
sense
true.
it was evil. I
Stop
don't know
that.
how to describe it any other way, really. And then I heard the footsteps, very quick, very light. And
I had corrected Reginald.
the closer she got, the more panic-stricken I felt. I just wanted to get out of the place and not come back.
Tony Cornell walked the castle grounds with Jack Hazard, the former master stonemason of Barry Pomeroy. It was while working here in 1986 that Hazard captured what many consider the most authentic photographic evidence of a ghostly presence here.
It started to rain.
Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, right. Looks like Mr. Miyagi. What the hell?
And the wind started to blow. And I thought there was something happening unusual. So I got the disc camera out and
Dude, you want to hear something funny? You gotta listen to the Karate Kid commentary track. Pat Marie is definitely a kid toucher, dude. He is weird.
5 or 6
Listen to the commentary track in Karate Kid.
And on 5 of the prints,
you get the worst kid toucher vibes.
Came out. Whatever they were, I've no idea, but it was a most unusual Sunday morning.
British bird.
Sightings also heard stories of a haunting blue lady. She is thought to be the spirit of a 14th century Pomeroy who was raped by her father and then bore his child. Legend has it that she murdered the child in a fit of shame and rage.
And this unfortunate child was strangled by the mother who did not want it. Now, she's quite frequently seen. She's very evil, and people don't like the sight of her at all.
Visitors Simon Day and Tim King believe the apparition they saw...
You can just tell Ralph Macchio is totally creeped out by Pat Morita the whole movie. He's like, yeah.
The trip to the castle was the Blue Lady.
What we saw was a figure of an elderly woman. She had a blue dress on, but you could see directly through her.
I don't know. He keeps commenting about how young Ralphie was. Oh, you're so young. it's like, oh.
And she was just staring at us.
But it's not like just old dude talk, you know what I mean? It wasn't just old dude talk. There was more than that.
And this noise started.
When you look in the direction where it actually happened, you can't see a thing. There was nothing there.
It's bit.
It screeched and stopped, and within a second, it was in the bush next to us.
There was this really amazing screech.
It scared the hell out of us.
And
I was right
scared,
I
was.
was.
Power far stronger than themselves, and became absolutely terrified.
Oh shit, me britches, me knickers.
Terror also enveloped psychic investigator Bob Dolby, and it would not go away.
I was conducting an investigation, expecting nothing at all. I was about to leave, when just by the rampart walls and the stairs leading down, I saw this huge black cloud. And to me, it's
that dude's awesome. I do like to believe I'm a vampire from the movie Lost Boys.
Probably the hugest and
blackest,
deepest thing I'd ever
it's dangerous.
seen.
Dolby claims the black
take you
cloud,
on a night in the
what
town
he
with
terms the
Roger.
evil entity, trailed him through the castle, then followed him back to his house nearby. That same night, he tried
Well,
to
the best commentaries are the ones with Carpenter and Kurt Russell.
use a Ouija board
Those
to
are the
make
best
contact
ones.
with the terrifying presence.
Is there anybody there? Aye. Yes. The glass moved erratic.
Which movie was it where John Carpenter just kept making fun of Kurt Russell about Captain Ron? It was one of those movies. Was it Escape from New York? I think it was Escape from New
Which
York.
was very unusual at the time. And then she made herself known. She popped up.
Where's some proof,
Isabel.
guys?
She struck us as a very evil little girl.
Through the Ouija board, they met a little girl named Isabel, who revealed that she was the bastard child of a disinherited Pomeroy from the 17th century. The Dolbys believe she spoke through the board and then actually appeared hours later in the Dolby bedroom.
I actually went to bed early and left the group downstairs experimenting with the Ouija board, and actually had the experience of somebody sitting on the back of my legs while I was lying on the bed, thinking it was Bob messing about. I told him to get off, turned around, and it was actually a little girl with just a manic grin on her face.
Well, they both came to see me the next...
Come on. I think you're being too optimistic with neck muscles. Just try tongue muscles.
afternoon. They were so terrified. And I can tell you that they were frozen with shock.
There are hundreds of stories like these, all pointing to a bizarre force that permeates these ancient limestone walls.
They're all good, though. All the Kurt Russell and John Carpenter commentaries are good.
For Tony Cornell, these subjective accounts demand an objective investigation.
Oh, I know what it was. It was the commentary to Big Trouble in Little China. That was the one where I kept making fun of him for Captain Ron.
To me, this is probably, I go farther and say it is, the most haunted castle in England. I'm glad you brought me here. You're opening my eyes, and I think that I should go back and suggest that we get in touch with
no proof, huh,
British
guys?
Heritage, and that we do a serious investigation over a period of time.
There is something pretty potent here. There's a very evil force, and if ever you encounter it on going to Berry Pomeroy, get out quick.
Shut up, dude. This had to have been done by the tourist board or something to sell like haunting tours. You know what I mean? Not 1 ounce of proof. Calm down. You better get out of here quick, Roy.
Based on the preliminary findings
Oh,
of
you shit your knickers.
Investigation, Tony Cornell believes that Berry Pomeroy Castle deserves a full-scale, long-term study. The problem is access. British Heritage, the trustees of Berry Pomeroy Castle, are not believers and so far have denied all requests for an intensive investigation.
Coming up next, are they eyewitnesses to an historic phenomenon, or have their memories been shaped by Hollywood?
We just have to trust our hearts and kind of sift through all this and find out who's telling the truth.
Not you, dude. Not that guy.
If creatures from an alien civilization are here on Earth, what do they look like? How did they get here?
They look like copes.
Questions are now being answered by two distinct groups. First, the artists and writers
baby copes
who create the pop culture version of our cosmic cousins, and the people who believe that they have actual first-hand knowledge, the eyewitnesses and abductees. Well, strangely, both groups have similar visions. So who's influencing whom?
The thing you'll never forget when you look into the face of these things is the eyes.
Very large, intimidating black eyes.
Very small opening for a mouth, no ears.
Tremendous head, very thin body, long arms.
They're called Greys. Abductees insist these are the real aliens, and that they're a far cry from what Hollywood depicts. And for the most part, they're right.
See, that's way cooler. No, these fucking aliens suck. These aliens are cooler.
Created by generations.
Look at that guy.
Of sci-fi writers and
look at that dude.
Illustrators.
Oh, we get this boring
far
shit.
More fantastic
I want Snakehead Lady.
Slender feature.
Look at this. This is what we get.
Humanoids reported by abductees.
Boring, stupid. They're even gray, dude. They're not even a cool color. They're fucking gray.
It is
boring,
this
most
dark-eyed
lamest
face
design ever.
Has come to dominate the public's conception of
I mean, at
what
least make them like bright yellow or something with green eyeballs. make them pop. This gray shit sucks. Soy aliens, it's true.
Extraterrestrial looks like.
The more people know about what
boring alien ever
look like, the more they're likely to describe an alien as looking like that preconceived idea. It's a self-feeding kind of
All you have to do is change the colors up and it'd be better.
In 10 years.
And give them flippers. They need flippers. Change colors and flippers.
There won't be any kind of
alien
alien
they're just
except
lame.
the gray.
Are supposed
Make them sassy.
Eyewitnesses seeing the true face of aliens? Or is their vision influenced by popular culture?
I think it's both. I think it's definitely both.
This is
and that we just have to trust our hearts and kind of sift through all this and find out who's telling the truth and who isn't.
The rise of this alien archetype coincides with the increasing number of supposed
look, they even tried to fancy that alien up and it's still lame.
Abductees. But is there evidence that depictions...
Well, what if we just make an alien that looks like a good-looking naked girl with bigger eyes? I mean, all right, we're getting somewhere, but let's get wacky. Why can't they have like a head popping out of the back of, or a hand popping out of the back of their head? Or eyeball fingers.
The abduction
something.
Phenomenon.
This
the
sucks.
Greys.
Wait, what's going on there?
Evidence that depictions
All
of Greys
these aliens
predate.
staring at this dude's nuts. look at those nuts. Those are some awesome nuts.
The abduction.
We're all checking out that dude's nuts.
Phenomenon.
The Greys, I think, are not a modern idea.
2 racks? See, now we're getting somewhere. See, that's good. We're getting somewhere.
And historian Ron Miller has traced the depiction of Greys in popular culture.
Well, this alien had 3 butt cheeks.
He's unearthed suggestive artwork from the 19th century.
It comes from fairy tales, science fiction.
Look at those aliens.
Film, a lot of
Look at that fucking thing.
Sources.
This is shit's cool.
Decades, even a century or more. One of the earliest sort of realistic depictions of an alien I have from a book that was published in 1884, which shows the mummified body of a Martian. And in fact, it bears a startling resemblance to the
I
modern.
wouldn't say startling, dude. They're just tall and skinny.
Picture of an alien.
But those early drawings are just a needle in the
Look at those guys.
science fiction haystack. Thousands of creatures, from the sublime to the utterly ridiculous, have been created by artists who...
All right, cool. Dome heads?
Of creatures, from the sublime
I like
to
the
the
dome
utterly
head.
ridiculous, have been created by artists.
That is cool. The Mr. Freeze dome head. I like that.
To use a little science and a lot of imagination. Science fiction reached a creative peak in the 1950s.
See, that's pretty boring. That's a boring alien.
But an atmosphere of anything goes produced hundreds of outlandish movies that seemed laughable.
Wow!
But that all changed in 1964.
It's not laughable, it's cool.
When a New Hampshire couple, Betty and Barney Hill, were the first...
It was even true back then. That bitch is like 30 years older than that dude.
To claim publicly that they had been abducted by aliens.
This is a composite of what they look like.
It was really just the sheriff driving them to the border of the county. Of the town or whatever they're in. And I don't let me see you come back in here. That's when they were abducted by the cops taking them to the border.
Larger eyes, smaller nose, no lips, no protruding part of the ear, no hair, and a gray tone to the skin.
Ufologists embrace the Hill case as a significant turning point, but author James Oberg believes it was TV, not a real ET, that influenced the Hills.
A lot of Betty's memories are directly traceable back to a movie called Invaders from Mars.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Many of the imageries from that film appear in almost recognizable form in Betty's story.
But dude, do you know what you're saying though? You're saying this lady's full of shit. You understand that, right? You're saying she just stole her stupid story from a bad movie.
In the account, there was kidnapping being taken on board a flying saucer. There were needles being inserted into people's brains or other parts of their bodies.
Barney Hill's recollections of the abduction differed from Betty's in one significant detail. Barney claimed the aliens had huge eyes, the same kind of eyes depicted in this episode of The Outer Limits.
The unique feature here is these wraparound eyes, the eyeballs that move off to the forehead, off to the side of the head. It was very original, and yet less than 2 weeks after this face first appeared on television, Barney Hill, under hypnosis, suddenly remembered.
Is he saying what I think does he know what he's saying? He's basically calling these people full of shit.
Or is his aliens had eyes like that, had eyes that wrapped around. Was it cause and effect? Did he see the show?
Yes.
Was his memory polluted?
Of course he did.
You
moron.
Hollywood version? Can't prove it. But the sequence is highly suggestive.
Man, they had great big whoppers of things they done, dude.
It's possible that these beings are able to control how we perceive them and perceive the experience that we're sharing with them. That they're very much able to manipulate it.
Artist Steve Neal also believes that he's been abducted and that his art is drawn from first-hand experience.
Oh wait, but who was the guy who played the main one who looked like Will Smith? He wasn't a black guy. He was somebody famous. Because I remember, he played that dude. Was it the guy who did? Was it the guy who played Jaws? No, was it him? I don't know. Somebody famous played that deserved man.
It's difficult to say why the gray look, the black-eyed, bubble-headed look has become so dominant.
Because all the stupid alien fucking fake lying douchebags all got together and got their story straight, dude. That's why. To sell books and to trick roofs.
For any other reason that these are the beings that are visiting here.
The one event that catapulted the cult of the Greys into mass acceptance can be summed up in 2 words: Steven Spielberg. His landmark 1977 blockbuster, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I think it was Jaws, but I could be wrong. But, he was really young.
Has been seen by more than 100 million Americans.
Oh, close.
I could never sit through that movie. I always got bored halfway through. I'm like, this sucks. I always get to where the toys start going crazy or whatever. I'm like, man, I can't watch this anymore. It's boring.
Encounters, for good or evil, had an enormous effect on what people expected aliens to look like. And if anything really focused all these disparate threads into one sort of standard alien, it was Close Encounters. Spielberg himself was picking up all these loose threads and the descriptions he based them on that Hynek provided him with. Of course.
That's just scary. That's scary. Have you heard the news? It's Gary's food reviews. Wait a second. Gary, stop it. Gary. You stop it, you little shit. Gary, you stop smiling. Gary. Be good, Gary.
Of course, based on, once again, a long tradition of ideas and images. We would still be having maybe more variety in aliens now if it hadn't been for that movie.
Joe Alves was the production designer for Close Encounters. His original drawings were based on the early abductee accounts collected by Professor J. Allen Hynek.
I think what was unique about Close Encounters is it was science fiction, and yet in a sense it wasn't, because we weren't manufacturing something that was convenient. We took these things from
50
all
space
the
aliens way cooler
encounters
than this shit.
that we could record and sort of put it
Like
in,
you guys,
to the funnel.
like you guys said, it was that it's that weird thing that Aleister Crowley drew.
Came out.
They just stole that because they all love that guy.
An alien that does not look like a human being is quite likely to scare the bejesus out of us.
She's shitting her pants.
There has been a very definite evolution from the bug-eyed monster.
That is fucking awesome, dude. Look at the creativity in that. he's got eyeballs hooked to slinkies.
Of the 30s.
It's cool as fuck.
Gradually, you came into
look at those big-headed motherfuckers.
Monstrous-looking aliens, but still
Space Crows. Space Crows. Look how creative the Space Crows are.
aliens. And I think the biggest shock was around the late 50s when we began to get these...
Look, now we're boring. Now we're boring now.
Reports of direct alien contacts.
Kelly Freas, known as the dean of science fiction illustrators, is disturbed by today's dominance of the Greys. In a career spanning more than 5 decades, Freas has
brains in jars and shit.
Created a rich palette of creatures he believes may be out there somewhere.
I hate to think that the universe is so dull that that's the best it can come up with. Are we supposed to assume?
We're getting boring, but I wouldn't say that's boring
only
yet.
One race managed to accomplish space flight and come to the Earth?
Look at that motherfucker. That's cool. Space lizard or something.
Or are there more races out?
I mean, well,
there. If so, what do the other races look like?
Look at a robot.
Admittedly, there are similarities between abductee accounts and old television shows. But considering the vast number of creatures created in this century, perhaps the similarities are coincidence.
Those aliens aren't cool.
Not deliberate deception.
Better than the ones we got
Science
now,
fiction
though.
tries to create believable...
That is fucking awesome. Look, he's smart because he's got a big, giant fucking brain. His brain is so big, they're like, fuck that skull bullshit. We'll just slap that brain right on top of the dome.
Characters, and abductees believe that in a few instances, they've gotten it right.
Abductees believe that they have seen the face of an alien civilization, and this is it.
Yeah, and it sucks. Hello, I'm Jarvis McAlien. Do I not bleed red? Brought to you in Sassy Boy Vision, guys. Where do I put it? Right there. There. He looks great.
But Dr. Alvin Lawson, who has studied the abduction phenomenon for more than 10 years, suggests another possibility. Perhaps abductees
Those were his testicles on his head?
actually remembering their own birth experiences. With a surgical mask covering the nose and the mouth and bright operating room lights behind, could a human face look like this to a newborn?
Next on Sightings.
What? Shut up, Tim. Tim's like, I gotta read this shit. These psyops are getting worse and worse.
Experts offer a guide to a ghostly encounter.
First thing that they'll say is, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I don't think you're crazy. I've heard it all before.
During this week leading up to All Hallows Eve, Halloween, legend has it that the spirits of the dead are allowed to roam freely on the earth.
And what the hell was E.T.? E.T. is probably the lamest alien. What the fuck even is that thing? The stupidest looking alien.
What would you do if you were suddenly confronted by what seemed to be a ghost?
Fling feces.
We're often asked by viewers how to document a haunting. So we went to our experts on this most haunted of holidays. And here's what they advise.
She liked me. Oh wait, the worst alien is probably Mac and Me. Remember that? Wasn't that the movie Mac and Me? I think that was the
What they'll
worst
say
one.
is, you're going to think I'm crazy, but this is going on. And I tell them, no, I don't think you're crazy. I've heard it all before.
Al Rober is a psychical researcher with over 25 years
There's
of...
only one Spielberg movie I liked, and that was what was the one? The Duel? Was that what it was? Where the big truck's chasing the guy all over the place? Was that the one? That's the only movie of his that I actually liked.
Experience investigating the paranormal. Rober's studies of haunting phenomena have taken him around the world in pursuit of hard evidence. Rober's interest in ghosts and spirits stems from his personal belief that every living being contains energy.
Yeah, that was a good movie with that big fucking dirty ass truck
that does not die when the physical body dies.
Every one of us is made up of energy. Now, when we die, what happens? Do we go into a box 6 feet in the ground and that energy stays there? I don't think so. The energy has to go someplace, okay? I think in cases of hauntings, somehow this energy stays behind.
After years of investigation, Rober has developed a checklist for anyone who believes they have seen or felt a ghost.
The ghost that the most important thing to supporting is real.
First thing to do is to start keeping a log. Put down what happened. The length
Keep
of time
a log,
that it
guys.
happened. Put down who was there in the room at the time of the experience. If there's 4 people present, did all 4 people experience it? If the activity seems to happen more often around
Well, that
one
never happens where 4 people see a ghost at the same time.
certain individual, that should be noted. Or in certain areas of the house, the person should draw up a floor plan of the house and mark each area where activity is taking place and what activity took place there. Have a camera ready, preferably a Polaroid camera, or a tape recorder ready.
Hey, ghost, can you stay there real quick while I take a picture of you for my friends and family? Oh, sure.
Ready to get evidence, get tangible evidence of your haunting.
In addition to recording every aspect of your experience, Rober suggests doing some outside research. Find out everything you can about the history of your house, the land it sits on, and other ghost phenomena that have been reported nearby. If the haunting continues and is frightening to you, Rober suggests contacting a psychic.
There are those psychics that claim that they can actually absorb the spirit into their own person and then release it at a later time through meditation.
Although psychics can help, Rober believes that the best way to deal with a haunting is to embrace it as a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Let me give you a hug, Ghosty. Ghosty boy. Where you going, Ghost? Why are you leaving? Give me a hug, Ghost.
I would tell them to attempt to learn to coexist with it.
Oh, haunting shit. That's a good idea.
If they can coexist with it, if they can somehow reduce their own tensions, then I think what they'll find is the activity will decrease.
Sit on my lap, Ghost.
One more important
They're all
step
dead and shit, first place. That's weird.
is to look for any natural occurrences that could explain away the haunting, in particular, the site's proximity to high-tension wires. The physical effects of EMFs, electromagnetic fields, are hotly debated, but it does seem to have an influence in
Well,
many
the high tension wires didn't bring the ghost, but it sure did bring the brain cancer.
haunting cases.
When Sightings continues.
We don't go and put a gun to your head. We take your name, we put it in the pot, and then you will drop dead somewhere in the street.
Don't put my name in a pot, dude.
Santeria and Palo.
What'd I do to you?
Deadly effects of the moon and the Water Witch's gift.
The day after the invasion of Panama in 1989, U.S. forces discovered a strange house in the Panamanian jungle owned by then-General Manuel Noriega. Inside, rooms had been turned into occult shrines. There were remains from animal sacrifices, jars filled with blood, bone, and herbs.
You saying putting a name in a pot would fucking kill them that day, all right? Well, let's prove it then, motherfucker. Put Dinty Canman's name in that pot. I can't, don't do that to Dinty Canman. Please don't.
Cryptic curses defaming Noriega's enemies,
I was just kidding.
including then-President George Bush. It was
all right. Put my name in the pot. Joshua Fay Saunders.
Rare glimpse at the international power of a little-known and much misunderstood religion called Santeria.
Oh.
What started as a small sect of wildly devout worshippers in one African tribe has spread significantly across the Atlantic to Cuba, then Miami, and now the power of Santeria is felt from New York to Los Angeles, from Caracas to Tierra del Fuego. Fostered by slave trading in the last century and exposure to Catholicism in this century.
The religion was originally practiced.
It's a key in the African dream.
Practiced by the Yoruba in what is today southwestern Nigeria, mainly. When the Yoruba came to Cuba as slaves, they had to make certain adaptations to the environment, and the resulting religion is Santeria.
But when East met West, some Santeros split from the largely benign practices of Santerio to form Palo, a religion that turned spirits into demons and corpses into objects of worship.
We have to have an actual spirit that will do our bidding. So there are ceremonies where they go into the cemetery and they disinter a body.
Well, that's not cool. Why would you do that? The hell's wrong with you?
They ask if they can use that spirit of that corpse. And if the spirit of that corpse says yes, that it will do what the palero asks, then yes, we take different pieces of bone from it, whether it's the skull, fingertip bones, or shin bones, and we incorporate those into the pot.
The dark rituals of Palo are often confused with Santeria because to satisfy the spirits, both religions practice animal sacrifice.
That was clearly a dude.
We don't kill cats.
Jackie, you need some new hobbies and a new haircut.
And dogs. Okay, no pets. We use goats, we use lambs and chickens.
Oh, it's almost as bad.
And we do eat these animals. We don't torture the animal. The person who does the animal sacrifice is trained so that the animal is killed instantly.
Santeria and Palo also share a belief in the power of spirit possession.
And fucking sweet dance moves, apparently.
Spirits,
come on!
Orishas, are summoned through music and prayer and are believed
to enter the bodies
of the worshippers.
They shave your head, they cut a small cut in your scalp, and implant actually the essence of the Orisha, the power of the Orisha inside your head.
Man, these guys like to party down.
Become known as Iyawo. Iyawo means the wife of the Orisha. Even if you're a male, you're still the wife of the Orisha.
Once you go into the room of the initiation, you feel the vibes, you feel the energies. That's something different.
During these initiation ceremonies, believers enter an altered state where their mind and body
What a party.
are given over to the Orisha. Santeros
I was gonna go back and mute the audio and put "Oh no, it smells" on, but I didn't feel like doing the work.
believe that in this altered state, miracles
I didn't feel
can
like
happen.
doing it.
Jackie Rodriguez, a Cuban-American baptized in the Catholic Church, was initiated into Santeria at 22. She was looking for hope and healing after a series of difficult miscarriages.
The doctor said that I should stop trying to have babies because it was going to be worse for me or I was going to cause some kind of complication.
Jackie believes it was the power of her Orisha that helped her sustain a new life within her.
Well, when I went to the doctor, I
And
was
gave her a style and new haircut.
scared. When he said I was pregnant, I said, oh no, you know, because I was already scared of losing them. And he said, well, this one looks like it's pretty good and it looks okay. You're
Just some guy on the sidewalk
He
who
looks
wanted to
well.
get down.
And I was shocked. The doctor was shocked as well.
Jackie's son is now 8 years old and a Santeria initiate. Jackie herself has become a priestess and is dedicated to helping others use Santeria for good.
Anybody can be initiated. The religion has people from all kinds.
Why they all like Mexican? It's just, I don't know, weird kind of South American, whatever the fuck. What I thought this was like a black religion or something.
Kind of social background. It is a family religion.
It's like all like
With more
Mexican
than 5 million members in the U.S., Santeria tries to distance itself from Palo, where the power of the Orishas is used for evil. The same rituals that create life for Santeros are used to curse and even kill through Palo.
We don't go and put a gun to your head. What we do is we take your name, we put it in the pot, and we do our ceremonies. And then you will drop dead somewhere in the street.
Well,
but
why
I
would you
want
do
to stress
that?
to you that the majority of the paleros do not do evil. Usually, most of the spells they do is to cure and heal people. The only time you actually see them doing evil is in self-defense when somebody else is trying to hurt them.
I have no idea. I just thought it was like a black people. Like, I thought it was like a voodoo thing.
Is the Nganga, an iron cauldron
hey man, where's the Gunga?
Filled with ritual items like herbs, nails, and
Gunga,
sometimes human
Bunga.
remains. This ceremonial soup is thought to attract the
Ceremonial
Orishas.
soup.
who are thought
It
to
is time
spring
for
from
the
Nganga.
ceremonial soup and salad.
When you're dealing with this elemental force, it's very dangerous. If you don't know what you're doing, you can
I will
hurt
take
yourself.
the ceremonial salad instead.
So,
It is
you
voodoo.
see.
Well, I don't
So
fucking
when
know.
I go and do a spell on somebody, I go in front of my pot.
Dude, I don't know shit about cartoon religions, okay?
And I ask my pot, am I justified in doing this spell for this person? If the pot tells me no, no matter how much money, no matter how much they try to persuade me, I will not do it.
Ngangas have led to the popular but erroneous belief that
sandwich.
human sacrifices are part of Santeria and
the ceremonial tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwich. Hey, look, I'm already there. If there's ceremonial tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches, I'm there.
Palo.
Ceremonial
Paleros
beefaroni?
insist the innocent have nothing to fear
I'm
from
there.
their practices. Jim Dibble was the U.S. Army's leading occult expert when he came face to face with the dark side of Palo during a raid on the so-called witch house of Manuel Noriega.
Oh, shit.
Upon entering this house located on Fort Amador, it became apparent to me that, in fact, what we were looking at was not drugs, but what it was were
Who
manifestations.
was Noriega again? I have no idea who Noriega was. Who was he?
A more deviant
I'm
practicing
sorry.
of Santeria.
The house was devoted to Palo and black magic. Among the items, a split cow's tongue, nailed
hell?
shut and buried in rice. Inside, the names of Noriega's enemies.
When I first was able to discover that these items
Well, what I'm
were
saying
linked
is, like, you got to take this with a grain of salt, because they'll just take out their political enemies and just plant a bunch of weird shit, you know, to make the guy look fucking crazy.
directly to Noriega, I was astounded. Not only because a world leader was bound
Yeah, see, you got to really take this with a grain of
by
salt.
these beliefs, guided by these beliefs. But this is the
Noriega's
first time I've been able to
reviews.
see these types of examples, these manifestations.
It's like, you know, like Hitler visited the Martians. He had one testicle. He was a meth head. He was gay. You know, like they just make up all this shit.
In reality,
Hundreds of politicians and world leaders were named in curses called workings.
I encountered a number
Panama leader of Panama. Okay.
of workings.
So
that
basically, I don't believe any of this. This is all fucking CIA horse shit. Yeah, put a bunch of fucking weird shit in his house so he looks like a fucking idiot.
involved George Bush. Typically, George Bush's name would be written on a piece of paper. And then this piece of paper would
Okay,
be
dude.
placed either in gelatin or in cornmeal.
Okay,
and then wrapped, in the case of cornmeal, it would be wrapped in a banana leaf, tied securely, and placed in the freezer.
I
It's
saw
not
that.
hard
I
to
saw
see
that.
Noriega was trying to
They've been
influence
saying that for years, though. That Columbus was a Jew or might be a Jew or
the
something.
way George Bush thought about him.
First,
and the way
first he's like, well, first he's like Spanish, and he's like Italian, then he's like a Jew. I don't know.
he acted against him.
Noriega believed these workings empowered him and that he could control his enemies through the spells he cast.
They can use a spell to sweeten you. They can use a spell to make your life a bit of misery. They can use the spell to bring you good fortune.
But you know, it's just like they had to make, because this was probably like a few years after Noriega, right? They had to show up and just do a hit piece on him real fast. Hey, let's just bring up this guy real quick that has nothing to do with these idiots and their cartoon religion.
And judging from what was done there, I would say that these were spells used to control, to put these people under his control, so they would do his bidding.
While Palo continues to operate in the shadows, Santeria has an open door policy.
Columbus, yeah,
and
who knows if the guy even, you're right, even the guy even existed.
It's accessible
You
through
can't
neighborhood
trust any of that shit.
botanicas.
You find all kinds of
there is the key.
Really interesting paraphernalia here, which is really.
No, they got records of it. I'm pushing your glasses in anger. No, these on papers. That's really old. Okay, dude.
The basis
it's
for
real. I studied it all my life.
Kari here is
Shut
the
up,
owner of this botanica. She has an increasing number of Americans becoming involved and interested in Santeria and Palo.
Santeria has no aspect that needs
now
to be feared
party.
by people that live in the United States. But certainly it has an aspect that could be manipulated for destructive purposes.
They say man is only afraid of what he doesn't know. Once you know what Palo is, you really shouldn't be afraid of it, because all Palo is a religion of natural elements. That's all we work with, is with nature.
I think the most important thing is that we're not here to hurt anybody. We're just here to help those who we can help and who the Orishas let us help.
Yeah.
As the American military's leading authority on the occult, James Dibble
Where's
would
my
seem
ceremonial super sandwich?
Be a prime target for the wrath of Santeros. Dibble has experienced some unusual occurrences, mostly mechanical and electrical malfunctions, while he's lecturing about the occult. But so far, he has escaped the deadly curse of Palo Mayombe.
Coming up next.
Moon Madness.
Some nights you'll get people talking to street lights, barking like dogs.
Things go a little crazy at the time of full moon.
For millennia, humankind has looked to the moon with wonder and awe. Our nearest neighbor in space has inspired lovers,
You guys always out looking at the moon and awe and shit?
And madmen. In fact, the word lunatic has...
Really? Yeah. Those people pay their dues, right? Why can't they get a ceremonial steak?
At its root, the Latin word for moon. The moon's effect on our
I'll
planet...
take my ceremonial bacon burger dog, please.
It can be measured with the tides. But what about its effect on human beings?
If the Simpson crime had happened 400 years ago, people finding two badly mutilated bodies with animal paw prints because a dog was present in the scene, they might have said, werewolves.
Oh yeah, big EJ Wagner. We call her the Big Ej.
The LA riots was, I think, 3 days before the new moon. O.J. Simpson happened 3 days after the new moon.
So fucking what? Who cares? It's 3 days after.
Incident happened 3 days after the new moon, both at night, both using a knife.
It is a beautiful sight. The full moon rising high in the night sky. But while the moon casts its heavenly glow, it seems all hell breaks loose on Earth. During the full moon, reports of murder, violence, and admissions to psychiatric hospitals all rise. Many scientists say moon madness is myth, but at the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, calls come in daily insisting there is a link.
If you ask emergency personnel,
Squeeze my hands. Not falling for me.
Police, fire, doctors, what influence does the moon
He
have?
was
They'll
Moon
all
Man?
tell you for certain things go a little crazy at the
Well,
time
to
of
say, say what you want about OJ, but he sure took out the fucking trash.
full moon.
Tonight, yeah, we had a guy that apparently was trying to kill himself and stuck himself in the stomach with a steak knife all the way up to the handle and was running around the house. And when the officers got there, they were trying to calm him down, and his main concern...
OJ's like one of those cases. Well, who did he kill? And you're like, oh, okay.
was that he wanted a
Oh,
cigarette.
all right, so I don't have to get upset then?
Sightings rode along with police in Pomona, California during one recent full moon.
This city's pretty weird as it is. I've never really, consciously thought about it. I'm sure there's probably been one or two nights where the city was jumping, and
too much moon magic.
If I would have looked up, it probably would have been full.
Some nights you'll get 5 or 6 what we call 5150s, people walking in traffic, talking to street lights.
That was political horseshit. He totally did it.
Barking like dogs.
I don't know.
People who supposedly transform into animals are nothing new. They're just the modern chapter in an age-old belief in the moon's ability to bring out the beast.
I turned into a possums!
Humankind. More than 1,000 years ago, moon rituals would transform participants into what we now call werewolves.
They would do this by either drinking a concoction of herbs, They would very often bind their
Here,
waist
drink your fucking herbs. Shut up and drink your herbs.
with a pelt of wolf skin. They would light a fire and urinate in a circle around it.
Well, you're just making this up as you go. Oh, and then they would all piss in a circle?
And there was a chant where they actually asked the wolf spirit to enter into their body and take over
I would like to summon the wolf spirit.
their soul. Preferably this was done at the full of the moon.
Yeah, source. I'm going to pull a douchebag internet debater tactic. Source?
The moon was at its zenith.
Where are you getting this
But
from?
did the moon cause their transformation, or simply illuminate it?
The connection of the werewolf to the full moon probably begins with just the notion that wolves and coyotes howl at the moon. That linked up with
This guy just rolled out of bed 15 minutes all hungover.
idea that the moon is always changing, and it seems like a supernatural transformation to traditional people, and so that can
He's very
create the
sassy.
notion that something like a wolf could change into a man or vice versa.
Forensic scientist and crime historian E.J. Wagner documents the link between the moon and its reported gruesome effects on people.
Man, these people can't cut it anymore, you know? no one cares about these people anymore. When the like, as soon as like the internet came out, like these people were done for. Oh well, the internet became popular.
There was a 14-year-old boy named Jean Grenet who confessed to being a werewolf and said he'd
You turned into a
attacked and
werewolf?
killed several children, and they incarcerated him in a monastery for the rest of his life. And he spent the rest of his life groveling on all fours, would eat only raw meat, which he tore apart.
Hey, that's great, lady. Here's my Walmart receipt. Give that a look-see so I can get out of here. Well, nothing would piss in a circle. Can you just read my fucking receipt, please? So I get the fuck out of here.
There's no close correlation between the phase of the moon and human behavior. People often think that there must be because the moon makes the tides. That's water, and of course human beings are 80% water. But tidal forces on human beings are much less than on the Earth. In fact, a book I have in my hand would exert more tidal force than the moon ever would.
And you could buy that book.
Consider these unsettling acts conducted during a full moon. An AP Wire story on April 11th, 1982 reports 12 murders in 12 hours. A man in England...
Yeah, in Miami, dude. It's in fucking Miami. That place is a war zone.
insists that the full moon drove him to commit gruesome crimes. And the list goes on. There has yet to be a single comprehensive scientific study on the lunar effect on human beings. But anecdotal evidence is pervasive, pointing to a rise in
say fun fact.
suicide, crime, arson, earthquakes, and other earth changes. In Miami, Florida, Jeff Warren Hyman studies lunar cycles and charts their effects. His newsletter uses this data to predict high and low points for each month.
If you're looking for the explosive period, it's one day after the full moon, the eve of the full moon to one day after, and about 5 days before new moon through one day after new moon. This is where you really see this is where they go to
It's
town.
true. It was 3 days after the new moon that I threw my PS Triple controller in anger. And I've never been that angry again.
There are only anecdotes and theories for now. But as Nobel Prize winner Robert Millikan has said, if man is
there
not
might be
affected
something
in
to
some
it,
way by the planet's sun and moon, he
I mean, it
is
affects the waves, right? Doesn't it?
the only thing on Earth that isn't.
Or am I full of shit? Or am I retarded? I don't know, man. I'm getting Sightings brain.
Next on Sightings, a mysterious ability succeeds where science fails.
I don't know of many well drillers nowadays that don't use a witcher. Before I did, now I don't.
This guy's
When astronomers look for the shape of the universe, they use radio telescopes. When geneticists look deep inside DNA, they use supercomputers. And when drilling engineers look for water, they also call in someone special, someone who uses something like this.
There's no way in the world that you can explain it, except
You want to know the secret to this bullshit, guys? You dig far enough anywhere on Earth, you'll hit water. It just depends how far you want to dig.
Something.
That's why this is stupid.
And it's wonderful.
You believe in
And
the
it
stick?
The search for water is the search for life. And dowsing, our most ancient method of finding water, is still in constant use today. Scientists have yet to invent an
There's water all over the place.
instrument that
Yeah,
can
but this finds the water that's close to the surface.
locate water more accurately than the forked stick depicted in this 16th century woodcut.
But there's no earthly reason to believe that dowsing doesn't go way back to maybe the Stone Age, because it's so practical.
Many dowsers, also called water witches, believe that the divining rod itself is not powerful, but that it acts as an indicator of the psychic power within each individual dowser.
Whoa.
I think of all the psychic abilities like clairvoyance.
No, but it's dumb because like you could go anywhere and dig, and you'll eventually hit water.
Telepathy.
They use this to find gold. I believe that more than fucking water.
But the source of their
literally
ability
everywhere.
is as individual as each water witch. In northern Georgia, Bob Slack has dowsed successfully for over 17 years.
Most dowsers believe they have guardian angels or guides that help them get this information. And I figure that the guides get this message to my subconscious, and the subconscious takes over.
But I mean,
so
like,
that-
it's dumb. This is for like hand dug wells, though. Who's doing this? Who's doing hand dug wells anymore?
that the pendulum or the rods react as they do.
Bob uses L-shaped rods made of bronze and copper that he believes will turn and twist in his hands in the presence of water.
When the
Get the
rods
fuck outta here.
cross, like so.
Now
if
that I'd believe.
It's a yes answer. And if they don't cross when you ask a question, the answer is no. There's one vein that's flowing off to my right.
Are you saying these water witches are real? I'm telling you, there's water everywhere. I mean, you might have to go down 500 feet. And that fucking sucks, and that's going to be expensive. But there's water everywhere.
Right there we are.
I mean, like if you're in a desert or something, maybe not. But
After locating what he believes is a water source, Bob uses a pendulum to divine how deep the engineer should drill.
Is it more than 100 feet? No. 90, 80, 70,
oh,
60?
for what? Like a hand dug well? You know what I mean? Like, because you get your well done, it's like, all right, you might have to go 100 extra feet, but
Our Sightings crew watched as Bob placed a marker on the
Nah, I
spot
don't
where his divining rods had indicated water would be found. Then we drilled.
maybe I'm saying it's less bullshit and more not needed anymore.
I don't believe 100% in them, but I don't.
See, look, this guy, he's got a well driller. This guy's like, get out of here, dude. He knows. wait, what did he say?
I don't believe 100% in them, but I don't disbelieve in them.
He's like, hey, dude, I look, I'm here to make money, okay? I don't have an opinion on your gay magic sticks. I'm just here to fucking drill a well and get the fuck out of here.
But Jack Byers became a believer when he hit water, exactly where the water witch
For
said he
farm
would.
problems?
Skeptics argue that if you drill deep enough, you can find water anywhere,
Yeah!
with or without dowsing. But
See,
drilling-
I'm right. Tim knows I'm right.
That if you drill deep enough, you can find water anywhere, with or without dowsing. But drillers here in the Great Western Desert haven't found that to be true. Dry holes mean empty pockets.
Water witching.
Now I'm
is-
thinking about EJ again. Now you brought up dry holes, and now I can't stop thinking of EJ.
It's very practical, especially in this country.
Exactly.
If you drill a dry hole,
And you could tell me all about your magic sticks while I'm drilling too.
you know, you're looking at $5,000 to $10,000 plus dollars.
I didn't know what a water witch was.
I knew it.
And yet I knew it worked for me. And people would ask me, and I say, I have no idea how it works. I just know that it works. When they drill a well, there's water there.
In 40 years of dowsing, Eldon
But how, dude? All right, let's say you got a property, right? Like, where the water table's magically going to go up fucking 200 feet. You know what I mean? Like in that one area, there's no. If you're 100 yards this way and you go 100 yards this way, how much is the fucking water table going to change? You know what I'm saying?
Moots claims he's only missed 3 times. A simple willow branch in his
I mean,
hands
maybe there's something to it, but
succeeds where geology maps fail. Even the state of Utah has come to trust his stunning dowsing powers.
If I'm holding that stick really tight, it'll go in my hand as it goes down. The bark of the willow against the flesh of my hand.
Once Schmutz chooses a drilling site, he uses a coil of baling wire to determine the depth at which water can be found.
286 is the next strata to write down.
Got it. I started writing.
But I'm talking about like on
these
one piece of property.
depths, and it really amazed me. He's only a foot or two off, and he tells me before I drill.
Schmutz believes his is a
I don't
physical
know,
power
man. Go
rather
ask
than
a
a psychic
driller.
gift.
He'll tell you.
Everybody has an aura or an electrical field or magnetic field about them. And there's no two that are alike, just like there's no two fingerprints are alike. And those persons who have a strong, strong aura are the one that water witching works for.
I mean, they've been doing this for years. Like I remember old farmer types up by us doing it too. But it's like where we were, you didn't really need it because there's water everywhere. You know, New Jersey, you know, has plenty of water.
You hold it as tight as you can.
Unless you're like in a real bad, like unlucky area.
You're a water witch.
Oh, shut up.
I don't know of many well drillers nowadays that don't use a witcher. It's just a natural thing now. I don't even question it anymore. Before I did, now I don't. So even us old guys get our education.
You're water. Yeah, well, I bet you say pen like pin. Hey, I need a pen. Down here, that drives me nuts. Did you say pen or pin? I need a pen.
You're in, I think we found her. That's good. We're deep enough.
Yeah, that's great. Just like
Take it down. Yeah, right? It should just immediately fly out of your fucking hands.
The American Society of Dowsers has 3,500 members in all 50 states. Their roster of clients includes some of the biggest names in drilling and construction, including many large oil companies. But when we queried these companies about their use of dowsing, they refused to comment publicly.
Oh, what was that?
These drilling and construction, including many large oil companies. But when we queried these companies about their use of dowsing, they refused to.
Dude, they're acting like they're hiding something or they're guilty. Hey, dude, maybe they just don't want to be on your retarded show. They're a business. They don't want to be on your gay UFO show. They're trying to make them look like they're hiding something.
Comment publicly.
If you've had a paranormal experience, call the Sightings hotline at 1-900-933-SIGHT. That's 1-900-933-7444. Each call 65 cents a minute. Average call lasts 3
minutes. Like, hey, dude, I'm too busy making money. I'll see you later.
Sightings is also online. Our email address is sightings@aol.com.
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind. For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
How dare they smell Tim White?
Gary Sinise and Laura Sangiacomo.
I think that's everywhere. Like if you try a couple and there's nothing, it's like I can't do this all day. I mean, some people get really fucking unlucky.
Stephen King's
Maybe those witches are up to something.
At 9 Eastern and Pacific on Sci-Fi.
I've heard of houses like they built the house and the house was just abandoned because it had no water. There's nothing they could do about it. The house just sits there and rots. But that's rare. That's fucking rare.
On this edition of Sightings, in 1908, witnesses said it looked like the end of the world. Now, Russian scientists believe an extraterrestrial craft exploded over the Siberian countryside. Then, did a grisly supernatural force cause these bizarre deaths?
Within an inch or two
It's got cool, man.
of the body.
A supernatural force caused these bizarre deaths.
Within an inch or
That's a sassy boy if I've ever seen one.
two of the body, there is virtually no fire damage at all.
You can't see it, you can't touch it, but a mysterious ghostly energy has been captured on tape in an exclusive Sightings investigation.
We would probably have to classify this
Sightings
location
did have the best hair.
as a classic haunt.
And selling authors offer a wondrous vision of the afterlife.
The bottom line of what people can learn is to not fear death.
Oh, the life books, yeah. Those are the best, those books. Those books are way better than this fucking show. Way better. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's some wacky areas.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. One summer day in 1908, in a remote region of Siberia called Tunguska, 800 square miles of virgin forest were flattened in an instant. The explosion had the power of 2,000 nuclear bombs and sent pressure waves around the planet twice. Few people outside Russia have been allowed to investigate Tunguska, but now our Sightings team has been granted unprecedented access.
Oh.
What they found
That's
is
right. Exactly like a true self.
Evidence of an otherworldly power that could strike again.
No, it was a space laser from Tesla, ball. The fuck? Thought you knew stuff.
Imagine a 10 megaton bomb with 2,000 times the power that destroyed Hiroshima. Imagine feeling the shock waves from that explosion halfway across the globe, and then the next day feeling them again.
Whoa.
Imagine devastation.
That's what it's like when I play a guitar solo, guys.
Widespread, it would have consumed all of New York City in less than a minute.
Now,
know that it all happened in 1908. Tsar Nicholas II ruled Imperial Russia. World War I was still to be fought, and nuclear weapons weren't even a dream. And yet the explosion that decimated the remote Tunguska region of Siberia resembled a nuclear blast in a number of uncanny ways. Some scientists insist the nightmare of destruction was the result of a comet that exploded above Earth. But other experts believe that an extraterrestrial craft from an advanced civilization is some...
You know what I mean? Like, where do you just draw? Why do you immediately jump to aliens? So stupid. What proof? All right, they better have some proof that it's aliens.
6 years the debate has continued, but there is still no consensus. Comet theorists need a crater. Ufologists need just one shred of physical evidence. But whether the Tunguska blast was a comet, meteor, or an alien craft, scientists are worried. Will it happen again somewhere?
Experts have a Def Leppard shirt on with spooge stains all over the front of it. That's the expert.
Else. How do we prepare for a cataclysmic event like this when we don't understand its origins? Professor Nikolai Vasiliev is a renowned Russian scientist who has made more than 30 trips to the epicenter.
With jean shorts, also with spooge stains on it.
This isn't Russia's problem. Tunguska affects the whole world and all of the mankind. It doesn't pose a great danger only to Russia, but rather for mankind as a whole. This isn't a fictional tale, nor flight of fancy. I base my opinions on facts obtained from my work on Tunguska problem.
Bandana with spooge stains. Just everything is covered in spooge.
I don't want to scare our viewing audience. The situation is to a great extent ambiguous and highly serious.
Recently, the Shoemaker-Levy Line comet made a crater on Jupiter the size of Earth. 50,000 years ago, a meteorite did this in Arizona.
Okay, well, what's the problem then? Where do we jump? Where do we make the jump to aliens? Sounds like cool.
In Tunguska, whatever happened in 1908 only did this. No crater has ever been found. Moscow was the first stop for our Sightings investigative team.
That's from that Tetris game, guys.
Has ever been found.
That's Tetris.
Moscow.
Right there.
Was the first stop for our
You've been
Sightings
there?
investigative team.
Worldly Liberace.
There, we met the scientists who support the party line. Although they cannot explain why
Socialite Liberace.
There's no crater at the blast site, they still insist it was a comet that hit Tunguska.
I am a staunch supporter of the comet hypothesis, and I think that there is no serious proof to refute it. It does have several problems.
As a geochemist, Professor Kolesnikov is trying to solve these problems using existing theories. He admits he isn't getting any closer to a definitive answer. Instead, there are just more unanswered questions.
There was mutation. We are researching this. It is possible that all objects in the epicenter...
All right, there was mutation, though, but couldn't a fucking meteor have some radioactive shit on it, right? mean, it's not unheard of.
Exposed to a small dose of X-ray radiation.
Right,
X-ray
but
radiation.
isn't there a lot of radiation in space?
Is one of the known byproducts of a nuclear explosion. Did Russia have atomic bomb technology at the turn of the century?
No.
Highly unlikely. Who then had the technology to create this kind of devastation? From Moscow,
Oh, here we go.
flew 1,900 miles into the heart of the mystery.
Why?
Into Tunguska itself.
Can you just send some
a journey
crew
no
out there?
American television crew has ever attempted. After a 6-kilometer
Yeah, because it's in
hike,
the middle of nowhere, dude. Like, it's literally in the middle of nowhere.
our team reached what is believed to be ground zero.
This rock was placed here by one of the early Tunguska expeditions in 1928.
Our guide in Tunguska was Vitaly Voronov, a Siberian native whose ties to the areas date back 3 centuries. He has collected an oral history
Yeah, well, I've been to, like, Canada once.
of the Tunguska explosion. Voronov is a vital link to those who actually witnessed the cataclysm that must have seemed like the end of the world.
One eyewitness told me he was riding a stallion when he heard what sounded like cannon shots. When he looked up, he saw a body glowing like the sun. It began declining towards the horizon for maybe 15 or 20
Have another drink, Ivan.
seconds. There were many small explosions on the object. It ended with one heavy explosion. The force of the explosion was so strong, the man and the horse were knocked to the ground 15 miles away.
Sightings also heard the retelling of a first-hand account
You're
of the
banned from
explosion.
Canada?
A
To be
local
fair, dude, you kind of asked for it.
spiritual leader, a shaman, said as a young boy he was running away from the blast when he saw something fly out of the epicenter. A cylinder with sparks shooting out of it. The cylinder flew over the shaman's head and into outer space. Could this cylinder have caused the blast? Yuri Lovbein believes he has found evidence to support the theory that Tunguska was the site of an alien encounter gone awry. He has unearthed mass.
Well, okay, so you find, let's say you find radioactive shit. That doesn't mean alien. Why would you jump to it? I wonder if these guys were like alien just so people will look at what they're studying, you know, like get some interest, eyes on what they're doing. Because how do you just make the jump to alien?
Masses of anomalous matter.
In the beginning, we found small fragments.
Because Jim Swim was following Rick Moranis around air humping. That's why.
Buried deep in the earth.
It's aliens.
But there was nothing on the surface, no fragments at all. All trees collapsed, and over many years, everything went underground.
Chemical analysis reveals that these rock-like fragments have a silicon coating, the same kind of material used as heat shielding on our space shuttles. Lovbein believes these large masses are actually exploded fragments from the exterior of a UFO.
It is possible that this could be a ship from another planet, an intergalactical ship which...
That's not what he's saying at all. He's probably really saying, like, look at my space rocks I found. These space rocks are really cool. And I hope people will study these more so we can find out what they're made of.
Used to protect
But like, these are aliens.
the craft from the high temperatures of the stars.
Lovbein's most intriguing piece of evidence, however, was not found at the crash site. It was discovered months later, embedded in one of the fragments.
I took pincers and extracted this object. Here it is. It was surrounded by crystal light, transparent and non-transparent particles.
Has Lovbein found the first physical evidence of an extraterrestrial spacecraft? He has compared his sample with metals commonly found on Earth and in meteorites.
The thing is like this sighting shit is like, how come we never hear this again, right? They're there, they say they got these weird parts. They found these weird pieces in the dirt or whatever. And you never hear from it again. You would think it'd be all over the internet if it actually had
So
some merit.
far, there is no match. The fragment continues to undergo rigorous metallurgical testing. When analysis is complete, Sightings will report the findings to you. There are so many theories because the Tunguska event has no precedent. No known natural phenomenon can adequately explain this event, so even mainstream scientists admit they're looking in a new direction.
Can we hope to obtain an explanation of Tunguska using classical conceptions? 10 years ago, I would have definitely answered yes. Now, I'm doubtful that it can be explained without resorting to non-classical conceptions.
Aliens from space.
Next, should these people profit from the wondrous visions they say they've had on the other side?
These guys are the biggest bullshit artists.
Making money off the near-death experience are wrong.
Because it's like one thing you don't have to prove, you know?
In 1961, a controversial little book by Jessica Mitford called The American Way of Death sent shockwaves across America. It was the first popular book about death. Today, nearly 35 years later, books about death are one of the fastest growing categories in publishing.
My name is Daniel Brinkley. I have a book on the New York Times bestseller list called Saved by the Light. And for people who don't know about it, it's about me going through 2 near-death experiences.
Oh, it's a near-death experience book? Hey, I'll see ya. And the door opens.
Daniel Brinkley believes he's been to heaven and back, and he's not alone. According to a recent Gallup poll, 30% of us claim to have had, or know someone who has had, a near-death experience. More than 100 books have been written about NDE, and some of them...
And how come they're always all different then? You'd think it'd be kind of... uniform, you know what I mean?
Making it onto the bestseller list.
I believe that it's important to get the message out about the near-death experience because there's just too many people afraid of death. The near-death experience teaches us to not fear death. And if we're not afraid to die, we're not afraid to live.
The classic pattern of a near-death experience is well documented. First, an out-of-body experience leads you through a tunnel towards a bright light.
I mean, I'd have an easier time believing someone who wasn't selling a book. So if you sell a book, it's like, nah, dude, I automatically don't believe you.
There, you meet your God.
I wasn't breathing. I had no pulse or known cardiac activity for between...
Lucky us, you pulled through.
20 minutes and an hour and a half.
You're helpless. You feel helpless. For the first time in your life, you're totally helpless.
Then I felt a tremendous sinking sensation, and then I came out of my chest and rose up to the ceiling, and I could look down and see my body.
Why would you go back in?
Body lying there on the bed.
If I fly out of my body, I'm like, see you, dude. I'm out of here.
And rapidly,
I
pulled out of my body and right into a dark, totally dark tunnel with a sensation of speed, rapid speed.
I saw a pinpoint of light in this blackness, and I was attracted to it. So I turned and I began to travel very rapidly towards that bright light.
I was part of the light, and the light was part of me. It was not painful. It was absolutely wonderful.
And I was able to ask thousands of questions, millions of questions.
Some ghost burgers.
And have every one of my questions answered.
Then to my right came a being of light. And this being was...
And then came a being of light.
There to witness or be with me. I had a panoramic review of my life. I felt every emotion, everything I'd ever done, every word I'd ever said, and every experience I'd ever had with anyone that I'd ever...
dude, with your fucking used car salesman talk.
Come in contact with.
Your carny speak. I don't trust a man with carny speak.
After I went through my life review, I was told that I had not completed my time on Earth. That it was really...
And they particularly spent a lot of time talking about how I ate a whole apple pie 3 times in a row. But that was a dark time in my life.
Necessary for me to return and to do that.
When I re-entered my body, it was like I'd been in a car crash.
And it really sucked because I had the same haircut. I was hoping for a different haircut.
Crashed back in. It was a jolt that I felt right down to the
all these
fiber
people
of
do
my
YouTube
spine.
panels now.
13 million Americans have had some type of near-death experience. I'm just one of them.
Alright, dude, are you giving me statistics or tell some dumb story?
Cashing in on his near-death experience. But no one approaches the success enjoyed by author Betty Eadie, whose book Embraced by the Light has been the nation's #1 bestseller for more than a year.
There is absolutely no way to fully describe the beauty that is there. They said a good analogy would be that heaven
You know what always creeps me out is like the old bags who are like dying and they're like, who are those people over there? And they're like, what are you talking about? There's like tons of stories of like just people who are like dying, and they're like, who are those people over there? And there's no one there.
It's like the print.
Probably just the brain exploding. Probably just the brain eating itself, but it's creepy.
And Earth would be much like the negative. All of the flowers,
Mom had
the
that book?
trees, with their movement, with their mere existence, was glorifying God and praising Him.
The unprecedented success of Embraced by the Light speaks to our nation's hunger for reassurance about life's ultimate mystery.
And burger.
But Betty Eadie is drawing fire from other experiencers who believe she should not profit from her NDE.
Look, I've experienced near death, and I know the values that you're given in that experience.
The opposite of sleep paralysis.
People making money off the near-death experience, like Betty Eadie and others, are wrong.
He's right.
They're not authentic, and they're
If
hurting
it's real, you should tell people for free, you jerk.
the near-death experience movement.
I can't speak for all the authors out making a mint right now, but I can speak for some of them because I've known them for such a long time that I know that they wrote books to truly try to help people.
Doctors and medical
For a low,
researchers
low price of
believe the near-death
$19.99.
experience can be explained scientifically. To them, NDE is simply a hallucination caused by a brain cut off from oxygen.
There's nothing magical about a near-death experience. The basic themes of the near-death experience are remarkably similar across cultures. The reason being that the 5 billion brains that make up this planet are remarkably similar in their structure.
To prove his point, Dr. Persinger believes
No, like
he can
talk to some like nurses who've been like working for a million years. They'll tell you like these stories of like these old people like talking about kids running around in their room, and they're like, "There's no one here."
duplicate a near-death experience in the
hell are you talking
laboratory
about?
using a perfectly healthy subject.
What we attempt to do is to apply safe levels of complex magnetic fields through the brain. The frequencies we use and where we place the
probably just
field
their brains
induce the
fucking dying,
experiences
but-
that are associated with that part of the brain. If you stimulate the brain with a different kind of pattern, you make the person feel pleasurable, leaving their body. In fact, the most common experiences in the chamber are feeling detached, feeling floating, feeling as if there's a sense of a presence.
I believe, along with skeptics, that our brain is related to this experience, but there are things that happen in a near-death experience that have yet to be explained by the brain.
Even though you might get a doctor to explain to me my body, they cannot explain to me my spirit. Their explanations
worst haircut ever.
for what happens to a near-death experiencer is simply weak.
The fact that we now understand the part of the brain that mediates the experience does not...
She came home to her husband, and her husband's like, "Oh, near death." So close. So close.
...demean the experience and does not make it less useful or less important from the point of view of our species or the individual.
Whether near-death experience is physical or metaphysical may be beside the point. People who claim to have seen what's behind death's door are finding an audience. They tell us there is light at the end of a dark journey we must all take one day.
People are buying these books because these are the substitutes. Powerful substitutes for traditional religious beliefs that no longer work.
Death is the last great mystery. And as we start to look at the near-death experience, we have
Why don't you speak like a normal person and who would trust this guy?
at least a basis by which to view the way we leave this earth. For one thing that most of us come back with is we're not afraid to die. And more importantly, we're not afraid to live.
I don't think I've ever seen anything spooky.
The author of Embracing the Light, Betty Eadie, has not been forthcoming about the medical details of her near-death experience. Her secrecy frustrates researchers who are looking for cases of near-death experience that can be scientifically substantiated.
Next, a bizarre phenomenon defies explanation, yet people continue to die.
Skin, muscle, and...
Grandma ate one too many cans of Hormel chili. Grandma, no!
bone had been turned into a fine white ash.
That's what happens when you eat the moss sauce, guys. The Bablo sauce. She had too much Bablo sauce.
300 years, there have been strange reports of people who were found dead, reduced to ash, while everything around them remains unburned. It's called spontaneous human combustion, but that...
Yeah, but you notice it doesn't happen anymore? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's got to be... It's got to be something that was blowing him up. Because it never happens anymore.
In this phenomenon, people don't suddenly burst into flame. Instead, they appear to have been slowly devoured by intense heat from the inside out.
Some researchers and fire officials believe that these are the victims of the strange, misunderstood phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion, or SHC. No one knows how or even...
That's what happened after she saw the pictures of Jim Swim flexing. She couldn't take it.
If SHC occurs, but mysterious deaths by fire like
Yeah, right?
these have been reported throughout history.
Yeah, and of course their clothes were made out of like rammy and shit. Remember that? Remember that shit? Like one spark got on your clothes, you would turn into a human torch.
Authors Jenny Randles and Peter Huff have documented over 70 possible cases of SHC in the 20th century alone.
We're talking about a situation where the fire is so localized that within an inch or two of
that's
the
a woman. That's an unfortunate woman.
Body, which is turned to ash, apart from a few extremities perhaps, there is virtually
That's got to be a dude, right? Look at the jaw on that motherfucker. I mean, I know some bitches can get a big jaw, but like that.
No fire damage at all. So this is a self-contained fire. And the implication from that, although of course it's not proven,
Yeah, look, it's right next to the fireplace. It's literally right next to the fireplace.
is that the fire begins internally and spreads outward from the body, and therefore never goes very far beyond the extremities of the body, consequently doesn't affect the room itself.
Scientifically speaking, there is no way the human body, which is largely water...
It is weird, though, because a human body is not easy to burn.
can spontaneously combust. There is no mechanism by which it can happen.
But there are fire experts who disagree. They maintain that the same kind of spontaneous combustion that occurs in nature can also occur in humans, if conditions are right.
If you take the human being as just a bulk substance made up of a whole range of materials, from water to...
Well, then think about how much trouble they're having to burn bodies like fucking Life by Jen, you know what I mean?
Highly combustible chemicals. Heat it sufficiently, give it sufficient oxygen, and use the fuel that's within the body, then it will...
But there is no fuel in the body. The body's a wet mess. You can't burn a wet mess.
Burst into flame, the same as any other bulk material.
In this working-class district of
You're saying they made it? They did it?
In Lancashire, England, Peter Huff has been investigating a grisly case of suspected SHC.
The incident happened on the night of the 4th of March 1980 in this house here. An elderly lady lived in the house at the time alone, and it was the previous evening
some kind of wacky
neighbours
chemical
last
reaction.
saw her alive. Later that night at around 9:30...
She's probably full of booze. She's probably full of fucking booze. Grandma was drinking.
They noticed
Drinking
black
that good
smoke
shit.
coming from the chimney, but thought no more of it. And the following morning, when two men called at the house, they got no reply. Neighbours forced their way into the house, and what they discovered was grisly, to say the least. From the waist upwards, everything, including skin, muscle,
Look,
and
even the dome, dude.
bone, had been turned into a fine white ash.
SHC investigators point out that
I think maybe there was something like in the clothes or the food or some fuck. Because like I said, it doesn't happen anymore.
turning a body to ash
Like, I don't believe those pictures are fake.
is beyond the scientific possibility of even the most sophisticated
But a body doesn't burn like
crematorium.
paper.
In my time working here as a cremationist, I've never seen a body that has been
See, she's backing me up.
cremated to nothing. There has always been skeletal remains left over.
Even at 1100 degrees
But it even
Fahrenheit,
burns the bones.
human bones cannot be reduced to ash.
It's got to be Goislov chemicals. And the clothes and the rammy.
They have to be
I
pulverized
only wear Romeo, I do.
with heavy grinding stones before they can be placed inside an urn.
So if a body was reduced to ash
Yeah,
in
Randy.
a fire,
That was the material that would, like, just a spark, you turn into a human torch.
it would be a mystery to me in how that occurred.
Comparisons to crematorium are false comparisons. It's like comparing a piece of wood that you've set on
I mean,
fire.
it might be right, but how come
match.
You'd think crematoriums would figure this out then, because it'd save a lot on fuel, dude.
Piece of wood that you put in the oven and baked. You may have to bake it at a very high temperature to have any effect on that wood. But baking and actual fire burning are very different phenomena, and so there is no comparison.
Another baffling element common to most cases is the fact that highly flammable objects like furnishings, pillows, and carpets near the body don't burn.
This is really remarkable.
That is weird, though. That is weird.
One would think that a fire, a normal fire of the order, which would be necessary to burn a human body at all, would have also have set the room ablaze.
Anyone who's had any experience, I think, with
to burn phones, that shit's gotta be hot.
Thing like a campfire knows.
Is that what it's called, radon?
You can get quite close and put things quite close to a fire.
I knew it was something with an R.
Laterally, but place them over the fire and they burn readily. So again, these are not mysteries. These, while unusual that the body burns that way without the house burning down, while these may be relatively unusual deaths, they're not unexplainable.
To date, no coroner has ever...
You asshole talking about, man, is that radon or radon, said, man?
...written spontaneous human combustion on a death certificate. They prefer cause unknown or simply by fire. Despite skepticism from the medical establishment, Jenny Randles and Peter Huff continue to document mysterious fire-related deaths that they believe
Are you
may
sure
be
there
the
wasn't a
result
material
of
called Ramy that was
human
like
combustion?
Ramy or something like that that wasn't...
Does that want a real scientific investigation?
Oh, shit.
The crematorium had their hands full the day I showed up. I'm dead.
You were not dead. You were just sleeping. You would think they had to put her in like pieces. Like, throw a leg in there, dude. We'll do a leg. We'll do a leg.
I think it does. If we had 100 deaths of a particular...
But she's right by the fire. See what? She's right by the fireplace.
Disease, I'm sure the medical profession would like to find out why.
What if some guy was just chopping bitches' legs off, running out in the body, and just dumping ashes? Don't think something happened, like she blew up or something.
Next is an alien intelligence trying to communicate through these newly discovered
Just chopping bitches' legs off and running off
some
with
of
them.
the better cases, a definite UFO connection.
Yeah, right? What is Ramy?
Natural phenomenon is captured on tape during an exclusive sightings investigation.
Crop circles are generally associated with the fields and grasslands of Great Britain. The formations discovered outside the British Isles have almost all been ruled out as hoaxes. But in the past year, an intriguing new series of crop circles is being studied along the U.S.-Canadian border.
Well, the first
No
day
more
I saw
crop
it, my
circles,
blood pressure
man. Come
went
on.
up.
It's very difficult to
I'm gonna
describe.
look this up.
The air is full of electricity.
I'm
There
looking
was
this up. I'm doing some
something
investigative
out
research.
there
Okay?
that was watching
to
me
keep my journalistic integrity.
I didn't know about.
Thank you very much.
They appear at first light. An American icon, amber waves of grain, crushed by an unseen force. Is it a hoax? Sometimes. But here, there are no footprints, no tire tracks, no obvious sign of a human hand at work.
I believe it's an alien intelligence of some sort.
It was just a very eerie force around me.
Nobody has actually
Weird.
seen
I'm having
a
a Mandela
transmission
effect.
of the formation.
It is
The
Raylon.
scientific term
I'm
is
having a Mandela effect.
Agriglyph, literally crop picture. Once a predominantly European phenomenon, 3 new North American agriglyphs are being studied. This one appeared near Portland, Oregon in June 1994. Then, in July, 2 separate designs appeared in the same wheat field in Chehalis, Washington. 2 weeks later, and 2,000 miles away, this classic pattern was discovered in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Farmer John Parks was on a routine inspection when he discovered the formation.
Check this out for Mandela effect. Ramy is a natural cellulose fiber that can be made into flame retardant clothing. What? It's totally the opposite.
His neighbor's wheat field.
The straw was just bent, just laid over.
I'm getting Mandela.
Right from the ground. The stalk was still one big long
Mandela
piece of straw, but it was just tipped and laying right flat on the ground.
I find it hard to believe that a human being actually could really go in there and do that without disturbing any straw.
if you went in and pushed it with your foot.
No, but now they're saying it's fire retardant. But I always remember hearing that it would like light up. It would light you up like crazy.
Would kink.
That's
would,
the Mandela.
Would bend somewhere in the middle and be broken, and this straw wasn't broken.
The evening before the crop circle
I'm just
appeared,
kidding. I don't believe in the Mandela effect.
animals in a kennel less than 1 mile away were acting strangely. The guard dog was barking incessantly. The owner of the boarding kennel was puzzled by his dog's erratic behavior.
Yeah, right? What the fuck? Vic, we've been Mandelaed.
Around midnight on Sunday night, she started to make a racket, barking, whining, and we told her to be quiet, and she just wouldn't respond. And animals sense a lot of things which we don't, you know, so what turned it on like that, I don't know.
Did the same force that affected the wheat affect local animals as well?
He was actually putting up quite a fuss. He didn't want to go past the circle whatsoever. And so I you know, settled him down. His eyes were this big. The white was showing around his eyes. He was really nervous.
Is there a connection between the nervous energy exhibited by animals and the anomalous energy that flattened this wheat? That's a possibility being explored by the United States Center for Crop Circle Studies.
Any day.
There are certain features that you develop an eye for, and if you keep an open
this bitch again?
Open mind,
right,
and not coming in with an expectation of finding this
Go back to your bong and leave us alone.
or not finding, if you stay open,
Look at her
you'll see
stupid shirt.
all kinds of things. The clues are all over.
The obvious first thing to do is try to
make crop circles in the neighbor's yard.
see if there's any entry or exit marks. Possible signs of maybe something mechanical being brought in there.
Then I use my eyes and my camera. And before I touch things or lift things or move things or before things get another couple of seconds older, I photograph
got Mandela.
Then
Vic got Mandela too because he believes the same, or he remembers the same thing.
Samples from the affected areas are isolated and undergo microscopic evaluation. Among those studying the samples, biophysicist Dr.
Who knows?
W.C.
Maybe the people in our schools and shit were retarded.
Levengood and research associate John Burke. They hypothesized that the crop circles are caused by unusual but natural atmospheric forces.
John and I came up with a concept based on very unusual natural phenomena in the atmosphere.
At his laboratory in Grass Lake, Michigan, Dr. Levengood is currently conducting a comprehensive biomolecular study of crop circles. He has discovered that wheat from certain formations have actually become magnetized.
That is a genuine sassy boy. You don't get more sassy than that.
They go through biochemical changes. They go through cellular changes. This is a control node here.
Well, time to piss everyone off. Most swastikas in your yard.
Showing you
That
the
is
normal
a grade A
node,
sassy boy.
Very symmetrical. And what we find here is that there are very drastic changes in the formation samples, which cannot be explained by ordinary trampling or hoaxing or any of that. Now, in the formation, what we find is that this energy is so intense and so rapid, the heat is so high, that it literally blows.
Now, you guys ever see a crop circle in real life? I saw some clumsy ones. There was some idiot around us trying to do them, and they were really stupid looking.
Expulsion cavities.
We have an enormous amount of evidence that indicates that the causes of crop circle formations are quite likely ion plasma vortices.
The same people every episode. No
While
wonder
this
I
may
think I watch
sound
the same one
exotic,
over and over again.
you could picture a slow-speed electrified tornado, if you will, because plasma is nothing more than electrified air particles. It's very similar to trying to deal with the weather. It's on a bigger scale and so complex and chaotic. With all the resources at the command of our weather bureaus, we can't do an accurate 5-day forecast. That doesn't mean we don't understand the principles of meteorology. And the same thing is true of crop circles.
Theoretically,
Look, that's a shitty one, dude. That's not like the ones over in like where were the good ones? Like there were some good ones in England and shit. This is some like drunk hillbilly. Look how bad this looks.
The vortex could create circles.
Dude, this one sucks dick.
Standing crop. But could a force of nature create
Look how shitty these crop circles are.
Intricate patterns.
I believe that the circle makers are non-terrestrial entities and probably
Come on, dude. That's some drunk. That's some fucking my first crop circle.
Physical
Exactly.
non-terrestrial entities.
That's not like the
who don't
crazy
need
one.
UFOs. I don't believe that these are craft landings or pod marks.
The national director of MUFON, the Mutual UFO
Yeah, whoever was doing it, like in the UK, they had some artistic talent. Whoever did that one fucking sucked.
Network Canada is investigating the suspicious origin of the Ontario crop circle.
There seems to be, in some of the better cases, a definite UFO connection. There's also evidence of paranormal activity, like
the ones over in the UK were so nice. You're like, man. I mean, yeah, he's fucking with the field, but man, that's a nice little piece of art right there, you know.
Physical effects.
That's fucking Jethro, Jethro and Bocephus. That's Jethro and Bocephus out there getting drunk on moonshine, trying to do a crop circle.
Strange's theory is bolstered by reports of UFOs sighted the night before a crop circle discovery.
They are amber lights that are seen coming to the ground and extinguish when they touch the ground.
If an alien force is creating these circles, is it random, a cosmic prank, or are they trying to tell us something?
I mean, I'm sure there's been some good ones over here, but that ain't one of them.
Message as well that we are in trouble here on planet Earth. Things have to be changed, and we are slowly being told and shown.
Jim Swim says he's out there all the time and he's never seen one.
Through crop circles and various other phenomena that we are not alone, and we may need some outside help.
But that's like those two assholes said they were doing it, and then they made one and it looked like shit.
All scientists, I think,
someone's out there doing
the
it,
unknown, of the mystery,
it wasn't
of the
those
unknown,
guys.
and there's a beauty in.
Look at that. It looks like crap. It looks like shit.
Crop formations as well. That is.
That one stinks. That one fucking
compelling.
stinks. I wish they would do a comparison.
Investigations are becoming more and more scientific. Advanced technology is helping researchers gather extensive amounts of data. Unfortunately, all this new data still hasn't solved the mystery of how and why crop circles are being created, or by whom.
Coming up next,
the aliens wrote Van Halen in the field. They spelled it wrong too.
Sounds captured on tape have experts baffled at San Diego's Whaley House.
I'm not terrible. It's kind of eerie to me.
There is an invisible energy that exists between magnet and metal. You can't see it or touch it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
But you know.
Don't do it. No!
That it's there. Some paranormal investigators believe that people generate a similar kind of energy, which remains in the environment even after death. They call it residue. These investigators suggest that what many people experience as a haunting may actually be their ability to feel, hear, or even see the existence of this spiritual residue. California, 1850. A stagecoach stop with good food and clean beds. Today, it's an historic landmark with a different kind of reputation. The Whaley House is considered one of the most haunted places in the West. Sandy Stokes was a reporter for the San Diego Press Enterprise when she investigated the Whaley House for a special Halloween story.
So, to do a little bit of research to make sure that it was really haunted, I called up some ghost hunters, and one of the...
I called up a ghost hunter like Shakes and Jim Swim.
People I called was Richard Sennett.
So I sort of challenged her. I said, well, go ahead, go down to the Whaley House, use a tape recorder, use brand new music quality tape, go from room to room, and when you're done...
Yeah, don't just erase your fucking Michael Bolton tape. Go get some new tapes.
Play it back and see if there isn't something that shouldn't be there.
So I took his advice, and I came down here, and June Redding gave me...
The bitch is wearing the ugly vest. That has to come back. The shitty tucked-in t-shirt and the vest needs to make a comeback.
Me a tour.
In her 34 years as director of the Whaley House, June Redding has experienced all kinds of haunting phenomena. She's convinced that Mrs. Whaley, a professional musician at the turn of the century, is still demonstrating her talents.
And we think perhaps...
So we're going to get some proof this time, guys.
Her spirit isn't strong enough to return, but we have music coming from the music room, piano and violin music at times. We have the sound of a music box, a strain of a music box. It's not one of ours here.
Would Sandy's tape recorder pick up this anomalous music?
When I got back and played the tape, it was very interesting. I heard some sounds on it that we hadn't heard while we were walking through the house and I was interviewing her.
EVP is electronic voice phenomenon, and this first began in the 1970s when people using tape recorders began to get extra sounds that shouldn't be there.
The tape was digitally analyzed.
Got some proof, guys, finally.
By EVP expert Brian Black. He discovered background sounds like clacking billiard balls, while June was giving Sandy a tour.
So was that on there when it was a courtroom too? Yeah. Oh. And these are good.
I'm pretty sure that's just them walking. sounds like it could be footsteps on a shitty recorder.
But there's a ghost. This is an interesting one.
Oh, maybe not.
Do you feel ghost? Oh yeah. What does it feel like?
Brian
that could be anything, though.
Recorded billiard sounds and compared them to the sounds on the tape, but it wasn't a match.
I did some research on the history of billiards and discovered
another sassy boy
that what they use for billiard balls has changed considerably.
Brian consulted with Terry Muldenau, an expert on antique billiards.
Hey, I know about some bolts. Hey, ask me all about bolts.
Every balls were used from the early 1800s on up till about the 1930s, 40s.
I'm a bowl expert.
Just recently when we went into the plastics.
When Brian repeated the test with ivory balls, the results were remarkable.
If you put the anomaly as a 10, something what would compare to it, I'd say an ivory comes in about a 7 or an 8. Phenolic resin, the plastic that they use today, is too sharp and crisp.
When Brian told me that he had proved that it was the actual sound.
Well, can we hear what the ivory? I want to hear more what the ivory ones sound like. Just out of curiosity, what does an ivory ball sound like?
Billiard game with balls that had not been in use since the turn of the century. I was really surprised. I was shocked.
Why were billiard sounds recorded in a part of the house that was once a county courtroom? June Redding's historical research turned up a startling answer.
Frank Whaley, who was the oldest boy in the family, organized what he called the Clavel Social Club. We have all the records. As a matter of fact, I think I still have some invitations somewhere.
My ultimate conclusion is that somehow Sandy picked up a sound of someone practicing billiards, apparently from 1905.
Residual haunting is sort of like a shadow imprinted on the fabric of time. Somehow leaves an impression, or a photograph, if you will, in an environment that replays and replays over and over again. And this is perhaps one of the best examples we have of retrocognitive sounds. Sounds from the past, somehow impressed on...
Are you saying this manly man is in fact a sniffer of pickles?
The environment to be recorded a century
A gherkin
later.
huffer? Would you call that man a gherkin huffer?
With his results of Brian's study, that I'm not skeptical. And it's kind of eerie to me.
Next, a Florida investigation uncovers a spirited phenomenon known as residue haunting.
The spirit of St. Petersburg High is definitely living here among us.
The residue is near your ass.
EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, is
styling this guy.
Believed to be audio residue from the past. Researchers are also finding evidence of visual residue in the form of ghost-like apparitions and moving objects. This kind of residue haunting seems to occur most often in a place of high energy and emotion, a hospital,
like a rat concert, dude,
or even a school.
School's in session at St. Petersburg High. Kids still run in the halls. The principal still rules with an iron fist. Only trouble is, St. Petersburg High has been closed since 1926.
What?
The spirit of St. Petersburg High is definitely living here among us.
Today, St. Petersburg High School has been converted into luxury.
You remember, I remember, like, oh man, Sightings is on. I remember being a little shit. Man, Sightings cool.
Condominiums. The old school rooms and hallways where teenagers of a distant past once dreamed of the future are gone. But people who live here now still see, hear, and feel echoes from the past.
A lot of people hear giggling and laughing in the hallways. People hear
they're laughing at you, dude.
running down the hallways.
I witnessed probably the most spectacular, brightest white light I have ever seen in my entire life.
It's because you were stroking out, lady. She was having a stroke.
Had lights go on and off in the middle of the night for no reason, and we've had a couple nights where we heard, big band music.
Have the students and teachers of yesteryear left an indelible metaphysical imprint on this historic building? Sightings called in Christopher Chacon and a team from the Office of Scientific Investigation and Research to interview
those two guys.
Witnesses and stake out the interior with an array of state-of-the-art technology. The goal was to determine if Old St. Pete High is the site of what ghost experts refer to as residue haunting.
Pretty cool dude.
It would be possible that the children who went to school here may have in fact left some type of impression behind.
Among their instruments, this heat-sensitive imaging system.
People have been using the same tools since the early 90s, and no one's got anything good. Right? Like, no one's got anything awesome. They've been using these same tools forever.
Called thermovision. It was this equipment that Chacon believes enabled his team to capture ghostly footprints on an earlier expedition.
Certainly the possibility is there that
you'd think that after all these years they'd get something like that blow your fucking mind, but never anything.
Are in connection to the students in class that were taking place back in the 1920s.
In 1920, St. Petersburg, Florida dedicated a new high school. The first yearbook had a prophetic dedication.
That the soul
speaking of high school, I was thinking the other day, I was thinking about high school and shit. And I'm like, I don't remember I remember 5 people from high school. I was thinking, who was that girl? I don't remember anybody's name. So you think if you're dying, you're not going to high school. I swear I don't remember anybody. I remember faces, but I don't remember any of them. I don't remember any of their fucking names.
Could perhaps stay on for years to come, and which is in fact what could have happened here.
St. Petersburg High was a jewel in the city's crown. In 1920, St. Pete's first-class president was A.B. Fogarty. Today, he's one of the school's oldest living graduates.
When I picture the school, well, I see a large, airy, well-lit building with wide halls, a nice
I swear I don't remember anybody's name.
Auditorium.
There was that bitch with the big cans. What the fuck was her name? I don't remember. Because I was thinking that because Cobes was talking about bitches he had a crush on in high school, and I'm like, man, I'm like, who was that? I don't remember. Cobes remembers their names and shit. I don't remember these people.
To their different duties. And they had time to top
and the people I do remember, I knew longer than high school.
To each other in those days.
Yeah, exactly. I remember elementary school more than high school.
That by 1926, the charming brick high school was too small. A larger school was built and Old St. Pete was abandoned. It had a variety of tenants over the next 60 years until it was converted into condos. When the new residents moved in, they felt an eerie sense that they were not alone.
Yeah, middle school. I remember everyone in middle school. But high school, man, I don't remember
someone
anybody.
else's space, and you have the feeling that you should respect it.
Bobby Brown had just moved into her apartment in the former science wing. She was watching television when she had her first.
Not from high school. I was barely there.
First paranormal encounter.
I'd show up
all
once
of
in
a
a while,
sudden, this huge, shining disc that was gigantic, probably 6 feet across, came rolling through these windows. And when it hit the wall, it exploded into this millions of fragments of light.
I don't
and the
follow
light
anybody I went to high school with.
was so bright it nearly blinded me. I believe there are spirits. I believe that there's an energy source that comes from an unexplained place, and that probably that energy is here in this building.
The individuals are very credible witnesses,
Let's see some proof,
and the situations are very simple situations that suddenly become very extraordinary because of phenomena which...
We're at spooky high. Super spooky high.
Cannot be classified.
More than 15 different people who live here have experienced strange haunting phenomena that they simply can't explain. At first, they just heard voices, laughing, giggling, childish shouts and murmurs. Then Rick Caesar, who lives in what was once the science lab, insists he's...
Me and Vic would just end up being up at like 3 o'clock in the morning drinking and go to high school. Gotta go to school the next morning.
A ghost.
Well, I was in the bedroom one morning getting dressed, and I saw a tall man with a white shirt and a thin tie. He was kind of looking off into the conservatory, just kind of like he was looking. And then I said, whoa, and I backed up to look again, and he wasn't there.
How about some ghost proof?
They may not, in fact, be individuals who are dead or have passed away coming back to haunt this location. They could, in fact, be nothing more than impressions that have been left behind in the environment that certain people are perceiving and sensing under certain extraordinary circumstances. That sound you hear right now, those are your...
Chacon's investigation here begins with physical and psychological testing of the eyewitnesses. He monitors their sleep to determine if what they are experiencing could be a dream. Then he uses highly sensitive equipment to monitor the entire building over a 24-hour period.
Thermovision allows us to visually record and document an environment in temperature variation.
We didn't record any ghosts, but she flatulated several times, sir.
The night vision technology allows us to move around under complete darkness.
Oh, shit. Damn, Jim.
All of these instruments work together, and then we're able to...
Good one, Jim.
...look at any types of abnormal phenomena or artifacts that we can correlate if something should take place.
While OSIR conducted its scientific investigation, Sightings walked the halls with A.B. Fogarty. It had been more than 70 years since the former class president had been here. We hoped he could help us understand why his long-departed classmates might still roam the building.
It's lost its airiness, this architectural creation. It's changed. It's a totally different thing, totally different.
There's no reason why, if in fact someone had demolished or changed the structure, that they wouldn't have come back and actually become more active because of the fact that someone altered it.
The spirit can roam anywhere, but anybody's can. The spirit...
You don't know that. Stop saying stuff you don't know. You're just saying stuff. You don't have any proof of this. If you had proof, you would have shown it.
That's the thing.
Oh, the spirit can do whatever it wants. Yeah, well, give me some proof. Oh. Get out of my house. You're just saying stuff.
We really are.
The OSIR investigation turned up some unusual electromagnetic activity and cold spots in the walls, signs consistent with other reported residue hauntings.
We would probably have to classify this location as a classic haunt. It has all the characteristics as far as its past history, and also in regards to the experiences people continue to have.
I hate people that just say stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, if you're just like bullshitting in a conversation, sure, but you're on a TV show, dude. All the spirit world can do whatever they want. Okay, back it up, dude. You can't just say that.
The current residents of Old St. Petersburg High School take pride.
Or at least say, I think. At least say, I think. That would let you off the hook.
Building's historic stature and live in peace with the building's past. Not everyone has experienced the voices and visions, but those who have believe that no matter what happens to this building in the future, it will always be filled with school spirit.
The first sassy boys.
During our investigation in St. Petersburg, we had access to some of the most sophisticated technology currently available. But this equipment is still in its infancy. Investigators have yet to devise some sort of machine to objectively measure a subjective experience, like feeling the presence of a ghost.
Damn, we watched over 33 fucking episodes of fucking...
You've had a paranormal experience. Call the Sightings hotline at 1-900-933-SIGHT. That's 1-900-933-7444. Each call 65 cents a minute. Average call lasts 3 minutes. Sightings is also online. Our email address is sightings@aol.com. On this edition of Sightings, what's the British military hiding?
Two Army helicopters approached us and appeared to be harassing us.
They're hiding the beam.
Videotape reveals the truth
breakfast
behind
beam.
crop circle formations. Then, is the
Yeah,
human
look, they're gonna see. So we're gonna see some real crop
It's the
circles.
result of an extraterrestrial experiment.
We are the direct descendants of the intelligent people who landed here.
Also, dangerous entities are terrorizing this hotel.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard, welfare applicant.
It's even possible these people don't know that they're dead.
Plus, a young girl's premonition turns to tragedy.
She drew that picture. She knew she was going to die.
I mean, I would do the same thing too, I'm sure.
And
it was exactly the kind of signal that we were looking for. It's a narrowband signal, clearly of intelligent origin.
Have we made contact with a civilization from another galaxy? Finally, an update. The sculptor whose psychic vision helps families find missing loved ones.
I would think he was there. Well, she could lift a couch with one arm, Liberace. And vacuum under it with the other hand.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. The ancient hamlet of Avebury in southwestern England is the site of two distinctly different supernatural...
Our school was like all white pretty much. I remember there was like one black kid and there was like one Asian girl.
Natural events. In the Avebury area, more than 300 crop circles have been discovered since 1990. And then there are the bizarre glowing orbs that locals have dubbed the Avebury Mystery Lights. The two phenomena seemed unrelated until recently, when videotape was shot showing what appears to be a glowing ball of light actually creating a crop circle.
Oh, shit. Here we go, guys.
This is a military helicopter circling a field in Avebury, England, as captured on home video. The researchers who shot this
what about AC Slater? He wasn't white.
Believe it is evidence that the British government is involved in secret crop circle research. Watch carefully as the helicopter hovers near a mysterious ball of light in the middle of your screen. In the field below, a crop circle.
Look at that one! Compared to Jethro and Bocephus.
Activity in this area this year has been quite considerable.
Look at that one. It's clay.
We have something in the region of 100 major patterns in Great Britain.
That one kind of sucks.
Currently, over 90% of them are in this area.
Slater wasn't even human. Look at the way it sat in chairs.
Area once again.
Some of the crop circles are made by, in my view, extraterrestrials. When you study the material over the last 40 years from many countries, you have solid metallic-looking objects landing, taking off.
I'm just saying, AC Slater wasn't like not white enough to anger.
Characteristic.
You could deal with that.
Feature like an ordinary crop circle.
It was like a clear sphere, but orange inside, with like thousands of lights spinning and rotating, and the whole thing was spinning.
Most of the lights that are seen above the crop formations, and some of them are actually...
I always think of the Saved by the Bell, where they bring out, like, there's like 4 of them, right? There's, it's like AC Slater, Zach, Screech, and Lisa. Oh, no, there's 5 of them. There's 5 of them, and Jesse, and someone breaks out a 6-pack, and they're like, what are you doing, dude? The man won't even give you a buzz. Calm down.
Seen in
Someone's going to get a beer and a third.
There must be some connection, although at the present we haven't got
every single person on that show was passed around, dude. Every single one of them.
Little thing that clicks the two together.
Every night, skywatchers ring the hills around Avebury, waiting for a glimpse of the mysterious lights. The following amateur videotapes of unexplained lights in the night sky have all been taken within the last 3 years.
Of bad haircuts. It's a bizarre adventure of bad haircuts.
It was only very short-lived, but for the 5 seconds it was there, it was tremendous. It was like looking at something half the size of the moon just sat on the ridge top, brilliantly glowing orange.
Look at that.
They looked like orange balls of light. You could see
Screech was passed around as much as anyone.
That they were mushroom-shaped. revolving and emitting orange light soap from the bottom. So we were quite fascinated by it.
I describe it as being spherical, oval-shaped, silvery white, slight orange tinge.
It came over from the left to the right of the trees, then it went back, then it came back again. Then all of a sudden, it looked like it tripled in size and changed colour to orange. But then after that, we see the white ball came out from the side of it.
Yeah, Screech was an angry dude after Saved by the Bell. Well, hey, you're the one who signed up to act like a cocksucker for fucking 5 years.
And that went off
I
to
bet
the
you
left.
Little White was fucking mad too. I don't want to play Urkel anymore. I'm really a cool dude.
And we never see that no more.
The lights are there, and they're not aircraft, planets, or radio
Playing a
towers.
nerd for fucking 10 years sure makes someone angry.
But are they extraterrestrial craft? Most astronomers believe the Avebury mystery lights are a natural phenomenon, but so far they don't know much more than that.
At the heart of a lot of genuine sightings of UFOs are these balls of light cavorting around in the night sky.
You think if the guy who played Urkel was smart, he'd still be running around dressed like Urkel. He'd still be trying to, hey, remember me? Did I do that?
It's coming down very close, perhaps changing shape.
At door conventions, making some easy money.
It's possible that those balls of light are glowing plasma, which is the same type mechanism that we do think is involved in crop circle formation. Plasma being very simply electrically charged air particles. And they start high in the Earth's atmosphere and come down towards the ground. So if you have plasma coming from high in the Earth's atmosphere, you should expect that it's likely to be swirling by the time it gets anywhere near the ground. And
What the hell's going on there?
Consistent with what we find in crop circles.
It is just conceivable that some of the circles
all conventions are door conventions.
may
Just
result
pick one.
from balls of light that just touch down and touch this very responsive surface of a cornfield.
Here's a question. Has there ever been a convention that wasn't a door convention?
The ground here is chalk and limestone, crisscrossed with underground springs. Some scientists hypothesize that the interaction between the water and the rock creates an electrical charge that either attracts or helps create the lights.
But what is so strange is that these lights appear to be moving purposefully.
They're all door conventions.
And that's, for me, what sets it aside from the natural
I
phenomenon.
mean, there's like work conventions, but they're full of dorks. The accountant convention. That's full of dorks.
To one which may well be controlled by an
The
intelligence
dentist convention. That's full of dorks.
of some sort, or indeed in itself may well be intelligent.
See, that's nice.
I turned.
That was a nice.
And I saw this
that's
glint.
Sweet hair.
And I thought,
Yeah, we're
what's that?
dorks.
And automatically, almost, I picked my video camera up.
On July 26, 1990, crop circle researcher Stephen Alexander captured this remarkable footage of one of the mysterious Earth lights in a field near Avebury. The Earth light was maneuvering
Yeah, I mean,
next
it's, the work ones are less dorky, but it's still dorky.
to a newly formed crop circle.
True.
This object just actually curved round and dropped into the crop and disappeared from
Is there a Foreign Legion convention?
And then it started maneuvering through the crop, and it was glinting and flashing. It was a really intense sort of energy source, it seemed to me. Where's it gone?
Yeah, the most embarrassing thing at a horror convention are like the girls who are in horror movies. They're like 68 now.
See that object actually take off.
Buy a picture of my tits.
And in the distance was a tractor driver. And you can actually see the tractor driver stop as the actual object went over the top there.
Where's that piece of paper?
I couldn't explain it.
The cheesy upscale.
In the back of my mind, I knew it wasn't a bird or a balloon or just something blowing in the wind. I knew there was something important there.
That would be dang.
This videotape of another Earth light above Avebury was taken from a hang
Good thing
glider
there's no fake cells here. Only
by
true
Dutch
cells.
UFO researcher Foka Kuja. But scientists and ufologists
These
may
were
not
real tapes. If this was real footage, how come you never seen this again after sightings? If it was real, it'd be all over the place.
be the only ones
I've never
interested in
seen
these
this
lights.
before or
It
after.
appears that the British military is also studying the phenomenon.
That is, mind you, look at it. Look at these bristling with equipment. Right, when we get this here, we can get a picture of him in front of that.
Oh, yeah. Crop circle
There you
right
go,
to our right.
right there. There you go.
Hop out, hop out.
Bump up.
Whoa, this is dramatic.
what appeared to be happening was that we had walked into a situation which was undesirable, because what happened was that the 2 Army helicopters approached us and appeared to be harassing us. I mean, he was so close, it was unbelievable. One helicopter broke away across this field, to the far side of the field, to my left.
And dude, that helicopter could be there for a million reasons. You just nailed the footage of a helicopter saying they were after you.
What you can see on the film is a small white object pulsating, identical to Stephen Alexander's, very similar to the Dutch people's
How can you argue with that?
And others. And this helicopter went directly to the light, which we could see on the footage.
Some flashing thing on the ground. He's moving right over it now. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Does that move?
It overshot it. The helicopter, you can see backing up to get this back into full view as this white light is pulsating underneath it.
Yeah, it could be a training exercise. It could be just filming a fucking training exercise.
This light just disappears. But once again, on film we have something we cannot explain.
If the lights are simply a natural phenomenon, why would the British military be involved? If the lights are nothing more than concentrations of superheated energy,
I didn't see any white light,
how could they create
these? To be fair, these are rough uploads, you know what I mean? I'm sure it was more clear.
Intricate designs.
These things are seen to move from one pattern to another. They appear to have total awareness of their surroundings, and on occasions we have many reports
of
an interactiveness.
This is worse than most of the uploads.
Between the people who are observing them. And so, therefore, for me, that puts it into a slightly different slot. We're looking at what might be intelligence.
He's moving right over it now.
The British Ministry of Defense has stated that the helicopters in Colin Andrews' videotape were on a training exercise and that no one involved with
I think the CIA made that fucking shitty on purpose.
The exercise saw anything unusual that
Look at the Sightings crew busy in the background, guys.
day.
Whoa, listen up, guys. This guy has a story. He said he took a dump and he looked in the bowl and there was nothing in there. Write that down. We're putting him on next week. You mean you shit in the bowl and you turned around, there was nothing in there? I think a demon stole it.
According
to
demons
steal your turds? Next on Sightings.
The Defense Ministry, the pulsing white object is simply a reflection from the helicopter's strobe light.
Coming up, startling new theories suggest that there is a missing link in the story of human evolution.
Don't call them aliens, because we look like them, they look like us.
When Charles Darwin published Origin of the Species in 1859, it ignited a worldwide
They don't want you to see in 480.
Controversy that continues to divide science.
It's a sweet tie. This motherfucker gets the best ties.
And religion. But the controversy doesn't end there, because within the scientific community
they got toy snatches
itself, there is bitter division. And now, new evidence that a conspiracy of silence among mainstream anthropologists is covering up evidence of what some believe are
Coach would be on there as an expert. Professor Saunders chiming in.
Are true extraterrestrial origins.
The Bible answers the riddle of our origin in 4 simple words. And God created man. Darwin looked at monkeys and saw Michelangelo. But for modern anthropologists who try to put a name and a date to the dawn of humankind, the answer is constantly changing. Fossils discovered recently in Ethiopia put our
Everyone knows the missing link is Gary.
Ancestors at around 4.4 million years, but some scientists believe that there is evidence that we are much older than that.
I have audio of the missing link out in the woods.
On an archaeological dig in Hueyatlico, Mexico, Dr. Virginia Steen McIntyre discovered tools that predated the earliest known humans. Her find created a storm of controversy.
I don't really want to be in the center of a controversy. I never asked to be in the center of a controversy, but I'm here, and doggone it, I want to get the information out. I want to get at the truth. I guess that's what it is.
She wants the truth.
Why does Dr. Steen McIntyre feel the need to protect her artifacts from her more mainstream colleagues? Why are contradictory findings being met with contempt instead of excitement? Some researchers charge it's because these new findings would turn modern anthropology on its head.
Whoa.
I believe that we came from outer space. all the evidence suggests
there is no mystery.
That
you're right.
Human beings, as we know them, did not originate on this planet. But
plus, you see, like ones that were proven fake, like over 100 years ago, they still talk about them in science textbooks. What was the Lucy one? it's like half monkey bones and half human bones. They're like, this is what they looked like, but it's like that was proven fake and like a fraud over 100 years ago, but they still talk about it.
Have come to this Earth from other dimensions.
I believe that we came from outer space, that we are the direct descendants of the intelligent people who landed here a long time ago.
Gene Phillips is the founder and president of the Ancient Astronaut Society. He claims that museums are hiding thousands of artifacts that do not conform to their narrow view of anthropology.
This is an exact replica of
it's a space plane
that is in the Smithsonian Museum, and they call it a stylized insect. The Smithsonian had it on display, and they used to sell...
It's clearly not an insect. Why would it have tail fins?
Replicas in their shop.
Phillips claims that after the Ancient Astronaut Society...
Because it looks cool, dude.
They interpreted the object as a prehistoric space shuttle. The Smithsonian removed the original from public display.
I mean, look, there's only so many shapes, right? Eventually, some old-timey group of people is going to invent something that looks like or make something that looks like something in the future. There's only so many combinations of shapes.
Have studied more than 150 ancient sites in 30 countries. These 5,000-year-old masks were unearthed in Eastern Europe. They bear a striking...
That's all horseshit. It's all horseshit. But they got to teach you something. That's their argument. We got to teach you something.
In resemblance to modern-day depictions of supposed aliens, known as Greys.
There's a site in Bolivia, South America.
Well, it's all horseshit. What the hell do we teach them?
Called El Fuerte. What it looks like is a catapult-type launch site for space vehicles.
The Ancient Astronaut Society is not the only group supporting the theory of interplanetary contact. Author Zechariah Sitchin concurs in his book, The 12th
This guy's fucking full of shit.
Planet.
And there is one more planet in our own solar system, not light years away.
This guy started all the whole ancient aliens thing. This is this is the head of the bullshit snake, this guy.
That comes near Earth, between Mars and Jupiter, every 3,600 years.
Yeah,
at which time people, intelligent people, beings like us, come and go between their planet and our planet, and brought us, Homo sapiens, about sooner than we might have appeared otherwise.
I mean, how do you know? How could you know that stuff? They just say, oh, we know it. No, you don't. We got soil samples. Oh, okay.
Aliens.
Okay.
Because we look like them, they look like
it's all
us.
horseshit.
See, all we ask is that people have an open mind. Look at something with an open mind with today's space-age eyes.
Scientists on the fringe of modern anthropology believe that their theories are not taken seriously because mainstream scientists are afraid to admit that they've been wrong.
All the textbooks would have to be rewritten. All the exhibits in...
Yeah, but you guys are full of shit too, though. You're just as bad as they are.
Would have to be changed. This would be very embarrassing. And people who have position...
See, that's their tactic, right? The textbooks are all fake and horseshit. Well, people are gonna fucking find out. Well, okay, we'll make an alternative that's so fucking full of shit and retarded that you'll settle for our fake bullshit.
To defend like that.
Oh, everything was space aliens.
Like to be
well, that's clearly stupid.
The idea of alien evolution does sound far-fetched, and its proponents are well aware of the fact that they're looked at as eccentric outsiders. They may not have all the answers.
I mean, not all science.
But it's often the so-called eccentrics who ask the most interesting questions.
A lot of history's bullshit. I think a lot of history's fucking bullshit.
Next, they call him the recomposer of the decomposed, and he solved another case.
The payoff emotionally is helping to put some of these cases to rest.
Recently, Sightings profiled forensic sculptor Frank Bender. His uncanny gift for sculpting a human face on the bare bones of an unidentified skull has brought closure to many unsolved murder cases. And now, because of our original broadcast, another family can put a long-lost loved one to rest.
In 1980, police made a grisly discovery.
Oh, shit.
In a row house on North Lithgow Street in Philadelphia.
What the hell is that?
The body they found was badly decomposed and bore no resemblance to the young woman she once was. That's where forensic sculptor Frank Bender comes in. He has an uncanny gift for creating a face on a bare skull.
Oh, this guy is at least something. This is the guy who takes like a skull and makes a face out
For
of it.
giving life, if only in clay, to the victims of unsolved crimes. His studio
This is someone who actually does something.
is the final resting place for men, women, and children who have no names. Bender's technique combines forensic science with an emotional, some call it psychic, attachment.
No. Stop. Don't put your sighting stain on this dude.
And it works. On a previous Sightings, we profiled Bender and his amazing success
actual
rate.
talent. Now, don't
After
say
the
that
first segment of Sightings aired, I received numerous phone calls from people all around the country basically saying that they were thanking Sightings and also thanking me and the team involved for the work that we're doing.
And now, the woman who Frank Bender resurrected from a skull found on North Lithgow Street has a name. The wondering and waiting are over for one Philadelphia family. After 15 years, they know what happened to Jackie.
All these years, I never moved because I thought maybe she would come home. Never changed my phone number. Everything's been the same.
Oh no, it's
just
murder
in case.
victim's mumsy.
She would reach out, as they say, and phone home.
Because of our broadcast, Frank Bender met police officer Virginia Hill, who works in the
I
missing
like the sassy boy black shirt turtleneck. That meant that back in the day. That meant fancy boy.
persons unit of the Philadelphia Police Department.
The jeans
Officer
and the
Hill
black
inherited
turtleneck.
the Jackie Goff case 3 years ago.
The search for Jacqueline Goh started with me in 1991.
The first time Officer Hill visited Frank Bender's studio, she was struck by the resemblance between Jackie Goff and one of the busts Bender had sculpted.
I came over to the studio and...
Yeah, but like, could it be inspiration though? You know what I mean? Like, what time did this person go missing? You know,
we talked about it.
a vision doesn't necessarily have to be like a psychic vision.
A show that he was doing. And we put two and two together, and we both believed the same, that it was Jacqueline.
Forensic evidence supported the matchup. Jackie's dental records indicated she had an extra tooth. So did the skull that Bender had worked from. A photo of the bust was given to the Goff family. They made positive ID.
From here up, I would almost have to say positively that it was. Frank has never met Jackie, but when he made this...
Look at that jacket, man. That's fucking cool, dude. Look at that jacket.
It seemed like he knew her when he made it, because that looks like her through her eyes, top part of her face.
DNA results
Yeah, you fucked up the bottom half, idiot.
Are still pending.
Psychic my ace.
But Frank Bender is confident he has made another match.
The payoff emotionally is satisfaction. The satisfaction of helping to...
But I've seen a whole big thing on this dude where they didn't do the psychic crap. The guy has all these guides, like how of like thickness of like, you know, the face over the skull. You know, he has all these little things he puts all over the skull so it's like a guide almost.
Put
like you almost can't
cases
fuck
to
up.
rest.
You'll get it close no matter what you do. But you know, the nose and the mouth and shit. That
Officer
might be
Hill
different.
is continuing to work with Frank
Ears,
Bender
maybe.
on other missing persons cases. The future is promising.
I work with families that are in great distress.
But even just painting by the numbers way, like just putting the little spacers on it, you're gonna get it pretty fucking close.
A lot of families haven't heard from their children in 10, 15, even 20 years.
I just love those jackets.
And I get a lot of relief when the family
Yeah,
has
it measures
put it to
muscle
rest
depth
and we can positively identify someone, and then they can go on with their lives.
Sadly, the bust that Frank Bender was sculpting during our original broadcast has still not been identified.
He's not so good then, is he?
Again, is the face of an unnamed child found murdered in Philadelphia in 1994.
I think they found that dude.
If you have any information
I think
about
I've
the
seen
identity
something.
of this little boy, believed to be 5 years old at the time of his death, please
Yeah, what do you do to someone like Royce is 900 pounds? How would you know?
Attacked the homicide division of the Philadelphia Police Department.
I think they found that little shit.
Coming up,
you can hear people screaming.
Are dangerous spirits haunting this historic site?
It was like walking into a ghost party.
Then, a child's tragic premonition. And this computer document may prove that we are not alone.
Yeah, exactly.
1849. The gold rush is on. More than 80...
it's more paint by numbers than any. With some, there's some artistic talent in there, but a lot of it is paint by numbers.
5,000 people flocked to California in search of the mother lode. A few become millionaires, but most barely scratch out a living. And many of the legendary 49ers die, laboring with hand tools inside unstable mines. It is the ghosts of those who died trying that many believe are still here today, haunting a small town in the Sierra foothills of California.
You can hear explosions.
Yeah, well, that black kid they were talking about, they haven't found. Wasn't that the black kid with? If you guys watch like missing people stuff, wasn't that the one with the gimpy arm or something? The mom like threw him, I don't know, killed him or something.
You can hear fire crackling. You can hear people
like a gimpy
screaming.
Arm or something.
In California's gold country, the mines are idle now. The
There
streams
might not have been that kid. I don't know.
creeks played out. But in Jamestown, the spirit of the 49ers is still alive inside this hotel.
Oh shit, go.
You can still find a hot meal and friendly conversation at the Willow Hotel. And some people believe you can still hear
Hey, can you serve drinks with your A's?
echoes from the past.
I went into the bathroom, went to turn the light on, and something touched me on the back of my hand. I've seen spices fly off the shelves.
Do they still make new episodes? I haven't watched that show in a while. I think like it peaked for me when the guy went over to the neighbor's house and said, "Hey, Leonard, you still fucking your dog?" Imagine saying that to your neighbor.
In the kitchen when no one's there.
Ceiling fans coming on by themselves.
Yeah, I gotta
Lights in
catch
here,
up to it. I won't watch that show
constantly
forever.
going on and off.
Why does the Willow Hotel seem to be the focus of so much haunting activity? Many people believe it's because of a great mine disaster that killed 23 miners.
Dude, Fear Thy Neighbor is one of the greatest shows ever. Because it's, and what's so funny about it is because they tried to label one neighbor as like the smart and like patient and calm one, and the other one is an asshole. But in reality, they're both fucking retarded assholes. They're both extremely retarded assholes. It's hilarious.
Here's here in 1862.
There is no calm neighbor.
Before
they're
the
both
dust had
idiots.
settled, construction began on the Willow Hotel. It was built directly on top of the mine, where so many had lost their lives.
Like even the ones where like the one neighbor gets shot to death and killed. Right. Well, that guy wasn't doing anything to stop it. He was being a fucking annoying douche the whole time too.
Jamestown
He's just the
tried
one
to
who
put
got
the
killed
past
first.
behind it. The hotel thrived, hosting presidents and gunslingers. But the past did not go away.
There's a lot of good here, but there's a lot of evil also.
The Willow Saloon has been in constant
Hi, I
operation
serve drinks
since
with my eight.
1862. But for the past 10 years, no one has slept here. A series of mysterious fires have engulfed the sleeping quarters 3 separate times, and always on the same date in years ending in 5. July 21st, 1955, July 21st, 1975. When the hotel burned on July 21st, 1985, no one wanted to rebuild.
We smelled smoke all day.
Like I saw one where the two neighbors were fighting over use of a driveway. And the guy's like, "No, it's my driveway." And the other guy's like, "No, my driveway." Why couldn't one person say, like, "It's fine, dude, just use the driveway. I don't care." He wasn't tearing it up. He was just driving to his house. It's just a fucking driveway, dude. Calm down.
And then later that evening, we spotted flames in the wainscoting over in the dining room.
Because I guess it was like a private road almost, and it kind of like separated. And he's like, "It's mine. You can't use it."
Department came, they chopped the wall up.
And then the
went
guy
through.
eventually flipped out and just, I think he took an excavator and just smashed the whole, like it was paved, he just smashed the whole fucking thing up or something.
Inside the wall, there was no
something like
electrical.
that.
There
It was a
was
long
nothing
time
there
ago.
to make that fire start. It had started like from nothing.
Then after we got the fire put out, then Kevin, the owner, asked us to stick around just in case it reignited. And at that time, we started hearing 2 scratches from underneath the bar floor by the waitresses. I took a fast exit out the door.
It's like, dude, can't you just work out a deal to both use the driveway? It's not that big of a deal. It's not like he's driving in your yard.
And then shortly after that, out of this wall that I'm leaning against came like two massive exhales.
Word spread about the strange fires at the Willow.
Remember the one where, this might annoy me, where the neighbors were cutting across his yard and like the guy fucking flipped his shit? Like they would just walk through his fucking yard and he would spaz, and then eventually I think he just shot him.
News crew came in to conduct an overnight surveillance.
We set the camera back on the tripod and we left it just sitting there. Nobody touched it, and the camera went to black and white.
I'm just saying, if I had a neighbor like had to use your driveway, but the neighbor wasn't an asshole, I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't care too much.
You know, electrical was blinking in and out, and the walls of the booth in the front there started rolling.
Well, it was only like the bottom part of it too, because it split off.
As if like an earthquake, you know, was making the walls roll out. We did play it back.
Yeah, we had lines going across it and then it started rolling. And then ever since then, I haven't been able to really view it.
It kept shutting the VCR off, ejecting the tape, and it was a brand new tape.
That same television crew took these photographs and claimed they saw transparent entities hiding in the shadows.
I just looked across the room and I just saw somebody standing at the booth, and as soon as I got up, he just disappeared. He was gone. That was the reason why I took a picture of the booth to see what would happen. And then it appears that there are two...
Remember that guy that killed his in-laws for eating his food and farting in his chair and shit? Alright, dude, you're farting in my chair, man. You gotta arm yourself. If you're gonna fart in my chair, dude, you better arm yourself.
Faces in the booth, one on each side, and one of the faces looks like he has like a miner's hat.
Are these entities somehow responsible?
I didn't see anything in those photos, by the way. Let's go back.
In the booth, one on each side, and one of the faces looks like he has like a miner's hat.
Are these entities somehow responsible for the fires? Do they have a connection to the Great Jamestown Fire of 1896 that destroyed almost everything?
One I remember is the one neighbor who was mad because the neighbors were the other neighbor was having parties all the time and was loud. He just went, he put on all his military gear and just started shooting up his barbecue. He was just lighting people up, dressed up in all of his military shit.
In the late 1800s. When the
Why the military shit, dude?
Burning, and they dynamited some of the other buildings to save this one. They said while they were dynamiting, a man was killed, and they said one of the kinfolk from the man that was killed is who keeps lighting this place on fire.
Or is the haunting here related?
Or the building is just made out of really old dry ass wood.
Turbulent times.
Well, you know, ghosts and stuff.
Willow experienced during Prohibition.
In 1925, Gus Ratto, who was leasing the bar at the time, went upstairs to his wife's room and called to her, and when she opened the door, he fired one shot into her head and turned around and shot another.
That is a fucking cool shirt, dude.
Into his own head.
Since 1972, the place has belonged to the Mooney family. When Kevin Mooney took over 4 years ago, he was a confirmed skeptic until he had his own
But they're
sighting.
eating the food and shitting or farting in the chair, man.
I'm getting ready to walk through the back door when I look up at the window and there's eyes like red like this, two red eyes looking through the window, and my heart started going. Oh God! I get outside, my heart's boom, boom, boom. I look around.
You
There's nothing
guys
there.
want some tourist bucks, huh?
The Moonies had earlier contacted parapsychologists Nick Nocerino and
Why is this building from the 1800s? Why is this wooden building from the 1800s catching on fire all the time, guys?
Pelton to conduct a thorough investigation.
It's just so ridiculous.
Something here is very hot. Very hot. This is where the apparition should be. If there's going to be an apparition, it should be in this area.
When you walk through this building, you still feel heat, you feel fire, you smell smoke.
Pelton and Nocerino
Evil Lives Here is a good one, too, yeah.
Believe that there are 3 layers of hauntings here, caused by what they have termed residual thought forms.
Well, thought form is probably an event that took place that these people are reliving. And if you tie that into a quick death, had it been from a fire explosion, a mine cave-in, it's even possible these people don't know that they're dead.
No one can predict if the haunting forms of the past will appear again. But you can bet everyone in Jamestown will
How
be
do you not know if you're dead?
in an eye on the Willow every July 21st, ending in 5.
The pattern of fires occurring on the same date nearly every decade since 1955 has all the earmarks of a classic arson pattern. That's what the Tuolumne County Fire Department originally thought. But their extensive investigation has ruled out arson as a possible cause.
When Sightings continues, a child's premonition turns tragedy into hope.
Katie was given a glimpse from the other side.
Making your kids lie on TV.
Most psychical researchers believe that we are born with extraordinary powers of ESP, but as we grow older, our psychic ability is weakened by a world...
Oh, Jim Swim, another show recommendation is you got to watch American Housewife. It's the funniest fucking show on TV, dude. You got to watch that show. It's fucking great, dude. It's awesome.
that teaches us to rely on empirical thinking. If this is true, it might help explain why young Katie Thronson had a premonition of death that, tragically, came true.
Poor little guy!
This is the last picture Katie Thronson ever drew. It was her vision of another life beyond this one. It seemed to spring from an active imagination, but less than a week after Katie showed the drawing to her mother, the little girl, who seemed heaven sent, was gone.
No! Katie was a beautiful little girl who was really happy and was always kissing people.
Why'd you kill her, Julie?
Just
I'm getting Julie,
really
don't sue me.
loving.
She would always have her arms around other children. She seemed to be the one that always brought children together.
Over the course of almost 7 years, she had hundreds of drawings.
Fucking sucks.
She expressed herself by drawing hearts all the time because she was
She made those crop circles.
filled with love.
Julie Thronson vividly recalls one day in October of 1991 when Katie came to her out of the blue with an unsettling question.
She came into the room where I was sitting, holding a tablet.
And
that
she said, "Why do you grunt at night, Mumsy?"
she had been drawing on, and in a real innocent way came up to me and asked me, "Mommy, am I gonna die?"
I don't know, probably. Yes, and very soon.
And I said, "No, honey, of course not. You're not gonna die." And she said, "Never?" And I said,
"Are you lying about your fucking dead kid, you fucking weirdo?" Because that's what I'm getting. I'm getting this bitch is lying about her dead kid. Yeah, right? What kid doesn't ask that?
"Katie, no, you're not gonna die."
That's actually it. She probably isn't lying. What Liberace said, every kid asked that.
Then she just danced off, happy that she wasn't gonna die.
But 2 days later...
2 days later. I'm not gonna die, thanks, Mumsy. I'm not gonna die, thanks, Mumsy. Ba-da-bop, ba-da-bop.
Katie developed what appeared to be a severe flu. The next day, her condition worsened, and she was rushed to the hospital. Doctors suspected that Katie had a ruptured appendix.
Hey, Mumsy, I'm not gonna die.
Hours after that time, and prior to her going to surgery, her
surgery for the flu? What?
Had become extremely grave.
Julie never left her daughter's side. Just before 3 o'clock, while Katie was awaiting surgery, there was a change in her breathing. She lapsed into unconsciousness, and Julie could not
Mumsy says I'm not gonna die.
wake her.
I said, "Katie,
Yeah, right?
Katie, just talk to Mama." And she wasn't responding to me at all. And I looked at the clock, and it was right at 3 o'clock. I looked at the clock, I looked at her, and suddenly...
This sounds like bad timing to me.
She just sat up in the hospital bed, raised her arms out towards the window, opened her eyes, It was like she wanted me to pick her up, yet she wasn't in my direction.
Spooky ghost.
There was this stillness in the room that is indescribable. It was just completely still. It was like an infinite moment. And in my spirit, I just knew that my little girl had been taken. And I ran out into the hall, and I just yelled. My little girl just died. I just saw her die.
Lady, get out of here.
A medical team rushed in to try to revive Katie. Julie waited in the hallway, just outside the room where her daughter was dying.
And then I noticed a pregnant woman walking towards me. And I could tell by the look in her eyes that she was going to say something to me. And she came right up to me. She touched me on the shoulder. And she said, "The Lord has spoken to me. You're to be like a lioness. Your little girl."
Shut up. Shut up. This did not happen, you lying turd.
"The Lord has spoken to me. You're to be like a lioness."
A lioness. She came up to me and beefed it in a cupped hand and threw it in my face.
Okay. And I just felt this shiver go through my body. And I thought,
that never happened.
If the Lord has spoken to her, then Katie is okay. Whether she's gonna live
Well,
or what.
the pregnant lady said the things. Don't worry about my kid now.
Whether she's
throw her in the river, Doc. I'm good to go. Yep.
gone to God, Katie's gonna be okay.
The woman disappeared as if into thin air, and Julie never saw her again. Katie was being kept alive with machines.
Everyone else, their poor kid dies, and they don't get any magical experience like that. But she does, because she's special, guys. She gets a special magical experience. But no one else who had to suffer through this shit does.
After 3 days, doctors pronounced her legally brain dead. The Thronsons made the agonizing decision to remove life support.
Well, she wasn't that smart to begin with. You see her art. Can't we just keep it turned on?
Autopsy indicated that there was indeed appendicitis and that there had been extension of this infection locally to other organs that were nearby.
Officially, Katie died October 10th, but both Julie and her doctor believed Katie was gone much sooner.
When I told the doctor that at that time she had raised her arms out towards the window, he said, I believe that was the time that Katie left her body.
Okay.
And that although they artificially...
Dr. Scholl said that.
...kept her alive, she had died at 3 o'clock.
It was 6-year-old Katie who was the first to be laid to rest in the family plot.
All right, enough with the dead kid sightings. Come on.
It was an unspeakable tragedy from which the Thronsons never thought they would recover. But a few months later, there was a ray of hope stuffed inside a cardboard box. Julie found the tablet that Katie had been drawing on just days before her death.
She had drawn a picture of these angels.
You drew that, didn't you?
Surrounding a light. And the cloud and the moon had sad faces, and all the angels had sad faces, and some of them even had tears coming down.
Some way to pretend. I mean, whatever, dude. Pretend your dead kid's magic, but come on. Let's make it a quick segment on sightings.
The picture said everything.
Loves dead kids.
When I saw it, I knew without a doubt that Katie had a premonition.
Julie drew strength from that cherished drawing. Then, 5 months after Katie's death, a picture appeared in Life magazine that seemed to confirm Julie's belief that her daughter's drawing was a premonition. This 19th century engraving was part of an article about life after death. The depiction of a welcoming vortex of light was strikingly similar to Katie's own vision. Both pictures have a circular pattern that resembles the tunnel of light commonly reported in near-death experiences.
Come on. These are in no way related to each other.
Coincidence? Or did Katie receive a divine message?
So
what, the guy who did the original drawing had a divine message? Or was he just drawing shit he just thought up? Or just thought up on the spot?
She drew that picture. She asked me, Mommy, am I going to die?
Whether or not she knew the meaning of it, I believe her spirit did.
Author Dr. Gerald Jampolsky is a child psychiatrist.
How do you know that's a tunnel of light anyway? It could just be kids. It could be just her standing around that terrible crop circle she made.
To counsels bereaved families. After Julie Thronson saw the Life magazine article, she wrote to Dr. Jampolsky and asked him to look at Katie's drawing.
I pointed out that at 3 o'clock, it looked like one of the angels was going
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
toward the center, going toward the light.
I was like amazed for a minute, and he continued it, but I'm thinking, he doesn't know that Katie died at 3 o'clock. There's no way he could know that.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't tell him.
Julie also tried to find the pregnant woman who had comforted her. The hospital gave her the names and phone numbers of
She
all...
drew that retarded S that all kids draw. What does it mean? A retarded S. Like that 3D retarded
the women in the maternity
What is that?
ward
What is that
day.
called?
But none of them remembered speaking to Julie.
She was obviously an angel. There was some kind of a message there of life and death and birth.
The cycle of death and birth continues.
Hey, we got a new kid. Fuck that old dead shit.
There is a new life in the Thronson family. Little Cody was born on October 7th, 1992, 1 year to the day after Katie died. It was an uncanny coincidence.
I was once told a definition of coincidence that I've always found very helpful. A coincidence is a miracle in which God wishes to remain anonymous. That makes a lot of sense to me.
When the Thronsons take Katie's brothers and sisters to her grave, the family remembers and
God, the most depressing family on earth.
Talks about what they believe is God's plan.
With that shitty drawing on the tombstone.
It was a gift from beyond. Maybe a gift from God.
The impact that drawing has had on our life is just beyond words. We have this to share with people. We have the hope to share with people that there is a beautiful side to all of this.
It helped us in the healing because it gave us both peace.
I mean, I can see going to the grave and shit, but maybe leave the little fellers at home.
I felt honored
Think about that shit.
that Katie was given a glimpse from the other side.
There's just the fact that there's life after death. And even though we can't see it, it exists.
See, everyone's like, I always drew the S, but when I remember growing up, it was only the retards, like the special ed kids, that drew that S on their notebooks.
Just a few weeks ago, the Thronsons were in a serious car accident. Fortunately, everyone's all right. They're recovering at home.
Why the fuck are you telling us?
Something strange happened during that crash.
Oh, here we go.
3-year-old Christopher told his mother and father that right after the moment of impact, he saw Katie.
Up next.
It was 5 to 6 times.
Yeah, because he had a traumatic brain injury, dude.
I'm stronger than any signal in the past.
After receiving what
Katie's revenge.
could be an extraterrestrial message, this facility could be shut down.
The radio telescope at Ohio State University in Columbus is nicknamed the Big Ear. Its job is to listen for anomalous sounds in the cosmos that might be evidence of intergalactic communication.
It was actually a spiral going down to hell. Now she's going to attack the family.
Someone out there is trying to get our attention. The Big Ear is probably the telescope that will bring the message to us.
Man has always wondered, are we alone in the universe? Are there other intelligent beings somewhere that we might perhaps converse with at some point, or at least learn of the existence of?
The universe has no beginning, no middle, and no end. In such a limitless ocean of planets, moons, and stars, are we really the only life forms searching outer space? Is another civilization trying to make contact? Astronomers operating this telescope believe contact has been made.
It was exactly the kind of signal that
we haven't heard anything since.
It's a narrowband signal, clearly of intelligent origin, clearly not interference, not any of those things.
In the late
I
1950s,
mean, you can't say clearly. You could say most likely.
Ohio State University began construction on what would become the world's largest radio telescope. It was designed to pick up and record the noises of space. And for over 15 years, it cataloged a symphony of static pops and hisses that were emanating naturally from satellites, stars, and explainable sources. Then, in the mid-1970s,
I mean, I wouldn't argue
the
with it,
radio
but I
telescope,
don't think there's anything out there.
known as the Big Ear, received NASA sponsorship and began listening for evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence. In 1977, they got their first hit.
I had the task to look at the computer printouts to see if there was anything in.
Wait, I got a message from space. It says, we all must stand for Israel.
Interesting. Anything 4 or above was definitely unusual. Well, this was the equivalent of 30. And so it was so strong, 5 to 6 times stronger than I had seen any signal in the past, that I was astonished and immediately wrote the word.
The message from space says, we need one world government.
Wow! Exclamation point in the margin of the computer printout.
The very strange thing is we have these 2 beams in the sky. We saw it in only one of those beams. So that means that it turned off or on.
At least this is real shit, I guess. Not some lady making up a story.
The other, as we were watching it, which is even further indication of intelligent origin. The tantalizing thing is we went back and looked hundreds of times later and it was never there again.
So it's drink more Ovaltine.
So we will never know exactly what that was. It could have been from some other civilization.
The spontaneous signal became known as the Big Wow. It immediately sparked serious debate among astronomers. No one could explain the origin of the signal, but many scientists would not accept it as proof of intergalactic communication. Others insisted the Big Wow was Earth's first contact with an extraterrestrial intelligence. The debate continues to this day.
The fundamental problem in a scientific experiment is if you can't repeat it, it probably, you can't say it exists.
Dr. Louis Friedman does not believe that the Big Wow is definitive proof of interstellar communication, but he does believe it is an important piece of a larger puzzle that the Big Ear will someday solve.
Nonetheless, it has over the time made very useful observations in the whole search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like they're just going to talk about this one sound they got. That's it. There was never anything else after
the Big Ear's scientific contributions.
They're still talking about this stupid sound today. To this day, they're still talking about that shit.
The radio telescope's future is on shaky ground.
Congress did cut out the funding last year, and that
you guys weren't doing anything.
has made the SETI program really disappear from all government activities. Because
you got that terrible movie out of it. What was that stupid movie? Was it the one with Jodie Foster? What was that stupid ass movie?
Subject deals with extraterrestrial life. It's a subject that is.
I seen that movie in the theater and it sucked.
Obviously capable of ridicule, and Congress didn't continue the funding because
Contact. That's right.
Acceptable to those kinds of jokes.
Unfortunately, the land the Big Ear sits on is becoming more valuable than the radio telescope itself. Without federal funding, it's up to private organizations like the Planetary Society to stave off.
I always remember that. I remember that movie. I remember walking out and some 2 dudes were talking to each other, and the guy looks at the other dude and goes, "That fucking sucked."
Destruction of the
and I was like, "Hey, that guy's right."
The idea that someone out there may be transmitting and we're not listening is not one that we in the Planetary Society are comfortable with.
Currently, everyone who works on the project works for free.
The trailers look cool, though.
Supported by volunteers who don't want to see the project die.
We have people from all walks of life. I mean, we have an attorney, we have physicists, astronomers, a chemist, school teachers.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. I mean, maybe it is something, but it could be anything.
Repairmen, people who...
These guys have to blow everything up so they can get more money from the government.
Thing that you can imagine, volunteer here.
The Planetary Society encourages...
Cocoon sucked. I could never sit through that movie.
Anyone with an interest in the heavens to join them. Volunteers who aren't physicists or astronomers learn from those who are.
If it weren't for someone like me coming up and repointing the telescope a couple times a week, then no such survey would be done.
Their equipment is sadly outdated, but the Big Ear volunteers
are... It's not a good theater movie, you know what I mean? It's like not a movie you want to see it.
Undaunted. Who knows when one of them will be able to write...
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's better to see it when you're older, but I don't know. I can't imagine.
On a computer printout.
There's no
Plus Jodie Foster. There's something gross about Jodie Foster. Hate her dumb face.
What extraterrestrial civilization's power is, so even the weakest equipment might be able to pick something up.
Eventually they will transmit, and I think we'll hear it. If not in my lifetime, then the next one.
It seems unlikely that only here, in this very typical place, that life would have formed. In fact, if we go on searching for a long period of time and never find anything, that will be an even stranger situation, that we will have to then understand why did life form only here and nowhere else.
We want the Earth to be listening. We have a lot to learn in this area. Who knows where we'll strike a little gold in those hills.
Whoa!
The land underneath the Big Ear is leased to Ohio State by a land development corporation. The university's 10-year lease expires next year, and there are rumors that when...
Oh, God. It's like her bony, pointy, lesbo, naked body all in the movie. The movie's gross.
It does.
She was so
one
awful
of the world's
in that.
tallest radio telescopes will be
Her
dismantled.
bony, sharp-angled, naked lesbo body in it.
To make way for a golf course.
Sightings has expanded its America Online area. Keyword
Oh,
Sightings when you
shut
log on
up.
for access to Sightings stories,
Who
images,
cares?
and events. To subscribe to
Did a
America
computer play Doom?
Online, call 1-800-591-3344. And you can still reach Sightings 24 hours a day at 1-900
Nice one, dude.
933-7444.
Until next time,
Isn't it just like into wing?
remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind. For Sightings, I'm Tim
She
White.
was a bony Beals. Get out of here. All right, this better be a good one because this is what we're ending on.
This edition of Sightings. You can check in anytime you want, but beware of ghosts.
Spooks.
There is an evil presence there.
An ongoing sightings investigation, residual haunting. Then, from America's UFO
That's actually the same computer I'm streaming from.
hotspot, startling new evidence of alien visitation.
I think it's some kind of alien craft, if you ask me.
Plus, did this young genius live before?
When he was only maybe a week old, he was conducting Mozart.
Also, a psychic.
Can I hear that again? Can I hear that again?
I think it's some kind of alien craft, if you ask me.
Plus, did this young genius live before?
When he was only maybe a week old, he was conducting Mozart.
Also, a psychic detective helped.
A week-old baby conducting Mozart, guys. Can you believe that? That's a zany story. I totally believe that.
He was only maybe a week old, he was
Shut up,
conducting
you
Mozart.
lying hag!
Also, a psychic detective helps fight crime in Alabama.
I do this work because it gives me a great pleasure to get killers.
What's happened?
Jules Verne and H.G. Wells predicted a future that's now history.
H.G. Wells envisioned the A-bomb.
Is today's science fiction tomorrow's fact?
Oh, dude, anyone could have predicted a giant bomb.
A 40% chance that we're going to ruin this world is to
Good,
me
full of assholes.
horrifying.
No, he was conducting Mozart. Moving himself and drooling and conducting Mozart. Guys, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm just going to say it. Sightings is a very silly TV show. One women.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. One of our...
he was beef walking to a beat of a song at 1 week old. He was.
Sightings investigative teams is studying a haunting case right now in Northern California, where apparitions, poltergeists, eerie sounds, odors, and electrical disturbances have all been
I could put a laugh track on this show.
reported. It's the old Brookdale Lodge, a dilapidated country inn that over the last half-century has played host to everyone from presidents to Satan worshippers, and stands on the site of a native...
Yeah, and like most of the people here are like just government retards. I mean, you'll get like the people in the backwoods like, I saw an alien touch my pecker. You know, but a lot of them you could tell.
American burial ground.
Built in 1924, the Brookdale Lodge is a place where visitors can touch a piece of history, and a place where some people believe history touches them back.
It's impossible to live there and not feel it. It's going on all around you.
I believe there's something.
It attacks people who seem to be the most vulnerable.
I like how every shitty tourist trap has like has ghost stories.
Believe in ghosts.
It's very fun, even back then.
Before, but I do now.
You never hear of a Western haunted outhouse.
1990, San Francisco Police Lieutenant Bill Gilbert bought the historic lodge and began a massive restoration effort. Since then, Bill, his family, and employees have all felt an uneasy presence.
I was cleaning the tables, and when I looked up, I saw this little girl. Her face, her image was on the other side of the window, and couldn't see any of her body except for the top part of her. She was staying in the same spot. It was like she was pressed right against the window.
Ross Gibson is a local historian who believes
this fucking geek, this wedgie magnet.
that the sighting of the little girl may be connected to a tragic episode he has discovered in the lodge's history.
One of the tragedies of that era was when the niece of the lodge owner drowned in the famous brook.
Abraham Lincoln. Wait, hear this guy's voice? Wait, hold on. Can I find it? Oh, where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Wait, let's hear his voice. Let me find the one.
But you guys...
No.
Pretty good.
Now that's what you...
Hello.
No, where is it?
I am done with you forever.
What the heck?
Yeah.
What the heck?
This of the lodge owner drowned in the famous
What the
brook.
heck?
The Santeria
I'm trying to find it. It's not funny, man. But it's...
history.
One of the tragedies of that era was when the niece of the lodge owner drowned in the famous brook.
The centerpiece of the Brookdale Lodge has always been a natural brook running through the middle of the dining room. It has been the lodge's claim to fame, but also its undoing.
In 1955, a terrible flood raced through the lodge.
Find it. Do I not have it anymore?
The following year, just as they were getting back on their feet, the famous dining room burned down.
I walked into the brook room. That's where the river runs through the restaurant. And the second I walked into the room, a hot sensation came over my lips.
Jennifer
Ghost gave her a
the owner's daughter, did not immediately associate the burning sensation on her lips with a ghostly presence.
She got a ghost.
I came back again on a separate occasion, and I had the same sensation on my lips, and then it happened several times.
No, even ghosts want to fudge me.
After
Okay.
that, and I started to believe then.
The eerie activity in the Brookdale Lodge has all the earmarks of what paranormal investigators call a residue haunting. The theory is that events from the past are permanently imprinted on the environment and can then be experienced in the present. In conjunction with the Office of Scientific Investigation and Research, Sightings is conducting a long-term study on residue haunting. Previously, we brought you our investigations of the schoolhouse in Bodega Bay, California,
Ghost nut on Maui?
and Old St. Petersburg
Ghost nut so juicy in Maui?
in Florida.
We monitor everything from background radiation, electrostatic fields,
this guy again,
light, the air content. We look for a rational explanation. We try to see if someone's feeling cold air, if there is in fact a design in the building which is making cold air move through the place.
Kim Gilbert is just one of many people who has experienced anomalous hot and cold spots inside the lodge.
And it's not a draft. It's not the sun shining through the walls. It's
That bitch totally ain't fucking crazy.
definitely something is there, and you can feel it. You're repelled by it. You want to get away.
While OSIR monitors the lodge interior with scientific instruments and surveillance cameras, Sightings has also asked psychic Sylvia Brother to give us her impressions of what could be causing the haunting activity. Almost immediately, she felt the presence of two strong entities.
And one is Sarah, and the other one is this grumpy,
lifelong fraud,
cranky, round, rotund man.
Could this be what Police Lieutenant and
Bitch should
current
have died
owner
in
Bill
prison.
Gilbert has reported seeing?
As I walked into the lobby, there's a red couch near the door, and it would be to the far side. And there would be like a mirage or something. I couldn't say it's the figure of a human being.
That's got to be a toupee, right? That guy's toupee maxing.
What the police officer saw was the figure of this man.
Sylvia attempted to make contact with this supposed figure from the past.
Well, as she always does, she just made everything up.
She claimed to receive psychic messages that the spirit was a judge, or used the name Judge.
Judge? Is that your
Reinhold.
name, Judge?
Judge Reinhold.
The site was bought in 1870 by the Grover Lumber Company. And
That's not
in
funny,
1900,
man.
they sold the property.
He looks like that guy, too.
To Judge Logan, and he converted their old headquarters into Brookdale Lodge.
There is a negative energy with this male. He just doesn't want anything changed. Your lodge, your land.
Have another smoke, lady.
Sylvia believes the spirit of Judge Logan is angry, and that it is responsible for the destruction that has occurred in the lodge over the years.
I live right in the lodge, and there's been the doors broken off of the hinges. There's been planks torn off the walls.
It was from the inside, and it was like the tearing off of something supernatural.
To determine if the eyewitnesses were experiencing a paranormal event, OSIR first attempted to rule out any environmental factors that might be influencing them. OSIR has found that certain chemicals present in soil and water can sometimes create haunting-like experiences.
We look for radon in the air, toxic or hazardous chemicals, and these are chemicals which can create a hallucinogenic effect on the people and make them imagine that they're having experiences.
But these factors were not present, and eyewitnesses insist that they have seen things that cannot be hallucinations.
When I went into the Brook room with my sister once, there was a pinball machine on the side. All the lights were on. It was just going crazy.
Whoa,
and we
what
looked
pinball?
down,
What is
and
that?
it was
What pinball
unplugged.
machine?
I was scared.
What we find in a lot of hauntings
Dude, if I was a ghost, I'd totally play pinball. That'd be awesome.
is they exude electricity.
Ghost pinball.
And they
day.
will come make a light go on that is unplugged. The pinball machine. It's like, again,
Yeah, what is
the
that? What is that
scream.
one? I can't tell.
Please, somebody notice that I'm here.
Shut up, lady.
Sometimes late at night when I'm locking up by myself, I'll hear a whole bunch of music, like old-time music, and I think it's coming outside, and I'll follow it, and it's coming from the Brook room, and it's coming from by the kitchen, and I'll hear dishes banging
Sometimes
around.
I'll hear a song that says, "Oh no, it smells."
And like someone's having a party, and I walk into it, and there's absolutely nobody there.
In its heyday, many celebrities came here, which included Hollywood stars. This was also a favorite spot for the headliners of the big band era.
In the Mermaid Room, an underwater
Mermaid
floor show
room?
once entertained visitors in the 30s and 40s. Today, many people have seen a different kind of visitor in the Mermaid Room.
I saw like the glimpse of this
It's a ghost
child. And so I looked, twice, and it just sort of
That's
disappeared.
lame ass pinball machine.
This is really where the major influence of the girl is. She's jumping, she's skipping, and she stops.
Lady, you add
at this
nothing.
point.
You
I can
literally
see
add
her,
nothing.
And she pulls up her white stockings.
You've been exposed as a fraud.
Later,
Get.
in the Brook Room, Sylvia Brown felt the child's
All these people are frauds.
presence once again.
I can
Then
believe, I don't believe, I can believe a goofy bitch thinks that's what happened, right? And she's not lying. Like this one bitch talking about she hears stuff. Like maybe she thinks she did. I don't think she's
visioned a
lying.
chilling scenario.
All of a
Sylvia,
sudden,
get out of here.
from the side comes a dark woman with a big braid.
Oh, fuck off.
The child spins
Oh,
around,
man, she's a
and the
fraud.
woman seems like she's pushing. And the child tumbles and falls. She drowned.
Was a child named Sarah murdered here? Police records say no, but a
That's all I need to hear.
supernatural force within the lodge seems to be saying yes.
The area itself, and especially the lodge, is a very beautiful place.
Police reports say no.
But there is an evil presence there.
The Brookdale Lodge is a beautiful location, and based on eyewitness testimony and the separate investigations of Sylvia Brown and the OSIR, it appears to be a location that bears
Yeah,
the
it's got running water, man. Running water sounds weird sometimes.
residue of the past,
Makes some weird noises.
both the violent and the playful.
Certainly after conducting our investigation, initially here at the Brookdale Lodge, we found a variety of very unusual,
finally some fudging proof,
phenomena. The data that we documented showed specifically certain areas of floors which seemed to produce what looked like footsteps walking through various parts of the structure.
You tried that trick last time, you motherfucker, with the footsteps. You're not doing this again. That must be the trick they know how to do with these tools they have, because they did the footsteps at that school, remember?
Severe were monitored in both wind velocity and with thermovision to accurately determine the temperature. However, we were not able to determine exactly where the air was coming from. In fact, the experiences people are having here are very real, and that they are perhaps in some way a ghost or a residue haunting taking place.
Okay.
Okay. Our investigation at Brookdale Lodge is ongoing. Although we have the most sophisticated detection equipment currently available,
I like the tie this week too.
No one has yet figured out how to get a ghost to appear when and where you want it to.
When Sightings continues,
which means they got shit. They didn't get anything.
What world is it?
Is this videotape evidence of an extraterrestrial visitation?
Could be some kind of a military craft. I doubt it, though.
Terrible.
Gulf Breeze, Florida continues to
I
garner...
just hate psychics because I hate psychics not because they're frauds, but because they're boring. You know what I mean?
Worldwide attention because of a persistent UFO flap sighted there since 1986.
I mean, they're frauds
there
too.
There are hours of film and videotape documenting UFO sightings over Gulf Breeze. Much of it shot by one man, Ed Walters. Skeptics argue that this is highly suspicious and challenge Walters' veracity. But now there is new videotape and new film of UFOs over Gulf Breeze, and none of it comes from Ed Walters.
Like, nothing's worse on Sightings when a psychic shows up. It's like, oh, here we go, boring, made-up bullshit.
It's a question that residents in Gulf Breeze, Florida have been asking for almost 10 years. There have been over 1,000 individual sightings of unidentified flying objects, beginning in 1986, with this historic
just an idiot running in a field with a sparkler.
photograph taken by Ed Walters. Since then,
Those old
Walters
shitty
and
cameras.
others continue to capture UFOs on film and tape.
The activity in our area has certainly not stopped. It has never stopped.
He's right.
And it looks like it's on the increase, hopefully.
There's a lot more people willing to acknowledge that they've had a sighting than 5 years ago. People were much more quiet about it.
The sightings in
Gulf, like, even if there was, imagine how much cool shit that could have been caught, but everyone had those cheesy VHS fucking cameras.
Breeze have become more
terrible.
frequent, in large part because
that could
groups
be
of
anything.
Amateur ufologists now scan the skies nightly, and the nation's largest
laser
UFO
challenge,
research
It
organization,
could be literally
MUFON,
anything.
now has a branch office here, headed by Art Hufford.
The purpose of our local MUFON organization, I think, is really twofold. One is to investigate using the best scientific methods we can, UFO
all these people
sighting
are frauds.
reports,
Sky's point.
close encounters, abduction experiences, and then secondly to try to educate.
Hey, it stinks in here. It's the stink convention.
To share
It smells like
what we
ointment.
learn locally and also what we learn from what's going around the country and around the globe.
That guy was checking out all the bitches.
One of the most dramatic UFO encounters to date occurred on April 28, 1990.
She wasn't even Jamaican. She was like from Chicago or something.
Ken and Carol Baker were driving home, and as this simulation demonstrates, the Bakers claim to have seen two glowing orbs. What the Bakers saw is similar to videotape of two bright UFOs shot in the same area, hovering over the
That's
Gulf
on
Breeze
water.
shoreline.
That's on water, dude.
At approximately
they said it was on
10:40
water. Okay.
at night, my wife was driving me to
Maybe a boat
my place of
with a
employment.
light on it.
I looked out the front windshield, and we saw a white object. I looked out, and I didn't know what it was I was looking at, and it was round like a bubble. Around this light, or around this bubble, was a smaller light that seemed to be orbiting around it. I try to be scientific in all the things that I deal with. I was in the Air Force for 7 years, and I've seen different crafts, different ships we have. It wasn't anything we had seen before.
With the increasing number of sightings
Remember
by
Dionne Warwick? The Psychic Friends Network.
credible townspeople and new videotape evidence, even hardened skeptics believe something is going on over Gulf Breeze. But is it a UFO?
Probably.
There's a program
probably
afoot
not.
to try to slowly educate people all over the world that we're not alone. Who knows, maybe one of those days
We need to be educated, guys.
we'll have that landing on the White House lawn experience where no longer is there any doubt that they're here, they're among us.
Why do you care if I know there's aliens or not? Why do you give a shit?
Sitting in the sky, some kind of...
I need to educate
some kind of a
you.
military craft, I guess. I doubt it, though. I think it's some kind of...
Oh, why don't you stand still for a
alien
second,
craft.
you asshole?
You ask me.
You guys having a seizure.
Gulf Breeze resident Ed Walters has also captured a new UFO on film. This Polaroid instant picture shows an unidentified craft offshore with what appears to be waterspout activity just below it.
No!
Physicist
Get out of here, dude.
Dr. Bruce Maccabee enlarged and examined the snapshot, and he sent us this lengthy report. In his opinion, the waterspout UFO is not a fake. Dr. Maccabee, a civilian scientist with the U.S. Navy, joins us now to discuss his findings.
But I mean, like, it
Dr.
could be
Maccabee,
anything.
you conclude that this photograph is
It's just fellow Fed. It's my fellow Fed.
not a fake. Does that mean it is a genuine UFO?
I'd say the chances are very small that that could be a hoax. In this case, the sighting is reported
It's
by...
a camera trick, dude. There's probably a boat went by, right? Yeah, a boat just went by and he dangled something in front of the camera.
Ed lasted a couple of minutes at the most, but to put a large object out there in the middle of the Santa Rosa Sound would probably take hours.
Dr. Maccabee,
It's not a large object, dude. It's a camera trick.
Walters has been a key figure in the photographs and in the logging of activity in Gulf Breeze.
If there was this giant shit on the top of the or going down the river, though, 1 million people would have seen it, not just the one asshole with a camera.
Likely that one individual would be more prone to see and experience UFOs than some other individual?
Exactly.
Ed Walters certainly has been a focus of a lot of attention, but for about 2.5 years, starting in November 1990 and running through July 1992, a group of people I call the Gulf Breeze research team down there went out virtually every night, logged about 180 or so sighting events, a few of which Ed attended. But most of those sightings, the witnesses were people who lived in the area, people who were just traveling through
Basically
the
wants to say is bumpkins.
area, tourists, and so on.
Drunk bumpkins.
Dr. Maccabee, how do your professional colleagues react to your interest in UFOs and your willingness to go out on a limb to say that there's something here?
So I should point out...
Well, I should point out that I've received multiple wedgies.
I do work at a Navy laboratory. And I have found that virtually every government laboratory, and I presume most civilian laboratories around the country, have people who are interested in this subject. Just as there are people
more
in
aliens.
virtually, I guess, all walks of life who have a sincere interest in finding out what the truth is.
Dr. Bruce Maccabee.
I still laugh thinking about those alien pictures where it was always like a flying saucer like stuck in a tree. Those are the best ones.
Thank you very much for joining
It was
us.
always stuck on a tree.
And we will be back with more sightings in just a moment.
Next on Sightings,
Oh, well,
did
that's
this
the guy.
child's superintelligence come from a past life?
When he was only maybe a week old.
All right, this guy was really super intelligent, right? He should be a household name right now.
He was conducting
We'll see.
Mozart in perfect time.
In a controversial social experiment,
Every mumsy thinks their kid is the most intelligent ever.
Graham opened the Repository for Germinal Choice in 1980. Better known as the Genius Pool, Graham created an elite sperm bank where only geniuses are accepted as donors. And the first boy born through
I went up there to drop a load and they threw me out. I said, get out of here, you retard. I said, hey, it was just helping.
program is in
just
fact
helping,
of
guys.
superior intelligence with an IQ approaching 200. But the boy, who's now 12, doesn't credit his
is for
donor
smart
father.
types.
He believes that he draws his knowledge from past lives.
I think that the soul is on a journey, and at different times it will choose to
He
accomplish
grew up to be a Reddit mod. A super genius.
different sorts of things.
Even before he was born, Doran Blake's family knew he would be an exceptional child.
When he was only maybe a week old, he was conducting Mozart in perfect time.
Doran is a child prodigy who has made headlines.
What's his name? Doran?
At first,
never fucking heard of him.
Mere fact of his unique conception, and later for his remarkable talents.
Two, I bought him a computer, which he immediately learned to use. He is, I think, a computer genius.
By age 6, Doran had written his first book, The Adventure of George the Dinosaur. He had an uncanny grasp of literature and began to recite Hamlet from memory.
He started to read in kindergarten. He was in a very special school. In 1 year, he was reading Shakespeare, starting from nothing.
Yeah, and then he found video games, and he's been worthless ever since.
Was Doran simply the product of genetic manipulation, or could there be another explanation for his amazing intellect?
At 3, he suddenly said to his mother, "Do you remember the time when you and I lived in California before there were any big buildings, and I was your wife, and we lived in these houses draped with straw?"
Doran's family believes these memories are not fantasy, but rather spontaneous recall of events from Doran's past lives.
I think I've lived all sorts of past lives.
He's our super genius.
Primarily probably having to do with science and math and writing, and I know I've lived several.
He's so smart. How come he can't figure out how to use his tongue? Oh, science, math.
In Egypt, as a healer. I know in one life I was an actor in Shakespeare's Guild.
He was an actor.
About 50 years after he died, and I did his plays and everything like that.
Doran believes he has the ability to recall information from his past lives and use it in the present.
I believe that some of a portion of the knowledge or intelligence that you have in certain fields or certain things in this lifetime comes from other lifetimes, but not completely, not 100%. I think it's also.
So we don't know who he is. So the kid never did anything great. He probably runs an anime Reddit board.
Genetics and such.
Winifred Lucas has researched many of the people and events her grandson has been.
You can't do this to kids, man. Like, oh, he's so super smart. Well, you should know the dude's just gonna grow up being a nobody. You know what I mean? And then you go back and watch this, and you're like, yep.
Calling since he was 3 years old.
Just gonna
what
grow
she
up and be a
discovered
nobody.
has made her a believer.
Everything that he had picked up when he was 3 was absolutely true, including the houses draped with straw. And he had had a life as a Chumash Indian. Then he began to talk about Afghanistan. When he was 4 and a half, he'd say, "Grandma, what's been happening in Afghanistan?" I said, "Why are you so interested in Afghanistan?" He said, "Well, I had 2 lifetimes there, Grandma, and I blew them."
Yeah. Your kid was drinking the shit under the sink again.
Recently, Doran underwent a past life regression.
Man, his sound keeps bouncing between left and right. It sounded crazy.
He believes that the session helped him delve deeper into the lives he has led before.
What's the very first thing that comes to mind?
The raging rocks.
The raging rocks.
Spring shocks. Gifted children, they have skills they cannot have developed in only this life.
Hey, that's Taniki.
So if we go back to where they developed them, we find often other lifetimes. And I think that the soul is looking for completion.
But science has a much different take on the source of Doran's abilities.
The things that this child is able to do are very
Let's see him do some cool shit.
This kid is a bunch of There's
nerds.
No complete explanation.
I haven't seen this kid do anything cool.
The prodigy has puzzled and mystified for centuries. That doesn't necessarily lead us to the conclusion that the reason that he's able to do them is because of past life experience. It can be part of a tradition that runs through a family. It can be part of the biological passing down through the generations of.
All right, Snipper, get out of here. You're not adding anything. Get.
Winifred has come to believe that Doran's high IQ has been passed down to him, not just by her family, but also by the reincarnated soul within him.
You can't brag about your high IQ and then talk about a reincarnated soul in the next fucking sentence.
When Doran was 6 years old, the teacher asked what they wanted for Christmas. And kids were making lists, and Doran wrote, "I want peace on earth and happiness for the world." And
oh, well, yeah, that's such an intelligent thought. I want world peace. every retarded beauty pageant bitch has been saying that for decades. World peace.
Christians and happiness for the Jews.
Very intelligent.
Is this sympathetic worldview attributable to his past lives? Doran believes so, and is currently writing a book about the hidden relationship between intelligence and reincarnation.
I spent a couple lifetimes
creating an account. Not worth it.
Preparing for what I think this lifetime is going to be the lifetime where I intend to satisfy a part of the journey of my soul, helping make
Dude, you got to get away from that mom of yours, man. She's making you weird. She's making you fucking weird.
World a better place to live.
Generally, people have not known why some people are much brighter than others. Why Mozart could write a symphony at 4.
But you need to calm yourself. All right.
No? And
you're making yourself look like
an
idiot.
I think that part of the trouble was that we didn't believe there were other lifetimes, so we didn't know how to explain it.
Doran Blake, the author of The Adventure of George the Dinosaur, has written 3 new books due to be published this year. One book is called My 9 Lives, an autobiographical account of Doran's past life regressions.
Coming up next, the police have reached a dead end.
I'm sure Mumsy wrote all those books.
Psychic detective provides startling clues in an unsolved
He's our charter school teacher.
He's the one who did the murder.
Then a young boy sends a message from the afterlife.
So you know, he did all right, I guess. But this lady made it sound like he was going to change the world.
And sci-fi prophets offer a vision of the future.
Yeah, you still talking about your 9 lives there, you douche? Fucking cat. He's a cat.
Psychic detective Dorothy Allison has worked with Sightings on a number of cases, and she has an impressive track record providing police with important leads that help solve crimes. Well, now she's investigating a murder in rural Alabama.
He looks like a weirdo.
Alabama that has stumped the authorities.
Oh, shit.
She would do anything for her children. She would have just done anything for us.
When she grew roses, she gave them to people. If she cut them, she didn't take them in the house for herself. She gave them to somebody. And that was the kind of person she was. She was a giving person.
That's great.
I can always remember the way she smelled and how warm
it's a
and
cat.
close it
It's a cat.
felt when she told me. And the sound of her voice when she sang to me. Those are the main things I remember.
I'm going to bust. I deserve it.
It was always so loving.
When I found out how old she was, and I thought to myself, if anybody could go and do this to a woman of her age, then you could do anything to anybody.
Hanford, what were you doing back then? Where were you, Hanford, on that date?
Then you're not even worthy of walking the streets.
74-year-old Edna Youngblood Reeves was loved. But when she made headlines in 1993, it wasn't because of her 49-year marriage, or her smile, or the simple, happy life she'd built in her hometown of Troy, Alabama.
It was her jump kick.
Because she had been brutally murdered, and no one knew why.
Edna Youngblood Reeves was a...
you know it's like Yager. I'm just going to say it.
Elderly white female who lived alone at her residence at Route 2 Troy. At approximately 11:15 a.m., August the 14th, 1993, her body was discovered at her residence.
Scene was probably, in 22 years of law enforcement experience, the most sinister case we've ever worked.
At this point in time, there is not a known named suspect for that murder.
Hanford, where were you?
Along with state law enforcement agencies, Deputy Sheriff Bob Bradbury has worked tirelessly searching for the killer who is still out there somewhere. The conspicuous lack of any suspect is something new for Deputy Sheriff Bradbury and the town of Troy.
When you have a murder in Pike County, generally speaking, the perpetrator is either on the scene or you have a witness who says it was old so-and-so and he left going such and such a direction.
A sighting of an unfamiliar red and white car at Edna's house on the day of the murder has been the only solid lead. The owner has never been identified. The case is at a standstill, but the sheriff's department refuses to give up. They'll try anything to solve Edna's murder.
Sometimes he gets a burger.
A psychic detective.
and I told him what I wanted, which was the victim's date of birth and the day of the crime. And this is all I have asked for. That's what I've got here right now.
I've never had dealings with a psychic. This will be new ground for me.
Good luck, dude. You asked for it.
From what I've been told, Dorothy can help, and the investigation is to a point where we need all the help we can get.
At the invitation of the Pike County Sheriff's Department, Dorothy Allison traveled to Troy, Alabama. The only information she was given prior to her visit was Edna's birth date and the date of the murder.
I believe that when she's in my mother's house, in the room where the person who killed her was,
that's Becky,
that she may be able to connect with some part of that person, that she may be able to tell who it was. Person.
Just dump her on that cop. Fat shit.
She may be able to tell who it was.
Officer Royce.
The best thing for me to do is to go on to the scene, see it myself. This is so that I get a good feeling of that killer. How did he walk in the house? What rooms did he go into? Why did he commit the murder?
Now, we obviously haven't told you which room the body was discovered in. Can you tell us?
I felt that it was a bedroom. I get a bed.
Can you tell us which
bedroom?
Yeah,
well, it's, of course.
Well, I'll have to walk around and see that.
Officer Bradford.
I get this room.
Dorothy's feelings led her here, to Edna's bedroom. Dorothy said this is where Edna died.
There it is. No, I would get this room then. This room is very, very important.
All right, cool. Who did it?
The hangers. That's what he killed her.
He's a beefy dude.
She was found laying in her bedroom dead with a coat hanger around her neck, strangled and dead. And later found out she was sexually assaulted.
Oh, that's definitely a younger dude. That's definitely a younger.
When she entered the kitchen, Dorothy began to give her psychic impressions of the killer.
I feel that the killer actually came into this kitchen before he killed her or after, maybe after. Opened this up and drank some orange juice out of the refrigerator as though if somebody
Someone look up Edna Reeves and see if they ever found out who killed her.
Here, well, it wouldn't matter. I have a right to be here, in other words. So if he was a man who comes
who
around
else would rape an old bag like that?
Machines or refrigerators, whatever, he certainly felt at ease.
She was able to pinpoint the room that the crime took place in. She was able to give us some more information as to landmarks, possible suspect names, and possible suspect vehicle.
I get somebody, I would say the age is between 25 and 30.
Dorothy worked with retired NYPD composite artist Bob Phileas to create a drawing of Edna's killer.
I would say he's about 5'7", 5'8". This is how he appears to me. I would say he's about 145 to 165 pounds. Even though he's not that good looking, he's a very conceited person. But he feels inadequate, or he wouldn't have done what he did. I like getting the killers for what they've done.
It's in Alabama, that's all I know.
Dorothy believes that she has seen the face of a murderer and that he must be caught, or he will kill again.
I feel this is it. This is him. He's the one who did the murder.
That could be anybody.
That's the face I'm looking for. This
like the most generic face ever.
What the clincher will be is the composite sketch. Hopefully that'll put the nail in somebody's coffin.
There is a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Edna Reeves' murderer. If you have any information about this case, the Pike County Sheriff's Department in Troy,
They
Alabama,
solved it in 2006. Who was it? Who was the killer?
When Sightings continues.
He said that suicide is never, ever correct for a young person.
A mother communicates with her son 18 years after his death.
So that Zyka came in 1993 or 4 and solved jack shit because they solved it over 10 years later.
Shortly before his death, Harry Houdini, the great magician, vowed that if there was any way to communicate from beyond the grave, he would. Well, we're still waiting. Skeptics say that proves that there is no such thing as after-death communication. But what if speaking from beyond the grave isn't a choice that's ours to make? What if it's a gift bestowed to a special few who have an important message?
Stephen was one of the most happy, funny, joke-playing kids around, and he was bright in school. Everything came very easy to him, and had a great searching mind. He would read everything that he could.
More dead kids, thanks, Sightings.
Write these things, and way beyond
My dead
what
kids magical. It's just depressing.
His age was.
But Stephen had another side he didn't show to the world. While family and friends saw an outgoing, athletic Stephen, there was also a withdrawn, troubled adolescent who spent hours in his room writing in a private journal.
His stepfather and I had divorced, and we had moved away from where he had grown up and spent most of his life. He became even quieter and very much into himself. Every day he would complain about going to school, and this is a kid who was straight A's, who loved school.
Must have been a wedgie magnet. It sucks, but sometimes you were the wedgie magnet.
He usually called me every afternoon at 3 o'clock and said, "Hi, Mom, this is Steve," and or "This is me," and would tell me what he planned to do that day, or I'd give him instructions, and he didn't call. And I got home and he wasn't there, and I said, "Where's Stephen?" And the girl said, he said he was going camping in the woods. Well, I was really put out with him. It was a school night, and I thought, okay, he's 15 years old, he's going to spend the night in the woods, and maybe he'll come home and we'll have a long talk.
Mom, I'm getting wedgies every day. My butt crack has changed.
About 3 o'clock, the kids came home from school, and we were sitting around, and there was a knock on the door, and 2 detectives came in. When they told me that they'd found his body, I felt like somebody hit me in the stomach with a sledgehammer. It was the most horrendous thing. I couldn't even cry. I hurt so bad.
The little boy would never grow to be a man. Stephen was only 15 when he hung himself. His mother searched for a reason why and turned to his journal. The messages she found there were cryptic, promising that someday he would return. It didn't make sense until a few days after his death, when Stephen's promise seemed to be coming true.
The first thing that happened was about 2 or 3 days after he died, we were preparing for his memorial service, and my friend from Scotland was taking care of the house while I went
should have got him a Super Nintendo. That's why he probably did it.
Grocery store, and I came home and she said, Ann, I just heard from Stephen. She said, I heard his footsteps, and then he began to speak, and here's what he told me. And she wrote it down and read it to me, and it was, "I'm okay, Mom. As soon as I'm stronger, I'll talk to you. You didn't do this."
Bill Guggenheim is a researcher who has collected...
Sassy boys are here.
You think Janet has hit this stage of her coping with Hogan's death?
Sometimes when I listen and I just hear the wind, sometimes I swear I hear his voice.
Well, fuck some ass, baby.
Did you hear him? I swear I heard him. Listen. I think I heard him again. I think I could hear him.
That is going in my ass.
1,000 first-hand accounts of people who claim they have had contact with deceased loved ones. He believes that after-death communication...
And see, we checked. We thought they were the sound of billiard balls, but billiard balls don't smack like that. It was actually the sound of a male testicle.
Is a natural part of the grieving process.
We believe that after-death communications are a natural and normal part of our human existence, and they're not supernatural, paranormal, new age, psychic, mystic, occult. And to prove this, that our conservative estimate is that 1 out of 5 Americans, or 20% of the entire population, has had at least one after-death communication experience. That translates into 50 million people.
Shortly after he died, I was in the house, sitting in the front room. I looked to my left and towards the kitchen area, and he was standing right there.
Hey, get away from me, idiot!
His
you butthead.
I get this frantic call from home, and it's my 8-year-old daughter, Debbie. She goes, "Mom, come home quick. Stephen was just here."
Yeah, if any ghost was going to be a homebody, it'd be Hogan, right? He ain't going anywhere.
This child was just absolutely frantic from this experience.
Stephen's family does not believe they are hallucinating. Their experiences have been too tangible.
There's a Christmas tree that has a music box that's made from
ceramic, and the music box had stopped working years ago.
What is that?
And it was Christmas time, and
hey, someone wound it up.
all the decorations are out, and the room is quiet. And
he ain't leaving.
The tree comes on, the lights go on, and the music starts to play. And we're all looking very confused at each other. And it was there, the energy was there. It was Stephen's here. He's just here to share. And this was his way of saying hi.
Actually, we believe that that children and other loved ones are there around their parents and other family members continuously, initially, trying to break through, trying to have somebody hear them.
Stephen's mother believes that he did break through. She started hearing Stephen's voice, and the voice was telling her to write down what he was saying.
He had a watch with a broken mainspring, and he told me to take it with
Mom,
him.
I hung myself because I didn't get a Super Nintendo.
He said every time he came in the room to dictate to me, he'd make the watch go, and he'd say, look at the watch, and the watch would be going second after second and would run while he was in the room. When he'd leave the room, the watch would stop.
Anne claims that Stephen had been given a special assignment from a higher power.
His assignment, after he made the transition, was to work with me to help me bring out information to help save the lives of children. He said, first of all, that suicide is never, ever correct for a young person, even if they have
What
a
if that terrible singer bitch killed Hogan, guys?
Illness.
I think she might have
There's such a
poisoned
life force in a young person that there's always hope for them.
The underlying message of all ADCs is that life is continuous. In a sense, we are in eternity now. This is eternal life. This is a school for learning lessons.
Was Stephen's family actually receiving messages from beyond the grave, or were they simply experiencing a powerful form of wish fulfillment? Guggenheim believes after-death communication is both a melding of intuition and reality.
The number one fear in America is a fear of death. And the psychologist will tell
What
you...
was that terrible singer? Yeah, she killed him. Allegedly.
If, to the extent that we fear death, we withhold from life.
19 years after her son's death, and
it was never the same after the bed bugs broke up.
Continues to believe that she is communicating with and taking dictation from.
Yeah, that's her price.
Her
That's her price for fame.
Stephen. She's published his messages in this book, Stephen Lives. The Puryears also continue to try to record or document the after-death communication only they can hear. And they help other bereaved families try to do the same.
I won't tell you that I wouldn't rather Stephen was here. I would 100 times rather he was here.
Listen, I can hear Hogan. I hear him. Listen. He's ball smacking. He's ball smacking. I hear the smacks.
Prayed it all for that. But he's not, and we have to make the best of it. So when you lose a child, you have to come to some peace within yourself about what occurred.
Since 1983, the Logos Center, founded by the Puryears, has helped hundreds of teenagers choose not to commit suicide. They also provide support groups for parents who have lost a child to suicide. The Puryears are trying to create something positive out of their family tragedy.
No, him and Teresa could be together now.
Next on Sightings, sci-fi prophets offer a vision of the future.
You'll have the choice as to what you'll look like. You can make yourself beautiful. You can have a designer body.
Oh, I want to be a robot.
Great science fiction writers of the past, like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, did more than create compelling fiction. They created a view of the future, one that 100 years later reads...
I was confusing Teresa for Maria Tortilla.
Like non-fiction. Are there science fiction writers today who have the same visionary power? Who among them will stand the test of time 100 years from now?
Oh, shit.
There have been tens of thousands of works of science fiction written since the 1800s. It's a genre that has become synonymous with fantasy.
If I learned anything in my life, it's that books are for nerds.
Of the modern inventions we use today were first envisioned by the great science fiction writers of the past. And one 19th century writer stands head and shoulders above the rest.
To this day, Jules Verne has the best record of predicting, and that's simply because he predicted going to the moon, rocketry, orbits, submarines. He was fantastic.
Verne may be the most prolific, But many other science fiction writers of the past also made prophetic predictions.
There's a charming and rather interesting prediction that Lester Del Rey made in one of his stories.
Oh, the great Lester Del Rey.
Name of the first man on the moon. He chose a good, strong American name. He said this man's name will be Armstrong.
Today, their genius is clear. But many such writers went unrecognized in their own time. Paris in the 20th century was rejected by Jules Verne's editor as too fantastic to be believable.
His vision of Paris, just published
this story
year
is
for the first time,
fantastic.
is remarkably similar to the Paris of today.
Originally written in 1863, Verne describes Paris in 1960 as a city illuminated by electrified mercury wire fed by underground cables. He wrote these words years before light bulbs were a reality. Verne also described streets crowded with cars powered by internal combustion gas engines. Henry Ford was born the year this passage was written. He also describes a device he calls the photographic telegraph that can instantly send letters across a continent. He envisioned a fax machine nearly a century before its invention.
But I mean, did this shit get invented because of the books, or was it just an easy prediction, right? Like a horseless carriage? I mean, that's not a hard prediction. Someone going under the ocean eventually is not a hard prediction.
And
I'm not saying the guy was, obviously the guy was probably a genius and shit, but you know what I mean.
A fairly pessimistic look at the future
You have
with
your
a
own
lot
library.
of technology thrown in.
But it wasn't
I
the
bet you have all the Danielle Steele books.
pessimistic tone that kept the book from publication. Ironically, on one manuscript page, Verne's editor wrote, "My dear Verne, had you been a prophet, no one today would believe your prophecy."
The most powerful form of science fiction is a prediction that the science fiction author does not want to come
they
true.
had trains back then, right? They had trains back then.
Instead, he or she wants it to become
Is it such a jump to think you could just drive around in a car eventually?
self-preventing prophecy.
But instead of being embraced as cautionary tales, many early works became the blueprints for mass destruction.
The development of lots of military technology has come from people who have envisioned it before. H.G. Wells envisioned the tank, and the A-bomb was foretold.
H.G. Wells was ridiculed when he wrote about atomic weapons in 1914, but in 1945, there was Hiroshima. It is only with the power of 2020 hindsight that we know just how accurate Wells...
Was he really ridiculed, though? I mean, it was like, hey, nice, nice story about a big bomb, idiot. I mean, I don't know. I doubt he was ridiculed.
Verne and others really were. And perhaps it should serve as a warning to listen with an open mind to the science fiction writers of today. They, too, are offering a cautionary tale.
I think as the 19th century was dominated by
Nice stupid book that sold millions, idiot.
And chemistry, and the 20th century obviously by physics, the next century will be dominated by biology. The really difficult part will come when it becomes possible in about 20 years to modify ourselves.
You'll have the choice as to what you'll look like. You can make yourself beautiful. You can make your children beautiful. You can make them healthy. You can look like a non-human being. You can have a designer body.
To directly reach in and modify people, that's going to provoke a huge crisis, and it's coming. It cannot be avoided.
This is just wishful thinking from like old dudes, you know? Yeah, we're gonna have I can just put my brain into a new body. It'll be cool. I'll give my body like a 2-foot-long Johnson. It's gonna be awesome. No, dude, you're gonna be dead in the ground like everyone else.
It'll lead to health problems, and so we're going to have all the fashion magazines full of why you should not change your body every 6 months just to fit fashion.
No, this will
These are
never
disturbing
happen.
thoughts. And because they're disturbing, they make great storylines.
Despite their compelling visions of the future, great science fiction writers are quick to dismiss the idea that they are prophets.
My feeling is that science fiction doesn't function very well as prophecy. I think it functions much better as a warning, as an inspiration.
This is such
we can
such
have dreams
wishful
about
thinking.
the future, but we will never have a crystal ball that will show us the future clearly.
I think we have a very rough 50 years ahead of us as a race and as a planet. At the
Well,
end
they
of-
always talk about they could download your memories, but that's still not you. That's just a copy of you. You're still dead. That's not you.
which I give a 60% odds of having an absolutely
I mean, there could be a perfect copy of you, I guess, but it's not you.
Civilization, then we would have been proud, anybody on this planet would be proud to leave their children. The 40% chance that we're going to ruin this world is, to me, horrifying. And every person should wake up every day thinking about, how can I help?
Yeah, I'm sure that's
David
what you
Brin
do.
points out that a writer's imagination can produce astonishing insights about the future.
Bug burgers?
The details, however, are sometimes a bit fuzzy. In
the future, by law, have to keep an African family in your basement.
1968, E.E. Hale, an early American futurist,
Friday Shoot
predicted
for Eternity, that'd be
communication
dang.
satellites would one day beam electronic messages around the world. Unfortunately, he also predicted that they would be made out of brick and powered by a waterfall.
Sightings has expanded its America Online area. Keyword Sightings when you log on for access to Sightings stories, images,
My
and
computer
events.
was worth $10,000.
To subscribe to America Online, call 1-800-591-3344. And you can still reach Sightings 24 hours a day at
you got to live in the basement.
7444. Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind.
Yeah.
For Sightings,
Open mind always leads to ass sex.
I'm Tim White.
It always leads to forest anal. Keep your mind closed and your butthole.
Next on Sci-Fi, The Sentinel.
Oh, shit.
Enter an alien realm
Open-minded
where sea
ass.
monsters are real.
Sea monsters?
Sharks feeding frenzy. Then explore the dark depths of fear. The conclusion of The Beast.
This is like the psychic.
Tonight,
We learned a lot.
beginning at 8 p.m. on Sci-Fi.
I'm excited. Can't wait to see that on Sci-Fi. Look at that one. All right. All right, guys. I got to get going. Shut up! But, man, we sightings like we never sightings before. And that was dank. But I got to go and get myself a hearty bowl of beefaroni. But thanks for watching.